I want to hear that they value education.
I'm not asking to live in luxury, but I would like to live.
Saskatchewan is the most affordable place in Canada to live.
We're in last place in education and healthcare and the cost of living because Scott Moe and the Sask Party put us there.
Good evening and welcome to Saskatchewan Votes 2024. Welcome to our election studio at the Provincial Archives in Regina. Coming to you from Treaty 4 territory, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and homeland of the Métis. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Sam Maciag. The polls close in less than 30 minutes, and it promises to be quite the night. Scott Moe is trying to hold on to his majority government and to make history by giving the Saskatchewan Party its 5th consecutive victory, something not done since Tommy Douglas's time. At the same time, the NDP is trying to carve out its own path to power. Carla Beck has a steep hill to climb, but she's hoping to win big time in the cities and to make a dent in Moe's rural stronghold. Some would say it's a long shot, but Beck could make history tonight, becoming the province's first female premier. And while most eyes are on the two main parties, there are in fact 7 parties, so vote splitting could come into play. We'll bring you the results as soon as they start coming in, and our team is standing by on the ground to bring you the latest. Sam Sampson is at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Dan Zakreski is at the hockey rink in Shellbrook in Scott Moe's home constituency. Alexander Kwan is at NDP headquarters in Regina. And Ethan Williams is outside a polling station where ballots are still being cast. We will come back to them in just a minute. But first, joining me, my partner in crime for the evening, our political affairs reporter, Adam Hunter. Adam, the NDP has a steep hill to climb to oust the Saskatchewan Party. Set the scene for us.
Yeah, there's a few numbers to take a listen to tonight. First is 61. That's the seats that are in play tonight for the legislature. 31 is the magic number for a majority. As things stood at the last vote, that includes the by-election, 47 for the Sask Party, 14 for the NDP. This does not count anyone who left the party or was kicked out. So what does it all mean? Well, the Saskatchewan Party can lose 16 seats and still hold on to power. While the NDP, you mentioned that steep hill, Sam, they need to gain 17 seats, hold their 14 if they want to win government. And there are a ton of interesting races. We expect a lot of more tight races than we saw 4 years ago. We're going to take a look at a few of those right now, Sam.
Okay, can you give us a taste of what you're going to be looking for specifically?
So we want to look at a few ridings that were really close 4 years ago. This was one of the closest ones. This is Regina Pasqua. Mohammed Fayez is the incumbent here. Bujin Brar is the big competition for Fayez tonight in Regina Pasqua. This is a constituency that's changed because of redistribution. It shrunk about 1/3 in size, and that really shrinks Fayez's margin of victory that we expect him to be trying to back up tonight. So Regina Pasqua is on to watch. We're going to look at another one here. This is Saskatoon-Riversdale. This was the closest race 4 years ago. 81 votes. Kim Breckner running for the NDP trying to take this back. It was Lauren Calvert, Roy Romano's seat. Big upset 4 years ago by Mark Fries in the Sask Party. He's not running tonight. We'll look at one more close race from 4 years ago. This is another rematch. Alana Ross of the Sask Party, the incumbent, trying to hold on to power. Nicole Rancourt, who's previously been an MLA, running for the NDP. So those are 3 seats we want to watch. The NDP has to flip all 3 if they want to have a shot at government.
All right, thanks, Adam. Also part of our team tonight, our political panel, led by our morning show host, Stephanie Langenegger, host of the Morning Edition on CBC Radio 1, longtime political reporter. Also joined by Marie Mandrick, the columnist for the Regina Leader Post and Saskatoon Star Phoenix, and Merelda Fiedler-Potter, a professor at the First Nations University of Canada. Thanks very much, Sam. Merelda, what are you watching tonight?
Really, the first thing that I'm watching for is how many people went out and cast that vote. Are we going to get significantly above that 52% from last election 4 years ago? So that's the first thing I'm watching for tonight.
Why are you watching that so closely?
Because it really sort of says whether or not people are engaged in this election and they're willing to at least step out of their doors or mail in a ballot or do something to get the things that they say they need in this province.
And we had a week to do it. Murray, what are you watching for?
Well, turnout's obviously important. I am watching those 17 seats. The problem is I'm not sure which 17 seats I'm watching because we could have seats coming out of the blue, seats we weren't really anticipating that we're watching, but we're watching mostly those bedroom communities, those Sask Party seats that the NDP needs to flip. The NDP has to be perfect. They have to form government. They have to win them all.
We'll be watching, Sam. All right, thanks, Stephanie. From inside our studio to out on the street, that is where we find our Ethan Williams, who is at a polling place in Regina. Ethan, what's happening where you are?
Well, we're at the Royal Saskatchewan Museum, Sam, and still some people trickling in and out here. You have until 8 o'clock to get in line to vote. Now, there's actually been a change in the number of actual polling locations across the province compared to other elections, about 200 fewer than there were in 2016. And this is because Elections Saskatchewan has actually done analysis of how people have been using polling locations. It means that urban centers like Regina and Saskatoon are impacted. It means that there will probably be less actual ballot boxes to count at the end of the night, but it does mean that there will likely be more votes in each of those boxes. So Chief Electoral Officer Michael Boda says there will be some reinforcements brought in to count. Here's what he had to say.
As a result of monitoring those voting stations over the course of the week, we have added an additional 175 counting teams to those locations where there are more ballots. And this is so that we can ensure that we remain within the traditional voting times. Often we finish the voting up around midnight on the last day of voting.
And Boda says this means that urban results may be a little bit delayed tonight, but he also says they have expanded other voting options, the advance voting last week, vote by mail, and also homebound voting, Sam. So there were other options which people were able to take advantage of there.
All right, thanks, Ethan. From in Regina to campaign headquarters for the two main parties, Sam Sampson is at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon, Alexander Kwan at NDP headquarters in Regina. Sam, let's start with you. A very different atmosphere than 4 years ago at these headquarters.
That is the hope, essentially, Sam, for about in a half hour's time. Doors don't open here until 8 o'clock, but once they do, members of the Saskatchewan Party and supporters are more than welcome to come in and celebrate tonight and really just pat each other on the back for a campaign, first of all, that's over. And of course, hopefully what they hope will be a win. As you mentioned, different vibe because remember, last time we were in an election here in this province, it was deep into COVID time. So this is going to be one heck of a party. That's the hope anyway of the Saskatchewan Party. Now, Scott Moe, the leader of this party and of course the Premier of Saskatchewan, his tagline throughout the campaign has been strong economy, bright future. But after 17 years in power, his party has been forced to defend their record.
All the way from Regina Pasqua, we have Mohammed Fiad.
On this day, Scott Moe and his crew seemed ready to rumble. But for the past 4 weeks, they've been playing defense, trying to convince voters to stick with the Saskatchewan Party.
If you want a strong economy and you want a bright future, well, I would say this. This is your party and these are your candidates.
Moe says his party's platform promises to make life more affordable with tax credits and his continued carbon tax crusade. Earlier this year, Moe refused to remit the federal carbon tax on home heating.
The real solution would be for the federal government to scrap the entire carbon tax on everyone and everything.
We are in one of the worst registered nursing shortages in Saskatchewan's history.
Though the Sask Party touts nursing and doctor recruitment, others say healthcare has deteriorated. classroom size and complexity issues drove teachers to months of job action, which remains unsettled.
All those in favor of the motion, please stand.
Mo's government was the first in Canada to pass an education law with the power to limit gender identity in schools, mandating school staff get parental consent before using a student's new name or gender identity. Depending on who you ask, the law protects children or harms trans kids.
This bill, at its very core, is about us providing parents the right, not the opportunity, to support their child.
During the campaign, Mo announced another proposed school policy.
The first order of business with the re-elected Saskatchewan Party government would ensure that biological males are not changing in a biological female or alongside biological females or in the female change room.
But first, he has to secure his spot back in the legislature. Now, though the Saskatchewan Party has had a strong showing, there have been inklings of concern throughout the campaign, including warnings from Mo himself of don't be a vote splitter, specifically to those voting more on the right side. Still, the Saskatchewan Party is hoping to pull off something that has not been seen since the days of Tommy Douglas, win 5 straight majority governments. Sam.
Thanks, Sam. Let's go from Saskatoon down to Regina into NDP headquarters. That's where we find Alexander Kwan. What's the vibe like there tonight?
Hi, Sam. Yeah, I'm at the Doubletree Hotel in downtown Regina. Now, obviously, the room behind me is empty. Doors don't open until 8 o'clock. But the people I've been speaking with, mostly NDP staff members, say they're expecting a large turnout. It's going to be a lot of excitement in the room. And a key reason for that is the NDP leader, Carla Beck. Now, Carla this is the first time she's leading the party into an election campaign. And she's worked very hard to convince voters to support her and the NDP.
NDP leader Carla Beck kicked off her party's campaign with a simple message.
Better is possible. Better is what we're running on in this election, and that's exactly what we intend to deliver.
And over the 4-week campaign, Beck has stayed consistent. Healthcare, education, and affordability have been front and center. She's committed to not raising taxes and slashing the gas tax, while the party has promised a return to a balanced budget within 4 years.
This is the type of leadership, fiscal responsibility, solution-focused government that people in this province are looking for, and it's past time they had.
Polling has shown increasing support for the NDP compared to 4 years ago, but the NDP face an uphill battle.
The NDP is not going to be a competitive party for government unless they can win in suburban and rural places in Saskatchewan.
The NDP are well aware of that and made stops in areas of the province that have previously been a reliable base for the Saskatchewan Party. And more than anything, Beck has made an effort to attract new voters.
This isn't about Team Orange versus Team Green. This is about Team Saskatchewan, and it's time for change.
The NDP has even garnered the support of former Saskatchewan Party MLAs and staffers.
I didn't leave the Saskatchewan Party left me.
The party I joined believed that hope beat fear. Now fear is all Scott Moe has left.
Time for change! Time for change!
Beck is promising a different approach to politics in Saskatchewan.
Now, at last vote, the NDP had 14 seats. Obviously, Carla Beck wants to form government. She wants to become the next premier of this province. But if she falls short of that, the NDP are still expecting to pick up a number of seats tonight. Sam?
All right, thanks, Alex. We are just 16 minutes until the polls close. Here is a live shot from Shellbrook. When we come back, we will take you to the rec center and hockey rink, the hometown of Scott Moe, and we'll have more political analysis as well. Saskatchewan Votes 2024 continues right after this.
I think all of us, want to see kids from Saskatchewan do well, right? It's probably not something that I would have seen myself doing when I was growing up here. Some of my earliest memories, I wanted to be a large animal vet, loved being out with the cows and out with the horses, but my life took me in a different direction. So it's not something I would have seen myself taking on, but it's been exciting. It's been a real privilege to get to do what I've got to do as an elected official and as the leader of a provincial party, the leader of the opposition.
And how's the feedback been? What have you been hearing from people? How optimistic are you of your chances of winning this year's election?
You know, I'm encouraged. I used an analogy at my nomination. You know, we have momentum. We're rounding second, but we've got a long way to go before we take it home. I've got a team of MLAs and staff and volunteers right across the province that are working incredibly hard. They've been knocking doors not just in the last few weeks, but for years in many cases. We've really made a main focus of the party, our roles as opposition, to connect with communities, with other levels of government, with businesses in this province. There's a sense of optimism, but also a sense that we need to be solution focused. We need to see governments that are willing to put differences aside, to work with communities, with people in this province, and deliver on that opportunity that we all see out there. People want their leaders to behave. They want their elected officials to behave. This is how we're going to get the best results. You know, as I said, we're in rooms that we haven't been in for a long time. The first part of it is often, you know, getting past misconceptions that that might be present about what our position is on a certain issue. Being willing to learn about where maybe some of their frustration has been with us, or their perception of us as the Saskatchewan NDP. What people are frustrated with is when it's division for the sake of division. We can disagree about things and still share goals. That's what we're focused on, delivering on those goals, delivering results for the people of this province. As I said, we're a rich province, blessed in so many ways. What we need is to return to that sense that we're all in this together, that there's opportunity in every corner, and understand that we're not so divided as we've been made to think.
Welcome back. We're about 12 minutes until the polls closed, and we are now joined by Dan Zakreski, who is in Scott Moe's hometown of Shellbrook. Dan, what's going on in Shellbrook tonight?
Well, Sam, Scott Moe came back to Shellbrook to watch the election returns. He's here at the rink, and he may be actually watching some hockey tonight. Shellbrook Elks are down on the ice practicing. Now, this is a homecoming, but it's also a closing of the circle. This is where Scott Moe was from. It literally began here. He was born on a grain farm not far from here, was raised in the community, went to school, got married, raised his own family, and then went into business and politics. And here at this arena, he played hockey. His brothers are well represented on the board. So as the evening unfolds, there's going to be lots of opportunities for hockey metaphors. It's game on across the province right now. So the questions are going to be, what's it going to look like in the third period? Is it going to be close? And who are going to be the stars tonight, Sam?
All right, thanks, Dan. From Shellbrook, we go to Ottawa. That is where we find polls analyst Eric Grenier. Eric was a longtime CBC polls analyst, and now he writes and publishes TheWrit.ca. Eric, what are the polls suggesting we might see tonight?
Well, if you had asked me that question a month ago, I would have said that it looks like another Saskatchewan party majority, maybe a little bit smaller than the party has been used to over the last few elections, but a majority nonetheless. What we've seen over the course of this campaign, however, is that the NDP closed the gap and then moved ahead of the Saskatchewan Party. All of the polls that were conducted in the last week of the campaign put the NDP ahead of the Saskatchewan Party. So tonight, are we going to see that those promises of gains for the NDP, particularly in Regina and Saskatoon, are they going to actually happen? Will the NDP be able to expand its map beyond just the urban centres, or will that rural wall of seats that has elected Sask Party government after Sask Party government, will that hold? And will Scott Moe and the Sask Party be able to stop what seemed to be impossible just a few weeks ago, an NDP victory?
Thanks for this, Eric. Now, as you can see from our countdown clock, the polls close in less than 10 minutes. I'm curious what our political panel has to say about the polling. It has been a very interesting campaign. Stephanie, over to you.
Thanks very much, Sam. And Merelda, it was less than 2 weeks ago that you were moderating the leaders' debate. What have you seen in the campaigns of the NDP and the Saskatchewan Party since then?
You know, I think I've really seen sort of someone who started this election as the newbie really gain confidence. Carla Beck really looks like a confident leader in the way she speaks, the way she addresses crowds, the way she answers questions. So her confidence has just boomed. Scott Moe has really held the line, and that's what we've really seen. There haven't been a lot of changes. He's kind of the head of the party. We see and hear from him the most, and everybody else is kind of in the background. And that's how he's kind of ridden out the last part of this campaign.
Marie, if the polls do show a seat loss for the Saskatchewan Party, where will those seats be?
I think you're going to look in Regina, in Saskatoon, in Prince Albert, in Moose Jaw, Sask Party seats in those cities. That's rather obvious. But there's a few less obvious places outside the cities, the bedroom communities, the White City Coppels, the Martinsville, Blairmores. It's now sort of a split seat bedroom community, and isn't the safe Sask Party seat it once was. Those are what the parties have been talking about, and if you look at where the leaders have been flowing to during the campaign, this is exactly where they've been going. The level of support for the NDP in the polls is something that we haven't seen in 20 years. They haven't been over 40% since 2003, and they haven't been over 45% since, I believe, 1995. And that suggests that there could be in a lot of seats in play in a very different way than they used to be in this province. So those are the areas I'm kind of looking for. There's a few rural seats too that might be possibly interesting, like Yorkton, the Battlefords, and we're hearing Batoche. That's a seat that kind of surprises me.
You grew up in Meadow Lake, Merelda, and live in Regina now. What are the areas that you'll be watching for in particular, seats-wise, to possibly change tonight?
Well, Meadow Lake is an interesting riding because I think I went to high school with two of the candidates. So Jeremy Harrison, who of course is a minister, is part of the government, and then of course Niles Nachbar, who is running for the NDP. So I've actually gone to high school with them. So it'll be an interesting race in that sense. I mean, obviously watching Regina, all of the seats in Regina, I think there are some surprises that we might see coming up there. You know, there were a lot of names that were attached to those seats, and when those names are no longer associated with that kind of popularity, those flips can happen actually quite easily. So watching those seats, Saskatoon is always a fun place. And then places like Moose Jaw, Yorkton, PA, all of those places. So we're gonna be all over the place tonight.
Yeah, we'll be here, we'll be watching. Thanks, Sam.
I can't wait. Thanks, Stephanie. We have a live shot for you now of a polling station in Regina. Polls close in about 6 minutes. Stay with us. We will be right back.
I want to start with the upcoming election, of course. 6 of the veteran cabinet ministers have resigned or left. There's about 20 or more the MLAs that have since gone since the last election. So a lot of kind of change. Are you concerned about new candidates coming to some of these more established or previously established seats?
Yeah, so first I would say when you have a number of people that leave with the experience, years of experience, serving both in opposition and cabinet, and government and cabinet for that number of years, it causes you to pause, to think about all of that they have been involved with. you know, that's leaving your caucus directly. They're not going far away. They're only a phone call away. But I would say it's also an opportunity. It's an opportunity for renewal, and we often run, you know, 13 to 20 new candidates in each and every election, and that's going to be all of that this particular time. But I think it's an opportunity for, you know, new faces to step forward and run as candidates in the constituencies. They are going to have to work and work hard because they won't have the recognition of being an incumbent. And I would say that they already are.
One of the things that I'll see signs for, I've seen commercials for, is STF's Vote for Public Education. Now, that seems to be kind of a targeted piece to vote, not Saskatchewan Party. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, well, I interpret it differently. I think Saskatchewan families should look at not only the record of the parties, but to look at the platforms that are being put forward, and are those platforms responsible? If you look at the record of the other party that could potentially form government here, the record isn't that good when it comes to education. They fired over 450 teachers during their time in government and closed a school for every month. 176 total schools closed during their time. That's the record. And their plan is nothing short of additional and more decline, loss, and closures, and that will include the loss of population growth that we have in this province and the closure of school facilities and laying off of teachers. You put that beside our record, and one of building over 100 schools today, hiring teachers, increasing our student population, so those additional teachers are needed, and we have more work to do in this space.
Talking about the NDP's kind of record, I was always curious about this because, I mean, I hear, of course, you folks bring up the record when it comes to hospitals and all that stuff. No, can you reference a record that's old? You know, 17 years that you folks have been in government. You know, referencing a record that is old. Like, do you think that still holds water?
Sure it does. Yeah, that is their record. That's their most recent record, and that's the last time that Saskatchewan people have, you know, provided that party with the honor of forming government on their behalf. And that's the decisions that they made. They crashed the economy. People were leaving here. There was actually a spray-painted message on the back of the Welcome to Alberta sign at Lloydminster that said, "Will the last one leaving please turn out the lights?" That's the record of the NDP, is decline, loss, and closure. Decline of our population, decline of our opportunity, loss of the services that are being offered in our communities, and the closure of schools and hospitals, 52 hospitals, 176 schools. They cannot remove that record, and that is their record from the last time they had the honor to form government on behalf of the Saskatchewan people.
We are counting down the seconds until the polls close. Adam, we're going to use sports metaphors all night. It's who we are.
Yeah.
We're under the 3-minute warning. What is at stake for the Sask Party tonight?
It's a different story for the Sask Party tonight, Sam Maciag, than we've seen in the last 3 elections. They're playing a bit of defense, to use that sports metaphor. Thanks for setting me up. The Sask Party has run more of a defensive campaign than we've seen in the past. And now the NDP is a bit on the offensive. They're feeling the push of some of those polls, those positive polling numbers that the panel talked about. And we'll see if that plays out, if that's what voters have decided tonight. Looking forward to it, Sam. Okay. We're gonna do one thing here.
Yeah.
This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
This is our map. This is as it stands now. And we are going to clear the map. It's going to go gray. And when we start getting results in, we'll start coloring the map.
Okay.
This is my magic trick.
Okay, here we go. Hundreds of thousands of ballots have been cast. Careful thought put into who you want to form government and why. Our election special starts in less than 2 minutes, but first we ask the question, what do you want in a government? Here's the Buffalo Boys Drum Group in Regina with their answer.
I want a government that.
I want a government that.
I want a government that respects my culture.
Creates jobs.
Respects treaties.
Lowers taxes. I want a government that is kind, helps me graduate, cares about me.
I want a government that respects the land,
cares about everyone,
empowers me to grow.
Who will keep our economy strong and our future bright?
It's time for change.
No healthcare worker in Saskatchewan is okay right now.
I want to hear that they value education.
I'm not asking to live in luxury, but I would like to live.
Saskatchewan is the most affordable place in Canada to live.
We're in last place in education and healthcare and the cost of living because Scott Moe and the Sask Party put us there.
The polls have officially closed. The counting is about to begin, and the anticipation builds for what promises to be an exciting night. We are live from the Provincial Archives in Regina. Welcome to our viewers across the country on CBC News Network, on CBC Gem, YouTube, and our listeners on CBC Radio. Good evening, I'm Sam Maciag. You have cast your votes, and tonight we'll see what kind of government the people of Saskatchewan have chosen. Will Scott Moe win another majority, taking his Saskatchewan party to its 5th consecutive victory? If he does, it will be something that's not been done since Tommy Douglas governed with the CCF. But to do so, Moe will have to fend off the NDP. Carla Beck is looking to win big in the cities and to make a significant gain elsewhere. And while most eyes are on the two main parties, there are in fact 7 parties. So vote splitting could come into play. Now, if you're watching on TV or streaming online, I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom of your screen. That's the seat count. Think of it as a scoreboard. That's where you can see the results play out in real time. And all 61 constituencies will rotate. So every 7 minutes, you'll see your riding. And for those listening on the radio, we'll continue to bring you live updates on those numbers all night long. Our team is standing by on the ground to bring us the latest. Sam Sampson is at Saskatchewan Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Dan Zakreski is in Shellbrook at Scott Moe's home riding. Alexander Kwan is at NDP headquarters in Regina, and Ethan Williams is outside a polling station where the ballots are going to be counted shortly. And we will come back to them in just a moment. But first, joining me, my partner in crime for the evening, our provincial affairs reporter, Adam Hunter. Now, the NDP seems to be gaining some momentum through the last couple weeks of this campaign, but to oust the Saskatchewan Party is a real steep hill to climb for Carla Beck and her team. Set the scene for us.
Yeah, it's a pretty narrow path for the NDP to form government. We're going to set the numbers for you. The magic number tonight is 31. That's what's needed for a majority. At last vote, the Saskatchewan Party had 47 seats, the NDP 14. Now, this does not count anyone who was kicked out or left caucus. So what does it all mean? Well, the Saskatchewan Party can lose 16 seats and still hold on to power. Well, the NDP, Sam, they need to gain 17 seats, while of course holding on to their 14 if they want to get to that magic number of 31. And I want to show our viewers and our listeners what they have to do in order to flip some of these seats. And they got a difficult road ahead, but they have to flip some incumbent seats for the Saskatchewan Party, and they have to knock off some cabinet ministers. In Saskatoon, we're going to start. This is Bronwyn Eyre, the Justice Minister. Now, what's interesting about this seat in Saskatoon, Stonebridge, 4,500 vote margin. Why are we talking about this? That was 4 years ago. Well, we have redistribution. We have a new map. The Sask Party lost a lot of its strength in the southern part of that riding, Dakota Arm River. It got redrawn. That margin of victory goes down to 67 votes.
Tight.
Very tight. Darcy Warrington is a teacher. Teachers are going to be a story tonight. There's more than a dozen running for the NDP, current or former teachers. We're going to move on in Saskatoon now to Saskatoon Silver Spring. This is another one that was a really significant win, large margin, relatively speaking, for Paul Merriman. This is the Minister of Corrections and Policing. This is another one that potentially on the east side of Saskatoon, the NDP has been targeting this area. We'll see what Paul Merriman has in for Hugh Gordon tonight, if any challenge comes from that. We're going to go down to Regina Highway 11. This is Laura Ross in Regina Rochdale. Now, I want to mention the star before you tell me to tell the viewers about the star. The star on the screen means incumbent. So we're not passing judgment on anyone. We're not giving anyone a rating. But the star, if you see it on your screen, that means they were the previous MLA. Laura Ross, another comfortable win 4 years ago. And this is one that the NDP and Joan Pratchler, they've really been targeting. This is for our North End viewers and listeners, NOD, north of Dewdney, an area we know well. So we'll be watching this race, and a lot of these cabinet ministers may be chewing their nails more than we're used to.
And something, Adam, before we move on to note as well, is just because there aren't as many incumbents riding. So Sask Party might hold a riding, but it might not be the same person running in that seat. So there could be a lot of movement tonight on that front as well.
That's right. A lot of turnover in the Saskatchewan Party, a lot of new faces.
Okay, from Adam Hunter, we head over to our political panel. And Stephanie Langenegger, the host of the Morning Edition on CBC Radio 1, longtime political reporter, is joined by Murray Mandrick, who is the columnist for the Saskatoon Star Phoenix and the Leader Post, and professor at First Nations University of Canada, Merelda Fiddler-Potter, who you may recognize from the debate. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Sam. What are you watching for, Merelda?
Tonight, I'm really watching to see how many people step out and vote. That's the big thing. How many people were moved by these messages? How many people either want to help the Sask Party form government again, and they like what they've seen so far, and they want that to continue, or how many people really did say it's time for a change?
Murray, how about you?
I'm watching those 17 seats that Adam talked about, and we're not sure which 17 they may be because they have to shift. But in order for the Sask Party to lose tonight, for the NDP to win government, it's absolutely crucial that they pick up the 17 seats, mostly in Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert, Moose Jaw. There's a few bedroom community seats and maybe a couple rural seats they have their eye on. But it'll be those seats that'll tell the tale tonight, whether there's the same opposition, a stronger NDP opposition, or an upset.
Thanks very much, you guys. We'll be here all night, Sam, anxious to weigh in.
I look forward to the jokes that come with being here all night as well. From inside the studio here, we head out to a polling station. That is where we find our Ethan Williams. Ethan, the polls are closed, and that means they become a very different center.
Yeah, that's right. The last few people have left this polling station at the Royal Saskatchewan Museum in Regina, and we haven't heard of any polling locations that have had to stay open a little bit later because of any technical issues or anything like that, so that is a good sign. Here's the thing, though. If you are still in the lineup right now where you are voting and you were there before 8 o'clock, don't go anywhere. Stay where you are. You still will be able to cast your vote. Now, for the polling locations that are closed, yes, it is time to open up the ballot boxes, start counting all of those ballots one by one, by hand. Of course, we don't have electronic voting tabulators in Saskatchewan provincial elections anyway. All the advance votes from last week, all the votes from today going to be counted up. But here's the thing, the counting doesn't end tonight because we have to count the mail-in ballots, and those will be counted a couple of days from now on Wednesday. There has to be a bit of a delay because we need to make sure that people haven't voted twice, by mail or in person. And then there's a final count that will happen for ballots received after October 26th. And that'll be happening on November 9th. Now, we know that there were about 32,000 of those ballots mailed out across the province. That's about half the number than there was in the last election, but you have to remember that was 2020. That was the COVID election, vote by mail, a very popular option. But we will have to watch, Sam, because those ballots may just become critical in some races. They determined a few of the races in the last election. We will see if that is the case once again tonight.
All right, thanks, Ethan. Now back to our reporters. They are going to have the scoop for us tonight from the headquarters around the province. Sam Sampson is at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Alexander Kwan is at NDP headquarters in Regina. And Dan Zakreski is in Shellbrook, hometown of Scott Moe. Sam, let's start with you.
Well, I think they're going to be scooping out some food pretty soon because they are getting ready for a crowd here at the Saskatchewan Party headquarters. We've got a buffet coming out, smells good already. And of course you have that classic, that iconic Saskatchewan Party green that is cast all across this room. Doors just opened as the polls closed, and so we are expecting more people to come through pretty soon. This hasn't quite been the campaign that the Saskatchewan Party had been hoping for. Of course, they came in with tons of momentum, that monster majority as they entered the campaign. But now some polls, as you'll hear more about later, are showing them a bit more neck and neck with the NDP. But still, they're hoping to pull off that 5 consecutive majority government. And we are in Saskatoon, as you mentioned, and this is a place to watch because, as Adam really nicely detailed, there are 2 cabinet ministers in the city who are holding on to their ridings, potentially in a more competitive setting. But just outside of Saskatoon as well, watch those bedroom communities. Particularly, there was a big swath of the province that was one riding, and now it's been split into 2. I'm talking about Martinsville, Blairmore, and Warman. Now, this is pretty safe Saskatchewan Party territory this past term, but you never know. Because of that redistribution, it kind of changes the voting dynamic. And so we could see a more competitive races in those 2 ridings. So watch Saskatoon, watch the bedroom communities, and watch Regina. That's where we have Alexander Kwan, who is at NDP headquarters.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, I'm at the Doubletree Hotel in downtown Regina. This is where Team Orange is going to have their HQ tonight. Now, the doors just opened a few minutes ago. People are already pouring in. Even some candidates are here already. Now, I've talked to a few people here, mostly NDP staff. They say they are very excited to start seeing results come in, which should be fairly soon, hopefully. But they say they're excited because they believe that they have momentum on their side. They have the ability to bring people onto their platform, to bring them on to their support, and they hope that they'll be able to get enough votes, you know, to definitely pick up some seats, but potentially even to form government. And that's all because of Carla Beck, who's stuck on message throughout this entire campaign. She's really hit 3 key points: healthcare, education, and affordability. So we'll see what happens tonight. People here are excited, and from now I will throw it to Shellbrook. That's the home riding of Saskatchewan Party leader Scott Moe. Dan Zakreski is there for us. Dan, what are you hearing?
Well, thanks, Alexander. You know, the Doubletree looks cool and it's a big city ballroom, but I'm in a small town rink, and this is a great place to be. You know, over about the last half hour, there's been a fascinating change in the dynamic here as we shift away from hockey families and more into the political types. And what we've been seeing is the main doors are just off to my right here, and every few minutes the doors will open and all the reporters will turn our heads and look over, and it's either people in green Sask Party windbreakers or it's 13-year-olds with hockey sticks who see the cameras and go. So Sam Sampson, to wrap it up, you can talk all you want about your food over there, but you haven't lived until you've smelled Vietnamese rolls dropped into a deep fryer in a small town rink. Sam?
Well, on that note, thanks, Dan. And to all 3 of you, we'll check in with all 3 of you through the night. Adam, let's take a look at some key ridings before we get into the meat and potatoes of the night.
Very good.
Yeah. We're 13 minutes in, and we have not had any polls returning yet. But in 2016, it took them about 15 minutes before we had any results. And in 2020, it took them almost half an hour. But remember, in 2020, they had to count with masks and gloves, so it slowed them down a skosh.
And in 2020, we were further away from each other. Now they've brought us closer together. That's right. So you're going to try and fact me tonight. It's not going to happen, Sam.
Well, then tell me about this.
This is Moose Jaw Wakama. This is Megan Patterson, the Saskatchewan Party. Melissa Patterson, the NDP, no relation. We checked. They are in a tight battle. This is a place that both Scott Moe and Carla Beck have spent a lot of time in Moose Jaw. The NDP hoping actually to pick up both Moose Jaw seats, but this is the one they're targeting. This is the former seat of Lauren Calvert. Deb Higgins historically has been an NDP seat, but recently the Sask Party has won it. The incumbent is not running. So this is one to watch for us tonight in Moose Jaw. We're going to move on and look at Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood. There was a number of races 4 years ago that were in like that 200, 100 range. This is one of those. Lisa Lambert is the incumbent in Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood. Keith Jorgensen trying to knock her off in this riding. We talked about all night, and everyone's mentioned it. The Regina and Saskatoon are so key for the NDP if they want to make a dent into the Sask Party's huge seat advantage. This is one they have to target. And finally, in Regina Northeast, this is another matchup of new candidates. Rahul Singh of the Saskatchewan Party replacing Gary Graywall, who most recently was involved in a conflict of interest investigation where he was found in conflict of interest from benefiting from hotels he owned. Singh is taking over that riding, hopefully trying to win. The Sask Party's hoping that. Jocelyn Roy for the NDP is hoping to wrest it back. This is one that's kind of flip-flopped over the last several years. The NDP is really targeting a pickup here in Regina Northeast, Sam.
And she's another teacher.
Another teacher, yes.
You said I could out-fact check you.
Well, let's game on. Let's go. We're doing the game, the sports meta first.
Okay, from inside the studio, let's bring in our polls analyst for the night, Eric Grenier, a familiar face and a familiar voice to CBC viewers and listeners, a longtime polls analyst in Ottawa. He tracks election results across Canada and writes about it at therit.ca. Eric, is there a path to 31 for the NDP tonight?
There is a path for the New Democrats. It is a very narrow one, and it could be pretty easy for Scott Moe to knock Carla Beck off that path. But we're just going through the numbers. You need 31 seats. There's 26 seats in Regina and Saskatoon. If the NDP can win all of those seats, they just need to find 5 more. There's 2 in Moose Jaw, there's 2 in Prince Albert, and there's 2 in the north. That would give them 32 seats. But it's not a lot of margin for error for the New Democrats. So the big question tonight is whether the NDP is actually going to be able to expand the map at all, put any pressure on the Sask Party outside of the cities. So looking at bedroom communities like Martinsville, Blairmore, White City, Capel, will those kinds of ridings be competitive? If they are, then we might be in for a long night, potentially an NDP victory. But if we see that the Sask Party is holding those kinds of ridings, holding some of the suburban seats in Regina and Saskatoon, then Scott Moe probably has another 4 years ahead of him as Premier.
Eric, this is the 3rd provincial election in a little more than a week. We have a presidential election going in the United States next week. We just got the projection of the majority government in BC, New Brunswick. We know Nova Scotia's going. Is there a common thread that we're seeing through these elections that seem to be happening all at the same time?
I think there is one common thread. It is that it is a tough time to be an incumbent. David Eby does look like he's going to hold on to that majority government in British Columbia, but it will be by the skin of his teeth. He almost lost it, and they're going to have to actually do some judicial recounts in at least 2 ridings. You look at what happened in New Brunswick. Blaine Higgs and the PCs not only went down to defeat, but Blaine Higgs himself lost his riding, and that was a riding he had previously won by 50 points. And then when you're looking at what happened in what's happening right now in the United States, while Kamala Harris is not the incumbent president, the Democrats are having trouble as the incumbent party. And just here in Ottawa, you want to find a story of an incumbent that's having a tough time? Well, you can just ask Justin Trudeau.
Eric, what are you seeing when it comes to polling? Because over the last month, this has been a roller coaster of a story. This is not the same story as it was 4 weeks ago.
No, absolutely not. And what we've seen is that it isn't just one poll coming out of the woodwork that shows the NDP is ahead. We've seen multiple polls that shows the NDP has been leading in the final days of the campaign by between 2 and 5 percentage points. Now, will that actually come true tonight? Will we see the NDP ahead in the province-wide vote? Will that put them over the top to get the 31, 32 seats they would need for a majority government? We'll see. But this is not a campaign that we've seen in Saskatchewan for a very long time. The last time you could find a series of polls from different pollsters putting the NDP ahead of the Sask Party, you'd probably have to go back to the time that the NDP was in government. So this is clearly not politics as Saskatchewan has gotten used to.
When you're looking at the issues around the polling, what are some of the things that really stood out to you?
Well, I think it is, as we've seen in elections around the country, that affordability, healthcare, these are really the key issues. And we've seen how Carla Beck has made healthcare one of the cornerstones of her campaign, following in the footsteps of another New Democrat in neighboring Manitoba. Wab Kinew was able to use that formula to oust a PC government there. I think that we're seeing that really the parties, the Sask Party and the New Democrats, trying to focus on those pocketbook issues. Whether it's going to resonate with voters, well, we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, thanks so much for this, Eric. We will check in with Eric again later on in the evening. We know the NDP has been calling for change this entire campaign, hoping that Carla Beck has inspired voters, but it's a lot of pressure for a new leader. As Aishwarya Duda explains, the provincial NDP has had a lot of turnover.
Saskatchewan deserves better. I'm Carla Beck.
Carla Beck's campaign video is metaphorically on point. She's swinging for the fence and trying not to strike out. But let's face it, the NDP leaders haven't been good on the bat lately, not like the old days. The party held power for most of 6 decades between 1944 and 2007, losing power just 3 times. And over that 6-decade stretch, the NDP only had 5 leaders. But then it became a revolving door. Lorne Calvert eked out a narrow victory in 2003 with 30 seats. But the Saskatchewan party was gaining momentum.
So how's it going?
In 2007, Brad Wall won big, and soon after, Calvert stepped down as NDP leader. Next up, Dwayne Lingenfelter. The Saskatchewan party was on a roll with all that resource revenue, and in the 2011 election, the NDP shrunk to 9 seats, its worst showing in 3 decades.
And that was my fault.
Lingenfelter also lost his own seat, a first for an NDP leader, and resigned on election night. Over the next 7 years, the party would go through 3 interim leaders and another leader, Cam Broughton, who would lose his seat in the 2016 election and also resign. Then it was 3rd time's a charm for Ryan Miley, who finally convinced the party to make him their leader.
And it took me 3 times to get into medical school, and well, that ended up working out pretty well ultimately.
In the last election, the NDP grew to 13 seats, and Miley held on to his, but it wasn't enough. In early 2022, the NDP lost an important by-election, and Miley resigned.
The next leader of the Saskatchewan NDP and the next Premier of Saskatchewan, Carla Beck.
Carla Beck is the party's first elected female leader. Her motto, "It's time for change," could apply to the party's high turnover rate. With 8 leaders in 15 years, the NDP is hoping to have a leader who sticks around.
Thanks, Aishwarya. Our political panel has certainly been watching Beck's campaign, haven't you?
Most definitely, Sam. And Merelda, I'm wondering what you think Carla Beck needs to do to not join that list of NDP leaders who've left after the election.
I think we need to see somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 seats. She has to pull 20 seats in order to sort of hang on to that gig and then to be able to build on that, right? And that's something that leader after leader has struggled to do is, you know, get that kind of base that you can build upon. And without that base, it's just really, really hard. You just don't have the resources to really come out of the gates and be a really strong opposition. So she needs some seats.
Marie, what difference would it make if the NDP were to get to 20 or 24?
Well, it would be a huge difference. The difference comes in the form of resources available to them, because the amount of money that they can get from the legislative office is directly attributable to the number of MLAs that they elect. So if you have more, or double the MLAs that they have right now, 14, 28, they get double the resources for research, to hire more staff, etc. I think Carla Beck probably will be disappointed, or the NDP will be disappointed if they don't get at least 10. The expectations are much
10 more.
10 more seats from
So
the 14.
24.
24 altogether, yes. The expectations are much higher for that. And that might put a different place on it. But the NDP are in a great position to change leaders. This would be the 4th or 5th leadership race since in the last 15 years, and that doesn't work out terribly well for parties. So I think that they're anticipating getting more, but to be quite frank, I don't see, unless she does absolutely disastrously, a huge push to push her out of office right now, particularly after the campaign that they had.
Merelda, if she does better for the NDP, if the NDP does better this time around, what do you think that will be attributable to? What has she and the party done?
Well, I think what they've done is started to connect the issues that people are experiencing in the province to the current government. That's the only way to win this space is you have to explain to people, this is the problem that you're having. It's a policy issue in the end. Governments have to make changes, add money, add resources, these things. So you need something to make those things change. Healthcare and education needs both more human resources and actual resources, and we know this.
We'll be watching to see how that plays out throughout the evening as well, Sam.
Okay, thanks, guys. The polls closed 24 minutes ago, and we are still waiting for results to come. And remember that these are being counted by hand. And we've talked so much about the NDP campaign. Let's learn more about that campaign. Alexander Kwan is at NDP headquarters, and he is standing by with the senior campaign strategist.
Yes, Sam, that is, I'm here with Jeremy Nolis. He's a senior NDP strategist. He also is the former chief of staff for NDP Premier Rachel Notley. Now, Jeremy, can you tell me a little bit about what have you been hearing on the doorsteps? How did you run this campaign?
Well, Carla Beck ran the campaign, and what we've been hearing is that people are ready for change. Carla ran on hope and optimism and on things that matter to people, and I think she was very focused on things like fixing healthcare, making life more affordable, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be part of this with her and her team.
Now, you obviously served under Rachel Notley, a successful NDP campaign in a very conservative province. Any kind of similarities you've been seeing here in terms of the campaign?
Yeah, so I wasn't on that campaign. I did watch it. I was a reporter. I joined shortly after in the government, and I think Rachel Notley did some incredible things in Alberta, and I'm feeling that energy again here, and I was watching this in 2015 in Alberta, and I think, again, Rachel Notley focused on what was important to the people of Alberta, and Carla Beck has focused on what's important to the people of Saskatchewan. And again, that's fixing healthcare, making life more affordable, and just bringing change. We heard so much. I was door knocking today, and people are just tired of the current government. They want something better, and I think Carla's offering that to them, and it's such an honor to watch her go.
After 17 years of Saskatchewan Party control here in this province, you mentioned obviously time for change. That's obviously kind of been the tagline for this campaign. In terms of change, what are you hearing from people? What do they want to see change in this province?
Well, I think we've got to start with making life really more affordable and healthcare. Those have been the top two things, but also other things. I had people today talking about education, and I was out in White City, Capel, where we've promised to build a new high school. People were very, very excited about that school, and they know it's been ignored. White City is the largest community in this province that doesn't have a school. So these are the things that Carla's talked about. She's been very focused on those priorities, and I think it's just been such a pleasure again. And I think she'll get to work on day one. Like, I think you'll hear tonight, whenever she does address, that she's ready to get to work. Like, I don't know when she sleeps, but she works so hard, and her whole team has been just out there every day, including today. And so I'm really excited for tonight.
In terms of excitement, obviously, and we've been hearing about polls showing more support for the NDP. In terms of volunteers, in terms of staff members, how are you feeling, with those kind of signs pointing to more momentum for you?
Yeah, Carla will be the first to say there's one poll that matters. It's the one that's starting to trickle in right now, or hasn't quite yet. But it's been really exciting. We've felt a surge of energy in the campaign headquarters. And again, people are just resonating. I don't think enough people in Saskatchewan knew who Carla Beck was at the start of this campaign. I think they certainly know now, because she's talking about the things that matter to them. So yeah, it's been a blast. Like, if I look like I'm beaming tonight, Alex, it's because I am. I've just been so excited to be part of this, and to really deliver something for the people of Saskatchewan I think they're looking for.
Jeremy, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sam, I'll throw it back to you in studio.
All right, thanks for that. Alexander Kwan at NDP headquarters in Regina. Adam, we are still waiting on results. Polls have been closed for 28 minutes, but they got to count them by hand. So let's take a look at some key writings.
They're just doing this, right?
Super hygienic.
Old school, pencil and paper.
Lick those thumbs.
That's right. We're going to look at some writings to watch, and we talked about cabinet ministers from the start, and I mentioned...
Can you remind people what the asterisk means?
Yes. Don't interrupt me. I'm kidding.
I will interrupt you
yes,
when I want
no,
to
it's fine.
interrupt
You can do whatever you want. You're in charge. Christine Tell is the incumbent here. That's what that star means. And in Wascana Plains, this is one that I don't think the Saskatchewan Party would have thought before the campaign. Maybe they'd have to be door knocking a ton. But that southeast part of the city, even into White City Capel, as the guest mentioned there, those are all places where the NDP feels like they have some momentum. So Regina University, which we'll talk about, this is Regina Wascana Plains. This is the Minister of Environment. Brent Blakely, another one of those teachers, more than a dozen current and former teachers running for the NDP, trying to pull off the upset tonight. We're going to go to Prince Albert now, and this is Prince Albert Carleton. No incumbent here because Joe Hargrave, who is was a minister in Scott Moe's cabinet, he won the nomination and decided fairly late in the game that he wasn't up for running and sitting for another 4 years potentially if the government was to hold. Kevin Kassoun came in a little bit late into that nomination, won the nomination. He's running against Carolyn Brostrom, if that's a familiar name to people who watch the news here in the province. She did sue the government as a nurse a few years ago, running for the NDP. She's also been someone who has been nominated way longer than the Saskatchewan Party candidate.
2023, I think.
Yeah, so she has a big advantage in that sense of familiar face to people in that area. And we talked about Moose Jaw being a place where Carla Beck and Scott Moe spent a lot of time. Arguably, the Prince Albert area was the hot spot for both those parties. And finally, we're going to look at one more that was mentioned and was mentioned by the panel, was mentioned by Murray, was also talked about by Sam Sampson. Martensville Blairmore, this is a pair of Martensville City employees, Jamie Martins, Tammy Pike. This is part of the redistribution that split Martensville and Warman up. Terry Jensen is the incumbent cabinet minister running in Warman. But in Martensville, this is the neighborhood that leaks a bit into Saskatoon. Those bedroom communities, if the NDP wants to have success tonight, they need Martensville Blairmore. They need White City Capel. That's another path for them besides the full sweep, which is a tall order in Regina and Saskatoon, PA, Moose Jaw, those seats, the northern seats. We'll wait and see when we get some results, but this is one that we have our eye on because, again, as Murray talked about, as Sam talked about, Scott Moe spent some time here, and he spent some time talking about vote splitting, Sam. And they're not concerned about vote splitting necessarily in Martensville because the Green Party hasn't had traditionally a lot of support there. So this is a bit of a two-horse race, and we'll watch that result tonight as well.
Okay. We've heard from reporters, we've heard from analysts. People might be sick of hearing from us. Why don't we hear from some voters, shall we? Let's talk to Patrick Dinsdale. He is the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce chair, and he lives in Shaunavon. And Jackie Wall is an artist and business consultant in Beanfate. She's also the former executive director of the Estevan Chamber of Commerce. Thank you both for being here.
Well, thank you for the invitation.
As you're waiting for votes to come in tonight, Jackie, I'll start with you. What are you really watching for, particularly as someone down in the Southeast?
Well, it's a very exciting election for me this year because I have two children who voted for the very first time today. So proud moment as a parent. And it really put a different lens on the election for me. My children know nothing other than a Saskatchewan Party government. And so what I'm watching today is the shift that is expected to happen. The shift in how the polls are going to turn out, the shift in it looks like a real rural and urban split, which I think is always concerning in this province. And so that's really what I'm looking for. In our particular riding, the Buffalo Party was fairly strong 4 years ago, which is one of the parties that is a bit of a wild card in some constituencies. So I'm also watching that as well, and how the vote here could possibly be split.
Patrick, what are you watching for tonight? What are the issues for you?
You know, it's been really interesting, going through the different party platforms and seeing what subtle differences and what similarities there are between the two. And of course, some of the more drastic differences that they have. I'm really interested to see which message and how they're resonating and where that might be resonating. It's interesting for me because this is the first election that provincially that I've had a personal friend that I grew up with running, and taking a look at how that's going to happen back in the northern areas where I finished high school and grew up, and how that translates into the different communities that I've been throughout the province. Sounds like there's a lot of change happening, a lot of different engagements going on. What's that going to mean, and what's that going to mean for myself? I always come from a perspective of economic development, reconciliation, and how is that going to impact, and what voice are we going to hear coming from whoever forms government over the next few years? That's going to be really important for me to see and understand that, and this is where it starts.
Patrick, I want to stay with you for a second because I understand you actually moved from Saskatoon to Shaunavon because of the high cost of living. Affordability is a huge part of the campaigns over the last month. Can you tell me about that experience?
Sure. It's been really interesting to see, looking at things over the last few years, how whether it be a combination of pandemic, shortages, funds into the system. I'm not sure what, but we really saw an increase in the cost of living over the last number of years. For myself, that translated into a 35% increase in rent in the past over a 5-year time frame. And so, that led to a decision where myself and my spouse had to sit down and decide, what do we want to do? We have this lovely house in Shaunavon, a beautiful town that is much more affordable than living in Saskatoon. And so we ended up making that choice. And so I'm really interested to see what's going to happen and how the platforms are going to impact housing costs.
Okay, Patrick, thanks for that perspective. We will come back to the panel through tonight for some more analysis and perspective from the voters. But from the voters, let's go to our political panel. And you hear the stories of kids voting for the first time and paying attention. I think there was a real focus on the youth this election, Stephanie.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at some photos of young people at the various campaign headquarters getting ready for results to roll in. And you teach young people at your job at First Nations University, Merelda. How engaged do you think young people were in this campaign?
I think much more so than 4 years ago when students were really struggling. The pandemic was really hard on university students. I mean, it was really hard on everyone, so I won't say they were any worse off, but there were a lot of students who were away from home and isolating and all alone and trying to do all of these things. So I think this time around, they are out and they are talking about these things. There were a number of events on campus where they were talking through some of these issues, and a lot of them are trying to find family doctors. They are in a situation where education costs more and more every year, and all of their living expenses have gone up. So, as somebody who works with a lot of young people, we're often trying to find ways to keep them sort of going until they can finish those things. So it really is something where you see those guys just really needing support and starting to look to the government for it.
And we know that students have struggled with employment and making ends meet and all of that. Marie, I'm wondering what you think was promised for affordability that might resonate.
I think there's a lot in terms of even things like the gas tax and that lift that makes a big difference in people's lives. There wasn't actually a huge amount of promises compared to past elections that we've seen. A lot of it is related to issues that do tend to affect older people, like healthcare, like issues. But think about how much emphasis there was on education in this election, and how connected younger people are who have just finished university, finished high school, that just might be a little bit more in tune with some of the social issues. I'm wondering right now whether that is going to be a factor in this election, whether the Sask Party made a mistake, because I think some of the moves that they made during the campaign, particularly as it related to the change rooms, before that, particularly as it related to Bill 137, the pronoun bill, was pretty much aimed at older people. They talked about parents, and then certainly this would be the issue for grandparents and other issues that came up. I don't know whether that kind of issue or the way the Sask Party was selling that issue was going to resonate with kids that are much younger, which might be a factor. And traditionally, Saskatchewan's elections are governed by older people, me being one of them. So, I can...
well, they vote, right?
They vote, exactly. So, but when I went to the polls, I was absolutely surprised how many younger people I saw out. Now, maybe that's just in the Regina polls or whatever, but I think when you're adding 250,000 people in the city, you're adding a lot of new Canadians, you're adding a lot of younger people, so there's a bit of a double-edged sword to that growth that I think the Sask Party the Sask Party might not have taken as much of an account for, as politically speaking at least, as perhaps they should have. So.
Okay, thanks very much. Sam?
Thank you. Adam, still waiting.
That's what we're here for.
It is what we're here. We're here to bring the entertainment until the ballots start doing the entertainment for us. 38 minutes since the polls have closed, the ballots being counted by hand. We're going to look at some more ridings to watch.
Yeah, better to get it right? We're going to count it by hand. So
wait. We have results.
Yeah, let's hold that.
They're coming in.
Bear with us.
Now we just watch that tiny scoreboard at the bottom of your screen to see what they say. There we go.
So I can talk about this one. Travis Kiesig in Last Mountain Touchwood This is the 2 polls of 39 reporting 13 vote lead, obviously early on. Tara Nordahl running for a second time for the NDP. And Lastmont Touchwood is one where the NDP has kind of said, you know, we think we have a chance here. We think we have a bit of something we haven't seen in a while there. Glenn Hart, who's the longtime MLA there, endorsed Carla Beck a few weeks ago. Athabasca, now this would be a pickup for the NDP. They would regain this seat. They lost in a by-election. Leroy Laliberty running against the incumbent Jim Lemag, 33 vote lead early on in northwest Saskatchewan. This was long-time safe NDP territory. We know this guy. Scott Moe, the leader of the Saskatchewan Party, 135 vote lead with 2 of 38 polls reporting. And Scott Moe looking to lead his party to victory for the second time in an election. We'll be checking in with Dan, of course, in Shelbrook at that rink. We'll want to check and see what the Shelbrook Elks score is later. I know everyone's dying to hear about
Yeah,
that.
of course.
Speaking of scores, Doug Steele in Cypress Hills. Now, this is one of the considered safest seats for the Saskatchewan Party in a pretty healthy lead early on. 4 years ago, the Buffalo Party finished second. It was one of 4 places they finished second. So we'll watch to see what the Buffalo Party, what the Saskatchewan United Party does. This is northeast Saskatchewan and Cumberland. This would be a pickup for the Saskatchewan Party. Gregory Sieb, 34 vote lead ahead of Jordan McPhail, the NDP. And we can tell people that the Saskatchewan Party with 8 ridings reporting, leading in 7, the NDP leading in 1, and of course still 53 seats to come. We're hoping to get results fast and furious, but a good sign that we got some on the board right now, Sam.
Yeah, it means that the party is starting, as we would say, the Super Bowl party for political nerds. The Saskatchewan Party has held power since 2007, but there has been a lot of upheaval, and tonight, more potential losses for a party that's already lost quite a bit. Aishwarya Dutta takes a look back.
The Saskatchewan Party of today looks very different from the one that rose to power and held on election after election. When Brad Wall first led the party to victory in 2007, former Liberals who helped shape the party were key voices at the table, including June Droughty, Ken Kravets, Rod Gantifor, and Bob Benrod. And some of the early MLAs would hold cabinet positions for years, including Donna Harpower, Don Morgan, and Dustin Duncan. Other high-profile MLAs would come along, including Gord Wyant and Mark Docherty, and win multiple elections. But in the past year, there's been a mass exodus. 22 of 48 Sask Party MLAs elected in 2020 are not on the ballot this time around, including all of these long-term MLAs. And while it's true, some have passed away, been cast aside because of criminal charges, or lost their nomination bid, most have chosen to retire from provincial politics, including Harpower, Duncan, Morgan, and Wyant. Former Sask Party MLA Mark Docherty resigned last year, saying he couldn't defend the government's record on the doorstep. He threw his support behind Carla Beck and the NDP in the weeks leading up to the election.
I think that the Sask Party's lost their way.
Randy Weeks lost his bid, then had a very public fight with his former Sask Party colleagues in the legislature. He also endorsed the NDP.
I never left the Sask Party. The Sask Party left me.
Weeks is among those who say the party has swayed too far right from its origins. And while the party touts a record of experience, the Sask Party of 2024 has a lot of rookies on the roster.
Thanks for that, Aishwarya. 53 seats still to come at this point, very early in the results. The Saskatchewan Party leading with 7, the NDP with just 1. Adam, let's take a look at some more results as they come in.
It's important to remind our viewers right now, we know that all the results that have come in so far are rural Saskatchewan, no Regina or Saskatoon seats reporting so far. Daryl Harrison in Cannington, 41 vote lead over the NDP. This is really safe Saskatchewan Party territory. Historically, the Buffalo Party finished second here 4 years ago.
Okay.
We're going to look at Lloydminster now. This is Colleen Young, a cabinet minister, a minister of advanced education, 54 vote lead early on over Adam Tremblay. And Joshua Bloom of the Saskatchewan United Party close behind that with 5 votes, 2 of 28 polls reporting. Now, no orange on the board here in Weyburn-Bengoff. So far, we see Michael Uyghur, who's running for the first time, a lawyer in Weyburn. This is Dustin Duncan's longtime seat. Second place, the Sask United Party. Third place is the Buffalo Party at 42 vote lead for Michael Uyghur of the Saskatchewan Party. If you look at the map down here behind me, we can see the gray. That's where nothing is reported. Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, Prince Albert, and Regina, all gray. The orange in the corner here, northwest corner, is Athabasca. The green is Cumberland, and these other rural ridings, green. The green ridings right now, as to be expected from the Saskatchewan Party, Sam.
And it is very early on. We're still waiting on a number of seats still to come, but we will get to those as they arrive. The election comes after the longest teacher strike in our province's history. We will talk about that a little later on, but let's go to the political panel for these preliminary results. Some reaction.
Thanks very much, Sam. And we were just seeing from Aishwarya there about the turnover in the Saskatchewan Party, not just amongst the NDP and its leadership over the last 10, 15 years, but this party has lost a ton of experience, Merelda. What do you see there in terms of what this Saskatchewan Party field of candidates has to offer compared to prior ones?
Yeah, I mean, if I think about back to the time when I was your backup covering politics, so not as good as you, but when you're looking at those things and you're thinking about the people that you were there, first of all, they knew how to handle the media. That's a big one. If you're going to be sitting in government, you're going to be dealing with the media a lot. So they know how to do that. They know how to talk to the media. Secondly, they had experience with government. They understood how government worked. They had, professions that kind of led naturally into those spaces. And so when you talk about that kind of change and turnover, what you have is a lot of inexperience. And sometimes inexperience is when those little mistakes, those little miscommunications lead to bigger problems, not only with your sort of external communications, but also communicating internally, because you've also got to then build all of these new relationships with the civil service.
Good point. And let's talk about internally in the caucus, because Marie, some of the strongest detractors of Scott Moe in the last few weeks have been his former colleagues, either advisors or other MLAs, including Mark Doherty in Regina, who says that when he and Brad Wall disagreed, he could still meet and talk with him, and he can't get a meeting with Scott Moe, and he's in his caucus. So what do you think has happened here in terms of the Saskatchewan Party?
Well, you've lost your finance minister. You've lost Don Morgan and Dustin Duncan, who were your utility knives here. They could do absolutely, Swiss Army knives.
In case my dad's watching.
In case your dad's watching, yes. They could be placed anywhere and were placed anywhere. You've lost Gord Wine to the Saskatoon mayor's race right now. Those are veteran people that, and this is all before whatever happens tonight happens. And sometimes you lose cabinet ministers on night. So this is a little bit of this is a lot problematic for the Sask Party and could be increasingly problematic. But one of the real problems, I think, is they're not growing new people, younger people in this caucus in the Sask Party. And I think in terms of where they have the younger people running, it might be in tough ridings for them to get elected.
Okay, well, we'll be watching as you are, Sam.
Thank you. As I mentioned, this election does come after the longest teacher strike in our province's history.
I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
More than 13,000 teachers walked off the job on different days as labor negotiations dragged on. The main issues were teacher pay and classroom size and complexity. Contract talks eventually stalled, and the dispute is now in binding arbitration. Still, the teachers union launched an ad campaign urging people to make public education a priority at the ballot box. Our Ethan Williams is standing by with a high school teacher in Regina. Ethan?
Yeah, that's right, Sam. Well, one person who knows a lot about this is Christian Mbanza, and he is a high school teacher at Leboldus High School in Regina. He's joined us here at Hampton Hub Restaurant in Regina tonight. Christian, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me on this exciting night.
Yeah, of course, and we don't know yet who is going to be forming government in the province. Of course, results still a little ways away here. But I want to know, whoever does form government next, what's your message to them about kind of what is the most pressing issue in the classroom right now?
I think we're looking for a government that's accountable, number one, and also addressing and prioritizing the needs of educators, because for us, the students are the future, and that's who we want to continue to give our resource and help to. And so addressing classroom complexity and classroom violence are primary issues for a lot of educators.
How does classroom complexity and classroom violence, how does that affect your job as a teacher and being able to teach your students?
Well, first, I think it's important to understand when we talk about classroom complexity, it's classroom sizes and then student needs as well. Right? It's important that for educators, they have to now be efficient and diligent with each and every student, and affording time for each and every student is not a luxury that we have. And also the needs, as diverse as our student population is becoming, we have to now start to address the needs of these students as well. Not just inside the classroom, but outside the classroom as well.
Yeah, and I know that you are an advocate for students who are Black students, who are visible minorities. How does those issues in the classroom ultimately impact your ability to advocate for them, like you say, even outside the classroom?
Well, for me, I continue to stay positive in understanding that my presence in representation is already an asset, so I try to use that. I can't, unfortunately, spend each and every second explaining to students that they belong in this education system, they belong in this community, so I try to do that by my presence and being present in as many different places as I can.
Now, I know you've been paying attention a bit to the campaign as well. Has there been any messages that you've heard from any of the political parties or any politicians that have kind of caught your ear as to they may be kind of working on solutions and might work best for classrooms?
Well, for me, it's always about a change and looking at a way to do things anew, right? We can't continue to do things the old way, especially since after COVID has came. We have to now start to reflect on different things. So I'm looking for a government that's also excited and positive and looking forward to that change.
Okay, Christian, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
That is Christian Mbanza. He is a high school teacher at Leboldis High School in Regina. And Sam, clearly something that is on his mind, education, of course, not just for him, but for a lot of people in this province, and something that we will continue to watch even after the election is over.
Thanks so much, Ethan. As you may have noticed, if you're watching the bottom of your screen or you're listening on the radio, it's time for a number update. 48 still to come. 12 leading for the Sask Party, 1 for the NDP. Let's take a quick look, Adam, at how things have potentially changed.
We're going to talk about Batoche right here. This is one in the last couple of days where I heard the NDP was making some gains, potentially a 92 vote lead for Darlene Rowden. This is Delbert Kirsch's old seat. He was a longtime Saskatchewan Party MLA, retiring after a number of years in caucus, and we see that the map is starting to green up in rural Saskatchewan. Something Michael Boda from Election Saskatchewan talked about, Sam, saying that we're expecting the rural votes to come in early. Terry Brom with a 49-vote lead in Carrot River Valley over CJ Binkley. 2 of 32 polls reporting here. This is Fred Bradshaw's old seat, another one of those Sask Party longtime MLAs who's stepping away from politics. We have Chris Beaudry with a 182-vote lead in Kelvington Wadena. The second place right now is the Saskatchewan United Party at 43 votes. Lauren Schroeder of the NDP with 33, with 3 of 33 polls reporting. So early on in rural Saskatchewan, it's going according to script for the Saskatchewan Party, Sam.
And when you consider it's 2,500 votes in the system at this point in the evening, when you know early voting was more than 250,000 people, we got a lot of votes still to come, but this is an early picture of where things are starting out, and it's starting out stronger for the Sask Party, but again, nothing in the cities so far.
Yeah, no surprises, because this is where the Saskatchewan Party has their strength. It's in rural Saskatchewan, and that's playing out right now with that 12-1 lead. But as you said, very early, still the city seats to come, and early in some of these polls reporting. A lot of the ones that we've shown viewers and listeners, those are places where we expect the Saskatchewan Party to have a lot of strength.
And this is going to take some time. They are being counted by hand, so some patience for those people who have to count those and get the results in. Let's go now now to NDP headquarters. We heard through some of the stories earlier tonight about how some Sask Party former MLAs and staffers have thrown their support behind the NDP, and Alexander Kwan is standing by with one of them.
That's right, Sam. Yes, I'm with Ian Hanna. He's a former speechwriter for Brad Wall, the Sask Party premier. Now, Ian, can you tell me a little bit about what changed your mind? What made you endorse and come out for Carla Beck?
The red line for me was Bill 137 when the premier used the notwithstanding clause. I felt that was inappropriate. Then we had the incident involving the 2 young children in Balgonie. I thought that was poorly handled. Quite frankly, what we have is a party that used to show integrity and used to stand up for things, middle of the road things that most people in Saskatchewan appreciated. Now they've turned into kind of a dog whistle, wedge issue kind of generating machine. For me, it was inappropriate, and that's why I decided to endorse Carla Beck and the Saskatchewan NDP.
Was it a tough decision for you to kind of, you've obviously been a speechwriter for Brad Wall. You worked for the Saskatchewan Teachers Federation. Was it a tough decision for you to throw your support behind Carla Beck?
It didn't happen overnight. We had a couple of conversations. I worked with her over a period of months, and the more I saw, the better I felt. And I think that was echoed in what people saw in the debate. I think the debate was a real pivot point. You saw a woman who for the first time came out and became something in Saskatchewan, the leader of a political party that could form government. She sounded reasonable, she sounded humble, she sounded like she had good policies, and I think that's when we saw the undecided break. The undecided went down and started moving towards the NDP. Interestingly enough, one of the big motivators was healthcare. Healthcare is in chaos. We need more nurses, we need more doctors, we need more all staff. We can't have women going to Calgary for a breast biopsy or a mammogram. That's just not on. People in Saskatchewan won't stand for that.
You obviously have a background in education as well. What have you been hearing from people who you've been talking to? What have you heard from them saying what they want, in terms of a government, in terms of change?
What you hear from people is what you heard from Mohammed Fayez, who's running in Pasqua, my riding in Regina. He's the candidate for the Saskatchewan Party. He complained about large-sized classrooms. He said his kid wasn't getting a good education. Those are the kinds of things you hear, and I wish Mr. Fayez would have said that publicly and done something about it. We've reached the point in Saskatchewan. In 2016, we were #1 in the nation in terms of per capita student operating funding. Now we're dead last. People don't like that.
Ian, thank you very much.
Thanks. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Sam, I'll throw it back to you in the studio. That was Ian Hanna, former speechwriter for Brad Wall, former Sask premier. Sam, back to you.
All right, thanks, Alex. I will take you to Sask Party headquarters in a minute, but first I want to draw your attention to the results as they've come in, because I don't know that we particularly expected this.
Yeah,
Adam, do you want to tell us the numbers?
This is one of those things where we
It's still early.
It's very early, and so we see a PC on there, and that would be surprising if it holds, but we'll see what's happening on the board right now. Kim Gardner, a 442 vote lead in Kindersley Bigger. This is another place where the Sask Party has a really somewhat safe seat, but this is also a really interesting story where Randy Weeks ran for the nomination. You may be a familiar name, face. We've seen him tonight already.
Former speaker, perhaps, if you need a jogged memory.
Former speaker, and he lost his nomination in December to Kim Gardner. There was some bad blood there, obviously. And Randy Weeks has since spoken out against the Saskatchewan Party government very publicly, endorsing Carla Beck. But here, an early lead and a healthy lead for the Saskatchewan Party. In Moosomin-Montmart, we move now to the eastern half of the province. Kevin Weedmark, he's the publisher and owner of the Moosomin World Spectator, one of the oldest, longest serving newspapers in Saskatchewan. He won the nomination, 59 vote lead over Chris Ball with 5 of 35 polls reporting. So early on, Stephen Bonk was the former MLA here. He won the Conservative Party nomination. Lori Carr with a 93 vote lead in Estevan Big Money. This would be also considered very safe Saskatchewan Party territory. Phil Zajak's on the board here. I want to draw your attention to him. He is the Buffalo Party leader. 4 years ago, the Buffalo Party finished second in Estevan. It was one of those 4 constituencies where they came a surprising second. And we have very early on, this is in Saskatchewan Rivers, Bernard Lalonde with a 2-vote lead over Eric Schmalz of the Saskatchewan Party. Doug Racine of the NDP with 7. Now, interestingly enough, there's one person we don't see on the board here early. It's Nadine Wilson, who's running in Saskatchewan Rivers. She is the former leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, now trying to win her seat back. She's the incumbent. That's why we don't see a star on this screen here. And she is in probably what's going to be a 3-way race. Right now, it's a 3-way race that she's not in, but we expect to see her on the board at some point. Saskatchewan Rivers is one to watch tonight, and that's why.
Your map's getting colored in.
And the map just turned. The map just turned orange there. How about this? We have our first elect. Jinx.
It is a big night for Scott Moe, a really big night for Scott Moe. This is his second election as leader of the Saskatchewan Party, and not really a surprise that he would do well in his own riding.
Yeah, Scott Moe, second win, as you mentioned, as the leader of the Saskatchewan Party, but also he won in 2011. He won a contested nomination against Dennis Allchurch, who was a long-term Saskatchewan Party MLA. So he won that 2016 as an MLA, and then 2020 as a leader, and then once again tonight. So big night for Scott Moe. It could be a bigger night. We'll see what happens a little later on, but right now we have our first elected member projection here for Scott Moe, and it's 21-4 on the board, leading and elected for the Saskatchewan Party, 4 for the NDP. But as we look down here to the map, Sam, no results reporting yet from Prince Albert, from Saskatoon, from Regina, from Moose Jaw. So we're still waiting for those big races where the NDP is hoping to make a lot of gains tonight.
I just want to know how many more times we're going to say things in unison.
Hopefully a lot.
It's going to make it fun for the people at home. Okay, from here in studio, let's head up to Saskatoon. Sam Sampson is at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon, and she is standing by with the former finance minister.
That's right, someone who knows Scott Moe, I'd say pretty well over the past few years. This is Donna Harpower, as you mentioned, former finance minister, but also an MLA in Humboldt-Watrous for almost, I guess, 25 years.
25 years.
Congratulations on such a successful career.
Thank you so much.
Let's start right away talking about the leader of the Saskatchewan Party. I mean, he has just been reelected in his own seat. You were the co-chair of this campaign. What do you think was successful for him as a leader this time around?
You know what? It is the record that he has set. Like we have led the country on many fronts for the economy, and our leader gets it. How if you don't have a strong economy, you can't pay for the services for the people of Saskatchewan, and yet he's still very compassionate for those services, which is why we delivered a budget that was heavily weighted towards healthcare and education. So I feel that Scott Moe is very connected with the people of Saskatchewan. He listens to the people of Saskatchewan, and he tries to do the balance between what we can do economically, because that pays for everything, as well as the services people deserve.
As the outgoing finance minister, though, there has been some criticism of challenges balancing the budget. What do you hope, should the Saskatchewan Party continue to govern over the next 4 years, how do you hope they approach it?
Yeah, it's always a balancing act with budgets, because there's always more that you can do, and you need to recognize that, and yet you need to balance it within the revenues that are available to you. Thankfully, the last 2 budgets were balanced. And hopefully at the end of this fiscal year, that with this budget, although it's showing a bit of a deficit, will come to balance it by the end of the year too, by looking for efficiencies throughout the year. But, I'm very, very passionate about balancing the budgets. However, it has to be in a balance with what services you're delivering.
I'm curious, if we look at it on a national scale, incumbent governments have had a bit of a challenge, and even Moe himself has said this has been a challenging election just this past weekend. Specifically, I'm referencing New Brunswick, where the government flipped just last week. Has that been part of the conversation during this campaign?
There is no doubt, as we enter a campaign, and it starts with the people and what we're hearing from the people. And when you have been a governing party for as long as we have, there is no doubt that a huge challenge is time for change. Time for change doesn't necessarily have a reason. It's just, they've been there long enough. And that is harder to battle than an actual reason. Also, the longer you govern, the more that there's going to be that one story or that one incident that maybe you didn't get it right, or maybe you couldn't get it right. But either or, that builds up over time, whereas the opposition has the luxury of not building those stories.
Is there something you think that your party didn't get right over the past few years?
You know, not specific, but there are times where you go, I don't know, if we would have went the other route, would have it turned out better? I don't have a specific anecdotal story, though.
Well, thank you very much for your time. This is Donna Harpower. She has been an MLA in Humboldt-Watrous area for 25 years, has chosen to retire from politics. Again, congratulations.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Sam.
Thanks, Sam. That's never going to get old for me, thanking Sam and throwing to Sam all night long. The joke just writes itself. Or does it? Let's take a look at the ridings. We have 21 elected or leading for the Saskatchewan Party, 5 for the NDP. I think we're going to talk to Eric Grenier first before we do this. We are. I'm sorry, Eric. I forgot about you. I started getting excited about the results. We're not seeing city results yet, but we are seeing the rural ridings, which we kind of expected to happen. And a lot of these votes, like the majority of votes, real close, like really close in some of these. They could still flip back and forth.
Yeah, well, that's possible. We're still very early on in the count, but it really matters where the results are coming from. If you look at the list of 21 ridings, right now where the Sask Party is ahead, not a single one would be one that we thought that the Sask Party was going to lose. What we're seeing is that a lot of the results that are coming in are coming from rural ridings where usually the boxes where people cast their ballots, there's fewer ballots in them because there's not as many voters in the community, for example. That's why it's taking longer to get some results from Regina and Saskatoon. There's a lot more votes in each of those boxes. They take longer to count. So if you're talking about what does this mean for the outcome, look at that Sask Party number 21, only 5 for the NDP. This is actually not going badly for the New Democrats because the 5 ridings where they're leading, 2 of them are ridings that we thought that they should win, Athabasca and Cumberland in the north. But the other 3 where they're leading, it's Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan Rivers, and White City Capel. Those are bonus ridings for the NDP. They're not ones that they would need to reach 31 seats to get a majority government. That doesn't mean anything yet because a lot of these ridings, we're talking about dozens of votes, but it provides a bit of context to viewers and to listeners that the big number for the Sask Party right now, 21, it would be a shock if they actually lost any of these 21 tonight. So we're still really early on. We don't really know what it's going to mean just yet, so we still got lots of ballots to count.
Thank you for the context, Eric. I promise I will remember when we're coming back to you next time. Okay, from Ottawa to studio, for real this time. Adam Hunter, he was talking about the context and how the Sask Party may likely hold on to these 21 seats that we see so far, but there are still more than 30 seats to go, and there is a big old hole in the middle of this map.
Yeah, this is Regina, and this right here is White City Capel, which right now is NDP orange. That's Lumsden Morse, that's Saskatchewan Party green, and we have all of these seats, 12 in total in Regina, up for grabs tonight. And this was one of the battlegrounds, Regina, Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, Prince Albert. So we'll be watching Regina. I can tell you that we're going to zoom to Saskatoon, and the area around Saskatoon is green for the Saskatchewan Party, but inside the city right now, and we're still waiting on Martensville-Blairmore as well, the 14 seats make that 15 with Martensville-Blairmore. We're waiting on in Saskatoon. That's 27 seats. Those are, most of them we're expecting in play. I'm not here for my math, I can promise you. Cut Knife Turtleford. This is James Thorsteinson, the former president of the Saskatchewan Party with a 53-vote lead. No incumbent here. Ryan Domator was the former MLA for the Saskatchewan Party, later sitting as an independent. Early on, 53-vote lead there. Barrett Kropp in Dakota Arm River, a new candidate for the Saskatchewan Party, replacing Dana Scorapad, who decided not to run after one term, leads with 157 votes over Jordan Weens of the NDP. And Grady Burns here in White City Capel, we talked about those communities outside the main cities. That's a place where the Saskatchewan Party NDP had some battlegrounds, potentially 39-vote lead for Grady Burns early on, just 2 of 29 polls reporting. And we have Doug Racine here now leading in Saskatchewan Rivers. We saw Bernard Lalonde earlier with that first poll reporting, now 5 of 34. And Doug Racine with a 33-vote lead. Still no Nadine Wilson on this board for the Saskatchewan United Party. That'll be a disappointment for them if that holds through the evening.
I'm just less speechless now that things have moved a little, because I really wasn't expecting that off the hop. You think of all the situations, and I mean, anything can happen, right, political panel?
Sure can. We've also been wondering what's up with SUP And even if Nadine Wilson isn't doing well, their candidates are in a couple of rural ridings. They're running second with about the same number of votes as the NDP, Sask Party in the lead. Merelda, what do you see as the role of the Saskatchewan United Party in this election?
Well, I think what they are trying to do is show the Saskatchewan Party that they don't feel represented either. I mean, we heard from Ian Hanna not that long ago. He said he didn't feel represented. You're seeing those groups pick other parties and move into other sides. So their role is really to pull all of those people to them and actually get a seat and get a little bit of a voice and a little sort of inch in the door.
Even if they don't get a seat, Murray, they've played an outsized role in policy, I think it's fair to say, the Saskatchewan United Party, from sex education in Lumsden to change rooms in Balgony. What's the role of the Saskatchewan United Party so far tonight?
Well, you just described it. How influential they have been on Scott Moe can't be understated in terms of political policy that we've seen in the last 4 years and the result. Now, one of the reasons you're seeing Sask United results is they have very few candidates actually running in the cities. So this is where you're going to see them make some noise. It's very interesting that Nadine Wilson, very early obviously, but very interesting that Nadine Wilson, who would probably be the best known Sask United Party candidate, has not registered on the board so far. I don't think that'll be the case. I think that'll be an interesting three-way race by the end of things, particularly the way things are going right now. But in terms of the impact, it's less about their electoral success than it is about the worry of their electoral success. And I guess the numbers are high enough that they validate the concerns that Scott Moe has been expressing pretty much since the 2020 election about splitting the vote, about third parties on the right, et cetera, et cetera. But as Adam has mentioned, that we have no results from Saskatoon, Regina, Prince Albert, or Moose Jaw is patently ridiculous at this particular point. And I think it's giving, as Mr. Renier said, a very distorted view of the election map right now. This race could be potentially a little closer than we think it obviously is, with the board looking at 21-5 right now, because as Mr. Renier said, those are the seats that the Sask Party is expected to win, whether there's split votes with the Saskatchewan United Party, Buffalo Party, or the Progressive Conservatives, all running in those areas.
Merelda, it was the Buffalo Party that Scott Moe shouted out at the last election, but we haven't heard as much from them this time around. What do you see as for the role of the 5 other parties that we have not talked as much as the NDP and the Saskatchewan Party?
Well, I think they've got to ask themselves if they have something different to really offer, or if you have these sort of 5 conservative parties that are all kind of now saying the same thing. And how do you even expect voters to differentiate between those things? It's a lot of the same. It's a lot of the same sort of connecting. And so their role is either to figure out what they could do together, if they really want to sort of take charge here and get seats and do those things, or to figure out how then to reinsert themselves into the Saskatchewan Party. Otherwise, you're just splitting the same pie 5 ways and no one's getting a bigger piece. You're just redistributing those votes over and over and over again.
Murray, they did flirt, right? The Buffalo Party and the Saskatchewan Progressive Party with?
Yeah, there's the talk about mergers and talk about Progressive Conservative Party have a whole lot of money from the old Progressive Conservative days when they used to be government here, and everybody has their kind of eye on that money. And there was even a possibility of the Sask United Party basically merging with these other parties, and I guess that's a point of interest. So far, though, I'm really not seeing the way this campaign and this evening is developing right now at this very moment, them to be as effective as I think Scott Moe thought they'd be. So far, we're not seeing them split vote. Let's see what happens in Saskatchewan Rivers and a few other of these seats. But my goodness, let's see what's happening in the cities so that we can get a better idea of what the overall province is.
Sam.
All right, thanks for this. We are going to go now out on the street to our Ethan Williams, who is out at a watch party. Ethan, we've been hearing from Election Saskatchewan. It could be another 50 minutes before we actually get substantive results. I know you talked to Michael Boda today. Do you want to run us through why this feels like it's taking forever? I mean, polls have been closed for an hour and almost 15 minutes.
Yeah, and this is something that Michael Boda said Saskatchewan, our election in Saskatchewan was preparing for the possibility for. Basically, this comes as a result of a change in the number of actual physical polling locations across the province that are particularly impacting those larger urban centers like Regina, like Saskatoon. There were fewer of them, so what that means is that there are less actual ballot boxes to be counting those ballots from, but you have to make up for that somehow. So that means that those ballots end up all kind of getting put all together in less ballot boxes. There's more of them to count in each box, essentially. Now, Boda told me earlier today that they have deployed about 175 additional teams of counters that will be helping out with urban results as a result of this. But as when I talked to him this afternoon, there was no indication of how long it was going to take to get all of that counted. But now we know it, a 50-minute delay, obviously a substantial wait, and different than what we have seen in the past in terms of these elections, Sam.
All right, thanks for this, Ethan. We will patiently continue to wait to see what's going to happen, but this certainly is having a big impact on the major centers for sure tonight.
It's adding to the drama.
It is
just
adding
say
to the
that
drama.
because we expected this, and pollsters would have expected this, pundits would have expected this, our panel's been talking about it, but this map being green right now behind me is not surprising where it's green.
No, not at all.
So Kim Gardner, we're projecting elected in Kindersley Bigger, convincing margin here. This was, again, we talked about it, Randy Weeks' old seat, but it's a split. So Ken Francis was held part of the seat. Bigger area was Randy Weeks' riding. Kim Gardner will be the MLA there, convincing for him. Another convincing margin here, Doug Steele in Cypress Hills. But interestingly enough here, this was a place where the Buffalo Party was second 4 years ago. So the NDP is a distant second, but still second. Doug Steele is first elected in 2016. Kevin Wiedemark, welcome to the legislature. 9-13 margin here out in Moosomin-Momart, Stephen Bonk's former seat. He won the nomination for the Conservative Party of Canada fairly recently. And then this is a familiar face, a cabinet minister, an incumbent with that star. Jim Ryder returns to the legislature, 842 vote lead, Rosetown Delisle. You know, if the Saskatchewan Party can form government tonight, Jim Ryder was the Minister of Energy and Resources. They need a new finance minister. They're going to need some other ministerial portfolios to be filled. Keep an eye on Jim Ryder. If that comes to pass for the Saskatchewan Party, still a long ways to go, obviously. 23 leading and elected for the Saskatchewan Party, 3 for the NDP. But as we talked about and as Ethan talked about, still a long ways to go. Our map for Saskatoon, Prince Albert, Battlefords, Yorkton, Moose Jaw, and Regina, still gray.
Okay, thanks for that, Adam. We know that teachers and healthcare workers have been pushing hard this election campaign. They want more support.
It's time we remind all of them and make it clear. Safe staffing gets my vote. Safe staffing gets my vote. Safe staffing gets my vote. Safe staffing gets my vote.
Nurses and doctors have been sounding the alarm about what they call a broken healthcare system. Hospitals frequently over capacity, even being cited for fire code violations. Emergency room patients being treated in hallways, and healthcare workers are complaining of burnout or just quitting altogether. They've been calling on the government to recruit more workers and to fix the systemic problems. Tonight, we are joined by Stephanie Fair. She's an ER nurse at St. Paul's Hospital in Saskatoon, and Dr. Kathy Ferguson, an ER physician in Regina. Thank you both for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Stephanie, I want to start with you. Just tell me what it's been like in your experience working in healthcare, let's say since the last 4 years, since the last election.
I mean, it has been a continuous slope downwards. We have been seeing worsening and worsening conditions. The capacity in the hospital has been worsening and worsening as well, which is leading to our emergencies being completely overburdened by the amount of patients we're expected to care for, because the rest of the hospital I work at St. Paul's Hospital, and the hospital is completely full every day. So our daily baseline now is that we sit at 200% capacity, which is basically we have twice the amount of patients we can safely care for as a baseline every day. So as you can imagine, the burnout is incredible. We're losing very highly skilled, trained nurses who have lasted in this career for years, but it's gotten to the point where they can't do it anymore. And so they're leaving in droves. We're also killing off our baby healthcare workers, the healthcare workers that have only been in it for a few months, and the burnout and the stress on them is incredible, and they're leaving as well. We are at a dire crisis point, and I can't even find words for how bad it is.
Stephanie, thanks for sharing that with us. Kathy, you are an ER physician. I'm wondering what your experience is and what you're hearing from your colleagues. We've heard a lot from nurses over the last number of months about the amount of burnout, about the stress on the healthcare system. We haven't heard as much from physicians. What are you experiencing?
I think we're experiencing the same thing. We're very sad to see the lack and the loss of the senior nursing staff. They are really the people, especially in the emergency department, that carry the department along. They're the people that we go to, they're the people we rely on. And I would say that 90% of our senior staff has left, and the new staffing coming in, their turnover is high as well. They're burned out.
Kathy, what are you hoping? I mean, it's still early. We don't know necessarily who's going to form government tonight, but what are you hoping is the first priority when it comes to specifically physicians and what you've been experiencing as a doctor?
I would really like to see more recruitment and retention of physicians. I think that a recruitment has been attempted, but not with any great gusto, and retention is sorely lacking. We have so many physicians who are deciding to leave, especially to go to the West Coast, and their pay drops by about 30%, but they're happier being there than they are making more money in Saskatchewan.
I'm curious, what keeps you doing the job? Why haven't you stopped?
I was born and raised here. I love my job. We work as a team. It's a really tight-knit group in the emergency department, and I love my team. They work hard, they're smart, they're capable, they're compassionate, and I feel so fortunate to be part of that team.
Stephanie, what are you hoping from when it comes to whoever forms government tonight?
I'm hoping that frontline healthcare has more of a voice than they've had in healthcare in the last while. I mean, as you can see, I'm sporting an NDP pin today because I am truly hoping for some change to come out of this election, because we've seen 17 years of healthcare under the Sask party, and I really think the NDP of the two leading parties is the only one who's actually shown up for the frontline healthcare workers. We held a healthcare worker forum that we invited both the Sask party and the NDP to come to engage with us and hear our ideas, because the frontline does have ideas that we've been trying to get to help fix the problems, and only the NDP are the ones who spent their very precious time during the campaign to come out and actually engage with the frontline healthcare workers of this province. And so what I'm hoping for is actual engagement of the front line to solve this problem. And the number one problem I think that needs to be fixed, as well as retention of our staff and improving staffing, is the capacity issue, because we are just bursting at the seams, I think, in probably every hospital across the province.
Stephanie, Kathy, thank you both so much for joining us to share your experiences tonight. And also, thank you for all you do in healthcare, because there's a lot of people who rely on you, and we appreciate it and hope you feel appreciated.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, let's go back to results and ridings and the numbers, Adam. Let's have a looky-loo.
Yeah, we have the 23 leading elected for the Saskatchewan Party, 3 for the NDP. Leroy Laliberte increasing his lead over the incumbent in Athabasca, Jim LeMag, here in northwest Saskatchewan. 302 vote lead, so this would be a pickup for the NDP, one they need. Jordan McPhail with a 1 vote lead over Gregory Sieb of the Saskatchewan Party. 4 of 37 polls reporting this is the other big orange block here in northeast Saskatchewan. This would be a hold for the NDP. This would be a pickup for the NDP. 39 vote lead for Grady Burns. 2 of 29 polls reporting here in White City, Capel, just outside of Regina. And once again, I mentioned it last time I was on, Moose Jaw, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, Saskatoon, the Battlefords still have not reported. So we're waiting for those. Still 35 to come. So you're going to see that 23-3 or hear that on the radio. And it's still very early. We're going to be here for a little while, Sam, but we have so much planned for everyone.
A little while. We're going to be here for a long while.
That's okay. That's okay.
We got lots going on.
We got you. We got you.
We do. And if not, Adam will do a dance for you a little later on or something.
We can only hope.
Do we? Let's go now to NDP headquarters. Alexander Kwan is standing by, and he is joined by a longtime MLA hoping to be re-elected tonight.
Yes, thank you, Sam. Yeah, I'm here with Trent Witherspoon. He's the sitting NDP MLA. He's also a candidate for Mount Royal. Now, Trent, talk to me a little bit about what are you hearing on the doorsteps? What have you been hearing from people as you've been out campaigning?
Well, clearly right across this province, on the doorsteps of the good people I represent, we're hearing that it's time for change in Saskatchewan. We're hearing it from many that had placed their trust and their vote in the current governing party, folks that are looking for something better when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, when it comes to cost of living, when it comes to accountability and value for money. People are looking for change across this province.
Trent, we've just heard there's going to be a little bit of a delay for results in the cities. Any kind of response? Are you ready for a longer night tonight?
Listen, everyone's been working so hard. This is all about the people of Saskatchewan here tonight. We trust in the process. It's going to be a bit of a marathon. Our teams have worked so hard. Our candidates have been so inspiring right across this province. So we're certainly fine with taking a little time here tonight for all those votes to be counted. And I'm so thrilled as well to see some of the early indications that some of our rural candidates ahead in the polls right now as well. So this may be a long night, but we're excited about what's ahead of us.
Trent, talk to me a little bit about Carla Beck. Obviously, first time that she's leading this party into a general election. What have you taken away from her as being the new leader of this party?
She's a remarkable leader. She's as genuine as they come. She's rock solid as a person. She cares deeply about this province and the people within it. And she has the ability to connect with people of all different walks of life, whether that be on the farm in rural Saskatchewan, whether that be meeting with those that are working at the Everest Steel Mill in North Regina, whether that be on a First Nation, whether that be with the business community. She's really genuine and just real. She's just a real person who gives her heart and soul to building this province.
Now, Trent, you're also the MC for this event tonight. What have you been seeing from people here? What have you been hearing from people here in this room tonight?
Well, incredible energy, incredible hope. And we have an election where, of course, we see a real path to serving as a government. But really what drives all of us is what that means for our province. It's not about one party beating the other party. It's about the future we can build in this province. We know right now that people deserve better. We know it's time for change. And if given the chance, we're ready to work with everyone in this province, in every region, and frankly, regardless of how they vote in this election.
Now, polling has also shown a surge in support for the NDP. Was that a surprise for you? How did you feel when you started seeing those poll results come out?
Well, it was reflective of what we were feeling on the ground and hearing through communities across our province, what we were hearing door to door to door, and what our candidates were feeling, both in rural ridings, in our smaller centres like Yorkton and North Battleford, but of course also in Regina and Saskatoon and Moose Jaw and Prince Albert. It's exciting. We're taking nothing for granted. We've worked really hard to earn the trust to serve, and we would never take that duty lightly in serving all the people of this province.
Now, Trent, obviously you are interested in your race. Anything else, any other races that you're kind of looking or paying attention to?
Well, I'm watching all of them because people have poured their heart and soul into these races. I'm watching some of the races like that in Last Mountain Touchwood with Tara Nordal, an awesome person, grain farmer, multi-generation family within that riding. and she's just a tremendous candidate and has earned a whole lot of support in that riding. So I'm watching it, or ridings like White City Copel with Grady Burns as well. So some of these rural ridings, obviously it's going to be really interesting to see where we're at in all of the Regina and Saskatoon ridings and Prince Albert and Moose Jaw, but I'm really excited about seeing some very serious progress in rural Saskatchewan. And frankly, Carla Beck has really focused and made sure that we've worked to build in every single riding across the province.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, that was Trent Witherspoon, the longtime MLA, also an NDP candidate for Mount Royal. Sam, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Thanks for that, Alex. Adam, something that Trent said there that I think that we do have to acknowledge is that everyone poured their heart and soul into these campaigns. As we're looking at the numbers, it's easy to forget that these aren't just constituencies, these aren't just numbers, these are people who have worked really hard, who want to make a change and put themselves forward for public service in this province. And it's not an easy job, regardless of your political stripes. And I think that that's something that we probably should acknowledge.
Yeah, well said. It's a big sacrifice for those people and their families and the volunteers. We're going to take a look at some more results. We finally have results in Regina.
Bring it.
Give those ballot counters a hand, everybody. Speaking of Trent Witherspoon, we just saw this guy, 37 vote lead in Regina Mount Royal. This one's interesting through redistribution. Trent Witherspoon's Rosemont riding changed quite a bit. He lost a bit of his traditional support through that change. He gained some Sask Party territory, let's say, on the west side of Regina from Laura Ross, but he's leading early on. This is one we talked about early in the show. Jacqueline Roy, the NDP, with the 18-vote lead over Rahul Singh of the Saskatchewan Party in Regina Northeast. This would be a pickup for the NDP there. Regina Walsh Acres, Jared Clark with almost a 200-vote lead. He's the incumbent in Regina Walsh Acres, elected in a by-election last year, new to the legislature, but he is holding on to his seat at the moment right now in Regina Walsh Acres. We're going to Saskatoon, Meewasin. Nathaniel Teed is the incumbent for the NDP. We see the star beside his name. He's trailing by 1 vote with 3 of 12 polls reporting. This is the former seat of Ryan Miley, the former leader of the NDP. And here in Prince Albert Northcote, we talked about this seat as well. It was one of the closest races 4 years ago. It's a rematch. The NDP really targeting this one. If they have a path to victory tonight, they have to do a lot of work in Regina and Saskatoon, and they have to win in PA. Moose Jaw right now trailing by 56 to Alana Ross, the incumbent for the Saskatchewan Party in Prince Albert. We have the Saskatchewan Party leading and elected in 26 seats, and the NDP in 6 with 6 seats at the moment. They're leading in, still 29 to come, but we've reached that halfway point. We're halfway to 61, Sam.
All right, let's go to Eric Grenmay, our polls analyst. Eric, as we start seeing these results really trickling in as the night goes on, there's really some context needed behind it. I know Adam has done a really good job of explaining that, but from a polling perspective, what are you noticing?
Well, you were starting to get some of the results coming in from Regina and Saskatoon, as you were seeing there, but a lot of them are really, really early, so it's hard to know what to take from them. So looking at some of the ridings that we've had a lot of vote counted, which is mostly in the rural areas, there's 2 that I wanted to take a look at. They show some suggestions of the polling that we saw before the election. This is Rosser and Shellbrook. 61% of the vote for Scott Moe. This chart shows the count throughout the night and how it has evolved, but 61% for Scott Moe, 26% for the NDP. In the last election, Scott Moe had 78% of the vote in this riding, and the NDP had just 16%. So that is a big swing that we're seeing since the last election in this riding. It is reflective of the kind of swing that we've seen in the polls in the rural parts of Saskatchewan. Doesn't mean that this kind of riding is at risk for the Sask Party. We've already elected Scott Moe, but it shows that we are seeing some of the movement. Another one that we can take a look at is Lloydminster. This was a riding that the Sask Party won with 82% of the vote last time. You can see that they're at 67% now. The NDP's at 27%. The NDP had only 12% of the vote in the last election. So we're seeing some ridings in the rural areas where we do have lots of votes counted, so we can actually read through some of the tea leaves, that there has been a drop in support for the Sask Party, an increase for the NDP, not enough to change the votes in these ridings, but we're going to be waiting throughout the night to see if the kind of swing that was picked up in the polls will be reflected in some of the other ridings in Regina, in Saskatoon, in the other smaller centers. Because in the rural areas, the NDP, in some ridings, some parts of the province, it is making the gains that the polls predicted, even if it doesn't get them an extra seat or 2.
All right, thanks for this, Eric. From Ottawa, we head to Saskatoon. That is where Sam Sampson is standing by at Sask Party headquarters, and she is joined with another former MLA for the Sask Party who decided to retire.
Absolutely. I have Don Morgan here from the Saskatoon Southeast riding since 2003, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, well, congratulations on such a long career.
Thank you very much. No, it was a good run. Time to turn the page, pass the torch to somebody else, but it was great.
So I want to ask you, what are you really hoping for your riding? Like, regardless of whatever party is elected in your area, it means so much to you. You've been there for more than 2 decades. What would you like to see for the future of Saskatoon Southeast?
Sure. It's a great corner of the city. I'm glad that we've got the city's second Costco there, which we had to do a lot of work to get to have happen. We built, during my time when I was the education minister, we built a new joint use school there, which I understand is operating at capacity. So I'd like to see continued expansion there and working somewhat with to get a high school or high school facilities there.
Well, as a former education minister, what do you think of the state of education right now? It's a very controversial topic at the moment. What do you think right now?
You know, it's a challenging time, and I understand how parents feel. I understand how teachers feel. The teachers will be going to binding arbitration in the next couple of months, and I know the part of the platform has been to increase resources into the schools, into the classrooms. I think what we've got now is a situation where there's incredibly complex needs, real challenging students that were segregated before, and rapid growth. So I'm looking forward to working through some of those problems.
How will you work through some of those problems?
I think some of them with the additional funding that's been committed, and I think it's going to be a challenge for everybody to hire and get staffed up.
I'm just wondering, when you are no longer running, are you frustrated at all? Like, because you even said I'm hoping to get things done, but you're not running anymore in politics. So I'm just curious of where your mindset is at as you're watching so much more work to be done in certain areas, but you're leaving your seat.
You know, I'm able to step back and sort of maybe take a longer term view. I look forward to having some of those costing issues, and those are all things that are related to growth, which is a really good thing to see in our province. We've seen about a 25% increase in the population since we were first elected, and we built a massive number of schools during my time as education minister. I think we built 35 new schools. So there's a lot of capital that's gone in, and it will take some time to get them staffed up, and I'm confident that will take place.
Well, thank you very much for your time and for your insight as someone who's been part of the Saskatchewan Party for, well, an MLA, I should say, for more than 20 years. Congratulations on a successful career.
Thank you very much. No, my privilege to be here. It's going to be an interesting evening. I know we haven't seen the city ridings come in yet, but those will be interesting to watch. So thank you.
Yes, they will. That was Don Morgan, a retiring politician, was the MLA for Saskatoon Southeast since 2003. And as he mentioned, we are still waiting for a lot of results. So potentially there might be more coming in. We will keep an eye on Saskatoon specifically and that surrounding area, Sam.
All right, thanks for that, Sam. Looking at the results here, there are 6 ridings that are reporting so far that are with less than 100 votes deciding who is leading or elected. So things moving a lot back and forth. We are starting to see some city results, Adam.
Interesting. Don Morgan hits the SCO, obviously, right? Like, he's fired up about
Drops
that new
Costco first thing.
Loved
First
it.
mention, we got a second Costco.
Loved it. It's on top of mind. Saskatoon, speaking of Saskatoon, we don't have Saskatoon Southeast. That's Don Morgan's already. We do have Saskatoon Centre. Betty Nippy-Albright, 178 vote lead over Dale Herniak of the Saskatchewan Party. This would be a hold for the NDP. Betty Nippy-Albright elected for the first time in 2020. Right now, we're looking at the board, and we can tell you that the Sask Party leading are elected in 30 and 7 for the NDP with 24 to come. That magic number is
31.
31.
Thanks for the pop quiz.
31 for a majority. The Saskatchewan Party looking good so far, but we know, as you mentioned, Sam, a lot of races that are very tight, less than 100 votes right now. So we'll watch for that.
All right, thanks, Adam. From here, we are going to go to the political panel and see what they make of these early results. But of course, it is still pretty early. While the numbers are what they are, there's not a lot of polls reporting.
Yeah, we are definitely still waiting to see how things shake out in the city. But Murray, with kind of a lock on rural Saskatchewan, we've seen that before over the years, a rural-urban split. We've seen it for Roy Romano and the NDP when the Saskatchewan Party was first coming up, and maybe we'll see it again tonight. What does that do for a province?
It's tough. It really is tough to bring people together on policy, on everything. It speaks to the impossibility that the NDP faced tonight because of the rural split. Eric Grenier pointed out, obviously, that there's gains being made by the NDP in rural Saskatchewan, but they had such humongous leads in so many rural seats. If you look at the top 33 seats in Saskatchewan, 31 of them were rural seats, won by an average 3,500 votes last time around. So that's a massive hill for the NDP to climb. So the fact that they're doing really well in rural Saskatchewan as the Sask Party, and this will be the foundation of government if they form government, is hardly surprising. The outcome of that is unfortunate, though, because we're not building together, because it's actually in the cities where the population is growing, where there's industrial development, where there's an opportunity for Saskatchewan. Even though Saskatchewan is still very much an agrarian province, a resource-based province, a lot of our income, a lot of our gross domestic product comes from those rural areas. The population is ever increasing in the cities, and we're not exactly doing much to offset this and rebalance. And at least we're certainly not doing much to rebalance it politically right now.
If the Saskatchewan Party loses its bedroom seats on the outskirts of the cities or many city seats, then, Merelda, you wonder why it was appealing to people on the right and not fighting for more middle ground.
And that's the thing, that middle ground, we keep talking about it, but it really is so important to hit, and understanding the demographics of those groups too. And I think maybe if they had looked at, some of the elections for RMs and seen the changeover from the people living in bedroom communities that are there, the people who are living in cottage areas now, you see that real shift away from those who are farming in those areas, sitting on those councils, being part of those groups. And you see the people who are living just outside of the city who want to live at the lake and then commute in and out from Regina. Those are two very different voters. And if you haven't properly sort of calculated what that looks like, or even looked at some of those other elections and said, oh, hey, there's a big difference here. Maybe we have to think about that. That changes things.
Well, and Murray, Brad Wall as a leader was very proud of getting union votes, teacher votes, other blue-collar trades to vote for him. Might there be a shrinking back of some of the big tent appeal of Brad Wall?
And that's exactly the problem. We just saw the results coming in below us, and for the people listening on radio, 64-25 right now in terms of percentage popular vote, which is kind of what we see, but it's not reflective of the Saskatchewan that we're seeing right now. Certainly not reflective of the polls, certainly not reflective of what I think we're going to see once we get a better look at what the city results are. But it is reflective of the strength of the Sask Party in those rural ridings. What's happening in those established footholds that the Sask Party made in Regina and Saskatoon, though, is a critical issue. If they start losing those as the results start pouring in, hopefully soon, because we're an hour and 41 minutes into that, we still don't really have many city results, then we might see something very different.
Do you want me to go count?
I want someone to please go count. Yeah,
For
please.
instance, I'm seeing Sally Hauser leading right now, Jean Makowski, and I'm wondering if we're going to see, Merelda, some of these seats flip in Regina today.
Well, and I think when you think about the places where the largest number of nurses work, the places where the largest number of teachers work, the ridings where they are, some of the popularity that Jean Makowski may have had starts to dwindle away if you get tagged as the individual who is part of the problem and doesn't have a good solution.
Yeah. Murray, what else are you going to be watching as we do see these city results come in?
The Sally Hauser Jean Makowski fight is one of the ones that I've been most fascinated by, because Jean Makowski is singularly probably the most popular urban MLA cabinet minister I think they have left. He had a tough haul in social services. It's never an easy portfolio, but interestingly, he emerged from it, I think, still rather likable. If this result holds that we're seeing right now, I don't know. It could be a tough night for the Sask Party in the cities still. And once again, that speaks to the unfortunate divide we're seeing in the province right now.
Then why didn't the Saskatchewan Party campaign more to the middle?
Because I think they were sincerely concerned about that Sask United vote.
Even picking up 65%?
Yeah, even still picking up 65%. It's one of the great mysteries to me. The results from the Lumsden-Morris by-election a year ago, they still achieved more than 50% of the vote, yet they still campaign for the right. That's when we saw Bill 137. That's when we're seeing the change room policy. I think that they can still build a base from a base of government from rural Saskatchewan, and they can. But they create all kinds of huge problems right now. And I guess as the evening goes on, we'll see how big those problems are, how successful they are in the cities. So far, we've only got a few results from the cities, so it's not horrible for the Sask Party in terms of cities. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
It could get a lot worse.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
All right. Thanks, you guys. We are seeing about 33% of polls reporting Sask Party, by all intents and purposes, having a good night so far. But there are about a dozen ridings within a 100-vote margin. So things could very much continue to flip back and forth, as we've seen on the color of your map there that's been changing around.
It's not my map, it's the people's map. So it's green right now, as we expect.
It was your map when it was gray.
That's right. Rural Saskatchewan. I think what we're seeing now in the cities, as Murray spoke to and the panel talked about, is some fascinating races. We're going to take a look at that right now, Sam. We're going to start in Regina Pasqua. This would be a hold. This is one of those places where you said under 100 votes. Well, it's much smaller than that. 16-vote lead for the incumbent Mohammed Fayez in South Regina. Bujin Brar and Fayez, a rematch of 4 years ago. This was one we expected to be close. Alina Young with somewhat of a more commanding lead here in Regina South Albert. She was the Regina University representative. That kind of got switched around. She's still representing many of the same people, but it's a little bit different, and she has a pretty commanding lead. She's the incumbent, of course, for the NDP. Go to Saskatoon now. We talked about Churchill Wildwood before the show, and it's making me look smart. Keith Jorgensen, 179-vote lead over Lisa Lambert, the incumbent. This is one that the NDP was targeting, hoping to flip, and Lisa Lambert elected in 2016. So this is, if it holds, it's good news for the NDP. Matt Love is the incumbent. Smaller margin here, just 69 votes, but only 3 of 11 polls reporting Matt Love, the incumbent education critic, former teacher, another one of those former teachers for the NDP.
All right, thanks, Adam. Let's go to NDP headquarters where Alexander Kwan is standing by. And the woman with him on this day 4 years ago had just had a baby. This is a very different election for Alina Young, Alex.
Yes, it very much is, and as you can probably hear behind me, every time there are results announced, big cheer is going up from the NDP crowd here. So I am with Alina Young, NDP MLA, also NDP candidate for Regina South Albert. So Alina, 4 years ago, take me back. How does it feel from then to tonight?
Better. It's kind of interesting. This is actually my first, I would say, normal election night. 2016 was obviously not a great result for us, and then last election, I was in the hospital. So it's kind of fabulous to be out here with this energy, with all the people watching the results come in. Yeah, it's incredible.
Now, the early results for your riding show you giving the commanding lead. Can I get your response to that right now?
Yeah, obviously it's what I've worked really hard for over the past 28 days, but not taking it for granted, right? It's early days for me, certainly in South Albert, and for constituencies across the province. But yeah, it's obviously the way you want the numbers to look.
Now, you're obviously running in a fairly new riding, obviously created through this process. How does that change your attempt to campaign? What did you do differently? Did you do anything differently?
No, honestly, I didn't. I think what I love the most about Saskatchewan politics is how authentic it is. It's actually just knocking doors, talking to people, meeting your neighbors where they're at, which is literally at their house, and seeing what they care about. I've been knocking doors since 2015, and it is just it's phenomenal what people will share with you, the stories they'll tell you, the personal things that you learn about your neighbors. It's incredibly humbling, and it is just an absolute joy and a privilege to get to do every day. I was thinking about that today, trying to actually like be in the moment for a moment and take it all in, both in the beautiful sunlight that we've had this month and just the opportunity to get to participate in an election. It's, yeah, just such a privilege.
You mentioned getting to know people in this new run. What have you heard from people? What have you heard during door knocking?
Yeah, so no surprise to anybody, the number 1 and 2 concerns obviously are healthcare and education. And number 2, the thing that was the most interesting to me was the number of swing voters that we had this election. Sometimes you knock on doors and somebody says, oh, I'm undecided. And so I've always said, well, have you ever voted NDP before? And then, people say, oh, God, yeah, I voted for Lauren, I voted for Roy, I voted for you guys last time. Or they'll say, no, sorry. And you say, oh, yeah, it's okay. I know, sadly, not 100% of people vote for me. But the number of people this election that I door knocked who would say, I haven't voted NDP before, but I'm going to change my vote this time. No word of a lie, really, really surprising how many there were. Obviously very encouraging for us, but as I said, early days yet.
Elena, thank you very much. Thank you. That was Elena Young, NDP MLA, also NDP candidate for Regina South Albert. Sam, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, thanks, Alex. Let's go to Eric Grenier, our polls analyst for the evening. Eric, obviously the Saskatchewan Party is doing well with these early results. Is there still a path as we wait for these other seats to come in for the NDP to get to that majority? Because Elena's energy there is pretty darn infectious.
Well, you would look at the numbers at the bottom of the screen, 30 seats for the Sask Party, 12 for the NDP, and think, well, we must be getting close to calling a majority government for the Sask Party. Can't really do it just yet because 16 of the 19 ridings that have yet to report are from Regina, Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, and Prince Albert. Those are ridings that the NDP are targeting, and if the polls that came into this campaign are right, the NDP actually has a good shot of winning a lot of them, if not all of them. And there's also just so many ridings that still have they're really literally too close to call. There's 11 ridings right now with less than 100 votes separating first from second. We can take a look at some of them and give you an indication of what we're talking about here. Saskatoon-Meewasin, a 1-vote lead for the Sask Party. This would be a shock if the Sask Party won this. This is a seat where the NDP is the incumbent party. You can look at Regina-Rochdale. You're looking at a 4-vote difference for the NDP. That could flip. That could put the Sask Party up to 31. You keep going down the list. There's a lot of very, very, very close ridings. We're still so early in the count in the cities. We can even look at the next set of ridings. Cumberland is another one that if the Sask Party won, that would be a bit of a surprise. So you see a lot of these ridings are right now too close to call. If some of them flip over to the NDP, that changes that calculation pretty significantly. And then again, we are waiting on 16 of those 19 ridings that have yet to report a single vote. A lot of them are in Regina and Saskatoon, and even some of the other ones we're waiting on, they are ones that we were talking about. Martinsville, Blairmore, Yorkton, the Battlefords. These are ridings that we were talking about could be ones to watch tonight. So while it is very close for the Sask Party right now, at least in the count, 30 seats where they're leading or elected, 12 for the NDP, still too early to make a call on who will form the next government.
I don't want to correct you, Eric, but Meewasin was not NDP, it was Sask Party.
Well, it was a by-election, if I'm not mistaken, but I will defer to you.
It was more Friesen seat. But I will move on. Am I wrong?
That's right. Eric's right.
Eric's right?
I'm fact-checking you. Eric's
Okay.
right. That's Ryan Miley's seat. Nathaniel Teed won Meewasin.
Oh, then we're good, and I'm wrong.
It's okay. That's what I'm here for.
That's what you're here for.
We're going to take a look at some more results here, Sam, as our board is filling up. We talked about Regina and Saskatoon. Mira Conway, 77-vote lead in Regina Elphinstone Centre. This would be considered safe NDP territory. Early on, just 3 of 12 polls reporting in the centre of Regina. We talked about Regina Rochdale being close, just a 4-vote margin right now for Joan Pratchler over Laura Ross, the incumbent for the Saskatchewan Party, and one of those cabinet ministers who is down. And here's another one of those cabinet ministers who is down early, Christine Tell, trailing Brett Blakely, a former teacher, by 18 votes, with 3 of 11 polls reporting in this race in Southeast Regina. And the panel talked about Regina University. Sally Hauser continuing to lead Jean Makowski there. So the NDP doing what they set out to do in Regina, which is have a sweep potentially. They're trailing narrowly in Regina Pasqua, but everywhere else they're looking really good right now, Sam.
You know what this is doing? This is keeping people up past their bedtime.
Oh, yeah.
It's building the drama, building the drama.
Brew the
The
coffee.
ballots are being counted by hand, so they only can go so fast, and that is why it is taking so long for the results to come in this evening. But you know what? Some people are watching this from places that are fun, and that is where we find our Ethan Williams. Ethan, tell us what's fun.
Well, I think it was a famous animated mermaid that said, "I want to be where the people are, Sam." And that is exactly where we are this evening. We are at Multinational Brewery in Regina, where they are having a watch party this evening for the results coming in. There's a lot of people here. We did have a few cheers a little bit earlier when we saw results come in for candidates like Sally Hauser just a few minutes ago, but I am joined with a couple of these voters this evening. I'm here with Morgan and with Cameron. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you so much. Having us.
Yeah. So the results a little slow to come in this evening, but what do you guys think so far, Morgan?
Well, yeah, we've been really watching them come in, and we're really crossing our fingers for a little bit more for the NDP party here coming in. I would hope to see a little bit more of a rapid influx in votes for NDP, considering that we really need a little bit more of a communal perspective for our politics here. I don't know. Karen?
Yeah, it's definitely been a slow burn throughout the night.
Yeah.
Can say that. Yeah.
And you guys mentioning that you're kind of swaying more toward the NDP. What is it about that party that kind of has captured your attention and especially going into this election?
I think that for the NDP, they have a little bit more of a representation of what it takes for the community to come together. I understand that the Saskatchewan party or the Sask politics are definitely relied on employment and agriculture and the things that keep people safe in their employment, but I also recognize that tackling the emergency services that the NDP can recognize is going to make a difference in the overall whole of the economics. So I just hope to see a little bit more of that come in with our votes.
And Cameron, for you, I guess, have there been any major issues that you've been looking at in the campaign, or perhaps even before that have caught your attention?
Absolutely. I think education has been a major one that I have been watching closely, especially with the trans youth in our province. I think they deserve to be in the schools and living their truth as much as possible. I think healthcare has been a major issue too, having family members that have struggled in the healthcare system in the last 3 years. I mean, Sask Party has been in party since the iPhone 1 has been around, and we haven't seen enough change, and it's been just stagnant things after another. And yeah, like I said, seeing personally my family members get affected and their health. I mean, what could I say more? I think that we shouldn't have to be waiting in ER rooms. Scott Moe said that he brought, I think it was 800 new nurses into the province. However, wait times are still crazy. I can't imagine, here in Regina, I can't imagine what it's like in the rural areas. I feel for the people in this province, and I think we deserve so much better, and I think the NDP has a plan at least, and like I said, it's been so long with the Sask Party in power, and it's time for change.
Time for change.
Okay, Morgan, Cameron, thank you so much for both being here with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so the party continues down here at Multinational. Sam, we'll be catching the results here. I think people maybe paying a little less attention now that they've been slow to come in, but maybe we'll be watching a little closer now as things get a little more exciting, hopefully.
All right, thanks for this, Ethan. Ethan Williams, Where the People Are. Little mermaid reference there.
I feel like a multinational pint of sports. No free ads, but Ethan telling me that tonight. A little jealous of that. We have our first elect for the NDP. Yes, so congrats to Leroy Laliberte. This is a pickup for Athabasca. This is one that Buckley Boulanger held for a long time, number of years. Mm-hmm. He stepped away to run federally, and Jim LeMag won that by-election that led to Ryan Miley resigning. This will be a big disappointment for Scott Moe and the Saskatchewan Party. They really like Jim Millamag. They were thinking that he had a good shot here in Athabasca, but a convincing win there for Leroy Lalberty. Another first-time MLA, Shauna Wilson, winning in Kenora Pelly. Fairly convincing here. This is a hold for the Saskatchewan Party. No surprise here, even though this is a rookie for the Saskatchewan Party, but they're doing very well in the rural ridings. Warren Kading, elected in Melville Saltcoats, another incumbent with that star next to him, one-time cabinet minister, but back representing people in East Central Saskatchewan. So not another surprise, non-surprise for the Saskatchewan Party. Chris Beaudry, another rookie, former assistant coach of the Humboldt Broncos a few years back. We all know what happened there. So Chris Beaudry,
He was not on the bus.
He was not on the bus, but he was part of that coaching staff, and he is now elected to the legislature, winning in Kelvington, Wadena.
Okay. Let's go back to our voters panel, the people that we've been chatting with. Patrick Dinsdale is the chair of the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce in Shaunavon. And Jackie Wall is an artist in Beamfate who is the former, let me get this right, former executive director of the Estevan Chamber of Commerce. We've heard about all different kinds of issues tonight, you two. I'm wondering, Jackie, you're in the Southeast. I'm wondering what your experience has been when you're looking at healthcare. We heard from a doctor and a nurse a little earlier on. On the patient side of things, what have you experienced?
Yeah, absolutely. There is, of course, shortages all over this province as far as family physicians. In the rural areas, we do have to travel significant distances to, get specialty services, MRIs, ultrasounds, to see a specialist. We do have to travel to the city, and that is a challenge for a lot of rural Saskatchewan. So yeah, there's wait times, there's a lot of travel times for rural Saskatchewan, and it's very frustrating throughout the whole province. I mean, this has been on and off for decades. It's always been a challenge, and no matter who forms the government, there is a lot of challenges. There's a lot of challenges that have to be met, and I think a lot of conversations that have to happen with with the frontline workers and with the patients throughout this province, and to get a real handle on how we can do things differently. We are living in a system that is very different than it was even 10 years ago. There's a lot that's happening technologically, and how can we change to meet the times and to take advantage of some of the new technology to maybe mitigate some of these circumstances in healthcare.
And Patrick, I'm wondering, because we know obviously we need more nurses, we need more doctors, we need more people in the healthcare system, but in your opinion, is the government doing a good enough job of recruiting Indigenous people in all industries?
Through all industries, I would say no. Generally, I mean, we're looking at about 12.5% unemployment amongst the Indigenous population in this province. So there is a lot of opportunity for us to really reach out, and a bit of an untapped resource there. Challenges run deep, and it's looking at starting programs early, engaging people early, letting them know what opportunities they have. There's a lot that we can do to really grow that, and I'm hopeful that future governments are going to really look at early engagement and how we can really turn that page, because there is a lot that can be done.
What are you hearing from the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce as you were going into this election, the issues that really resonated with your members?
Biggest things that came up really seem to be rooted around access in multiple areas, access to capital, access to information, access to contracts. When you look at how procurement policies are being enacted, there are a lot of different avenues, and hearing some of the things around there that are, really, I would even say unintentional barriers, but it makes it difficult for small businesses. One of the biggest things that we looked at is, even with greater targets being set by governments and private industry, there's still challenges in meeting those targets. And one of those is really based around the number of Indigenous-owned businesses out there, especially Indigenous-owned businesses of a large enough capacity to qualify for a lot of these contracts. So sometimes we do see the opposite where a contract is too small for certain businesses. I have heard that, which is really interesting and exciting. But you see a lot of mom and pops and smaller privately owned businesses that are just having a bit of difficulty getting in there, whether it's because of access to capital, finance, or just not really being there to take on some of these larger contracts, even though they're successfully mid-sized businesses.
Jackie, you live in oil country. And talking about business, talking about access, how satisfied would you say people are where you live with the way things are right now?
Well, energy is always top of mind in this part of the province. The Estevan Chamber fought for a lot of years to have a conversation regarding mining, regarding coal, of course, oil and gas. There have been inroads that have been laid. We've had some great announcements for our region as far as nuclear goes, but we know that is still very, very far out. And our concern is not just for our region here, it's for the entire province. We want to see energy that is, of course, very top of mind as far as environmental standards, but we want to ensure that our province is using our workers to produce our energy and that we are seeing the advantages of that and that we are producing energy that is safe and reliable and that it is cost effective for the ratepayers across our province. We are dealing with Crown corporations. They have an obligation to the entire province, and they also have an obligation to ensure that employment in the energy sector and the standards are being upheld. And we are a beacon for a lot of the rest of the world when it comes to carbon capture, when it comes to our processes in oil and gas and in mining. So I think we better serve the world and our province as serving as that example for the rest of the world and ensuring that we develop those resources in order to show that example to the rest of the world of what we've got here and how we produce.
Jackie Wall, Patrick Dinsdale, thanks so much for both of you for giving us some time tonight.
Thank you.
Bringing it back to studio, bringing it back to Adam Hunter. If you look at the seat share on the bottom of your screen, if you're streaming or if you're wondering on radio, the numbers are moving, Mr. Hunter. They're moving.
31 for the Saskatchewan Party leading or elected, 25 for the NDP. The Saskatchewan Party needs that 31 or the NDP for that majority. Still waiting on 5 more seats to report. We're waiting on Moose Jaw North, Yorkton, Saskatoon, some in Regina. We're looking at some places where there are cabinet ministers right now. Terry Warman's the Minister of Sask Builds and Procurement, leading with a healthy lead here in Warman.
You call him Terry Warman.
Terry Jensen in Warman. Good catch. Still not, it's too late. It's too early for that. 707 vote lead. If we look at Wascana Plains and Regina, and this is Brett Blakely with the 18 vote lead, slim lead over Christine Tell, the Minister of Environment. This is one we'll be watching all night as it's a very narrow margin. That's part of the 25 you see on the border the NDP have, if you're listening. Darcy Warrington, a teacher, Saskatoon Stonebridge, leading the Justice Minister, Bronwyn Eyre, by 146 votes. We'll remind our viewers and listeners, this is one that changed due to redistribution. So Bronwyn Eyre, a very healthy win 4 years ago, but lost a lot of that Sask Party support base in rural Saskatchewan, just south of Saskatoon. And so NDP picking up there. We're waiting on a couple of places in Regina, but as you see Regina right now on the map, it's an orange out. And the path for the NDP, a narrow path to victory tonight, was a Regina sweep, a Saskatoon sweep, picking up Moose Jaw, NPA, and picking up the north. As we look at Saskatoon, there's a hole in the middle, but everywhere else, it's looking good for the NDP early on. And we've just had on the map Cumberland flip back to the NDP. So the NDP is doing well in Regina and Saskatoon, has the north seats leading right now. Prince Albert and Moose Jaw, though, are both Sask Party green at the moment.
I'm trying to count as the results come in. There are still a lot of ridings where the vote margin is less than 100. So these ridings could flip back and forth.
And we have, Sam, we have 4 to come still. The reminder, that's Yorkton, 1 in Regina, and a couple more in Saskatoon.
Okay, let's go to Eric Grenier for a look at what he's seeing with these results. Things getting a little bit closer probably than the Sask Party is comfortable with, Eric.
I would imagine so, because there's not too many ridings left to report. And even if the Sask Party won all of them, which they probably won't, because some of them include some NDP incumbents, the Sask Party would have a significantly reduced majority. So we'll see what's going to happen. But as you mentioned, still so many ridings that have very, very thin margins. Bad news for the NDP is that they are ahead in a lot of those. So would require the Sask Party if they flipped any of them, then we're looking at a bit of a more sizable lead for the Sask Party. But if we look at the seat change since the last election, you can already see that this is a wholesale change in the province. Now, the biggest numbers for the Sask Party was that they could afford to lose 16 seats and still form a government. Right now, they're losing 14. They're behind, or they have lost 14 seats that they came in as the incumbent party. The NDP is picking up 14 seats. The NDP needed to win 17. So this is why we're talking how this is still yet too close to call. Very close to just a couple seats flipping back and forth could change the entire outcome of this. But we're still waiting on a lot of votes to come in from Regina and Saskatoon. If you look at the popular vote right now, it is a big lead for the Sask Party, but only because all of the votes, or a big share of them, have come from the rural areas. We're seeing losses for the Sask Party in its vote share throughout the province. So far, it has cost them 14 seats. If they keep it to 14, Scott Moe will remain as premier. If we see a few more seats flip over to the NDP, then it could be Carla Beck. So still too early to call.
All right, thanks, Eric. I counted. It's 13 ridings with fewer than 100 votes in the margin still to come. And that Saskatoon Silver Spring that Adam pointed out was that hole in the middle. They're only leading by 2 votes. So that could change again. I'm curious what the political panel has to say on these closer results now, Stephanie.
So am I, because I'm seeing that in the Regina constituencies where we've not yet had anything reported. It's Regina Lakeview, where I believe one Carla Beck has won quite handily in the past. So looking for more of these vote margins in the city, which look like the vote margins the Saskatchewan Party has in the country, which speaks again, I think, you guys, to a real urban-rural disconnect here. Merelda, what are you seeing in these results?
I'm seeing an exciting night. And 4 years ago, I don't think we kind of had this kind of excitement. So it's selfishly, I'm excited by the fact that we don't have enough to actually call something, and it's after 10 o'clock at night.
True.
So there's that. We're actually seeing some of those things where you run on your record and people tag certain ministers with being part of the problem. That then affects, of course, where people vote, because they start to swing to somebody that they think can actually sort of meet their needs. So time for a change might be represented in the cities, and then you have that rural sort of stronghold. Anyone who forms government after this has to really start to consider how you speak to all of your voters, because we do all have some of the same problems in terms of accessing healthcare, education, all of those things. Those are shared problems. Those are not unique to one or the other.
Murray, what would you expect the parties to do with results that will have them more evenly matched to reach out to the people who haven't voted for them?
Well, this is a real wake-up call, particularly with the ministers that Scott Moe's losing in the cities. Interestingly, we saw what we thought we were going to see, the Sask Party stall out once the rural seats stalled out and there was no longer rural seats to count. Now the city seats are coming in, and it is a lot closer. And as you described, that's a sadly divided province right now between rural and urban that's going to have this government, if they form government, and they are ahead right now, reflecting on healthcare, on their stance on education, where they had huge rallies in the government. Now, the thing is, we don't know whether they are going to form government. As you point out, it's after 10 o'clock, way past my bedtime.
And
mine too. And we're probably going to be a while yet before we can concretely say. But once again, I guess that just underscores the problem that we have in this province, and the problem I guess the Sask Party have, and the NDP, because the NDP, notwithstanding making some vote inroads, are really no closer to winning very many rural seats at this particular point that I can sort of so far see. They have to depend on winning these city ridings. Divided province with lots of issues that Merelda outlined that aren't getting solved. And we spend a lot of time talking about other things. I don't think we can afford to talk about other things.
What does Scott Moe need to achieve tonight to keep his job?
I think he has for now. I think at this particular point, if these results hold, and once again, we're being a little premature.
33 to 24 in terms of elected and leading.
Yeah, he will be the premier again if this continues on. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
It's not a great result for Scott Moe, though. We're recognizing that losing a significant number of seats, losing 10, 14 seats so far, is never something that you really want to put on your resume as premier. And one wonders what the next move might be for Scott Moe. But once again, it's still early.
Yeah, we'll still be watching, Sam.
All right, thank you. 57% of polls have reported, but most of those are rural at this point. So we're still waiting for a lot of results. Things still could change. Adam, let's take a look at Saskatoon.
Yeah, we're still waiting for one more Saskatoon constituency to report. The green on the Saskatoon board is Silver Springs and Willow Grove, which are Paul Merriman and Ken Cheveldayoff, and those would be holds for the Saskatchewan party there. We're going to dive into these results, but look at this lead for Ken Cheveldayoff, long-time incumbent for the Saskatchewan party. One vote he's leading by. So we see the 33 on the board, that flips a couple of votes, that goes down to 32, and we have the NDP ahead. So very fascinating here to see what's happening in Willow Grove with Ken Cheveldayoff. Vicky Mowat in Saskatoon Fairview, incumbent for the NDP, the health critic, 200 vote lead with 3 of 10 polls reporting. So that's positive for the NDP. This is another positive for the NDP. This would be a pickup. Tom McBain in Saskatoon Chief Mistawasis, 132 vote lead over Parminder Singh. This is the former seat of Gord Wyant in Northwest Saskatoon. It was called Saskatoon Northwest. Gord Wyant resigned to run in the Saskatoon mayoral race. We're going to look at Saskatoon University Sutherland. This would be a hold for the NDP to Ginger Greywall with a 211 vote lead over Gillian McLeod from the Saskatchewan Party. Jennifer Bowes held this seat. It was switched a little bit through redistribution, but she decided not to run for a second term. So this would be a hold for the NDP, and it's looking good in Saskatoon and Regina for the NDP. Of course, their path is a sweep and then pick up PA, as we talked about in Moose Jaw. Still not quite there yet, but they're having positive results early on here in the 2 major cities. And I think because we've seen the majority of the vote come in rural Saskatchewan, that's why we see that vote split that's well over 50% for the Saskatchewan Party that the panel was talking about. Expect that to flip. We have 4 seats to come right now. One of those is Carlabec, which will be more than likely, barring a surprise, a 25 on the board there for the NDP. So as it stands, 33-24 for the Saskatchewan Party leading or elected. 4 seats to come, Sam.
Before I move away, my mom just texted.
Yeah, what did Mom say?
What about the mail-in votes, Adam Hunter? What about the mail-in votes? When do those get counted?
What about them? They get counted on Wednesday, so that's still a couple of days away. And depending on what constituency we're talking about, there's sometimes a bunch of mail-in ballots that were requested, a few. But we're going to talk about that maybe later in the night with these really close ridings, but we'll see.
Okay. Got to make the mom happy. Okay, moving on. Let's go to NDP headquarters. Alexander Kwan is standing by with an MLA, hoping for, I'm not even sure that she's in the Regina ridings. I don't know that we've re-elected her yet. We're still waiting for results. Alex standing by with Nicole Sarr.
Hey, Sam. Yep, that is absolutely correct. I'm here with Nicole Sarr, longtime MLA for Regina, Douglas Park. Nicole, obviously, for people who aren't in the room tonight, what is the energy in here? Can you describe it for us?
Oh, the energy is palpable in here. Everybody's excited. Everybody's feeling hopeful. You can tell that this room is energized by what the campaign has brought, by Carla Beck and the whole NDP team. There's a lot of positivity here, which is it's really good to feel.
Talk to me a little bit about what have you been hearing on the doorstep as you've been campaigning?
You know, I had the opportunity to door knock nearly all corners of this province throughout the entirety of this campaign. What I heard door to door was the same no matter where I went. People ready for a change, people frustrated with this government, people feeling like they weren't being listened to. People wanted a government who would focus on the priorities that mattered, on affordability, on healthcare and education. And we were so excited to bring our message to those doors, and it was being very well received.
Nicole, I guess when you're out on the doorstep and you're hearing those type of things, does it encourage you as a candidate when you're hearing it from all corners of the province?
It does. It showed that the message that we were bringing was what people were wanting to hear and that we were listening. So it was a reciprocal relationship on the doorstep, and it was energizing for us. Everywhere we went, all corners of the province, people were ready to hear our message, and people were open to a new government. People were very much ready for change, and that was very exciting for us.
Now, obviously, the results are coming in are very early. We're still going to get more. It's still showing a tightening race right now. What are your thoughts on a tightening race here as a result for the NDP?
I mean, it's really reflective of what we were hearing. Like I said, folks were frustrated, folks were ready for a change, and that's showing up in the numbers right now. I think we have a long night ahead of us, but already we're seeing very positive results, especially compared to where we were in 2020.
Yeah, results are slowly trickling in, so are you prepared for a long night tonight?
You know, we're already past my bedtime. I have 2 little kids, but we're ready to be pitted in. We're ready to wait till this is finished, and we're ready to run in government. We're very excited.
Awesome. Nicole, thank you very much. Thank you. That was Nicole Sarr, longtime MLA for Regina Douglas Park. Sam, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
All right. Alexander Kwan with Nicole Sarr, and I did check because I left that ambiguous, did we elect her, did we not elect her? She is currently leading by about 1,000 votes in Regina Douglas Park at this time.
Yeah, not a surprise there for Nicole Sarr, who's, as Alex mentioned, a longtime MLA, former interim leader of the party when they were in between those leaders a few years ago.
She's also from NOD.
Hey, shout out.
North End Regina, shout
Riffle
out.
Royal, actually. Let's go to the board. We're going to check out some more results, I think, from...
We're not. We're going to do that
We're
in a minute.
not?
We're going to go to the Sask Party headquarters and check on the temperature of the room.
I just got a new battery in my mic pack, Sam. I'm ready
Is
to
it
go.
working?
Yes.
We're going to check in with Sam Sampson, who's at Sask Party headquarters. What's the temperature of the room there like right now? It's probably closer than they'd like.
It's definitely closer than they'd like. I will tell you, though, when we are hearing of different MLAs across the province, Saskatchewan Party MLAs, of course, so incumbents or even potential MLAs getting elected, there are cheers. There's woo, there's that kind of classic noise there. But it's pretty chill, is the vibe. Quiet. Not timid exactly, because from the conversations I've been having, there is still a lot of momentum, definitely hope. And the other conversations I'm having are, okay, it's a slow ballot count, right? Because they're doing things by hand now. They're just expecting things to take longer. So it's not like the optimism has faded. I will say, though, as we're hearing these different results, and I think Adam mentioned Ken Cheveldayoff in Saskatoon Willow Grove, just that really, really tight race. That's not something that this campaign was hoping for, right? When we're talking about Saskatchewan Party territory, they were looking to take back a lot of those seats, especially after redistribution, redrawing of ridings. So not the exact night that this party was truly hoping for. I will also mention it's a bit of a quiet room at this point, but remember, the Saskatchewan Party is pretty spread out across the province. Some of the more rural MLAs are staying in their ridings tonight. There's the Saskatoon HQ where we are at. There is a Regina party going on for the Saskatchewan Party, and as well, Scott Moe is in his own community of Shellbrook, which is about an hour and a half away from Saskatoon there. So he's having his own kind of gathering. So although this might not be the bump-in party that we were potentially looking for, or that maybe others were expecting as they walked in, you got to keep in mind this is a big province. If anyone has driven around here, or if anyone watching nationally has even just driven through, this is a large geographical area to cover, and so the Saskatchewan Party is making sure, yes, they are representing in their own communities, Sam.
Sam, of course, speaking from experience, driving all the way from Regina, all the way up to northern Saskatchewan many times.
I think there's already some kind of ice warning or something in some parts of the province, so I'm like, I'm staying put tonight.
Yes, thanks for this, Sam. Sam Sampson at headquarters for the Saskatchewan Party. A pretty subdued room there this hour compared to NDP headquarters, but like she said, They are spread out across the province tonight, so maybe some of the other rooms are a little bit different. We just don't happen to be there. But now you get to look at some ridings, Adam Hunter.
The energy in this room is great, Sam, I must say. Mushal Wakama, this is the Patterson battle. Megan Patterson, Melissa Patterson, once again, no relation, 142 vote lead for Megan Patterson of the Saskatchewan Party. This would be a hold for the Saskatchewan Party, but one that the NDP has targeted as a potential gain. Still early on, 12 polls reporting. So a good sign for the Saskatchewan Party early. Tim McLeod with a healthy lead here is the incumbent Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Rural and Remote Health for the Saskatchewan Party. Just about 350 vote lead over Chantal Fisher of the NDP. We go up to Prince Albert Carleton. Very early on in the count, just an 8 vote lead for Carolyn Brostrom of the NDP. So we'll keep an eye on this one. We talked about those slow counts. Well, we get in for a bit of a longer night. Sam Samson, chill and get a chair in Saskatoon. Prince Albert Northcote, this is another one we talked about, Sam. Under 100 vote margin. Alana Rossi, incumbent there, 63 vote lead over Nicole Rancourt, who had been in the legislature, was defeated in 2020, looking for some revenge tonight. This one could be back and forth as we expect. We'll check in on this one a little later, Sam.
Okay, thanks, Adam. It is turning out to be an interesting evening. There's still 4 ridings that have not released any results. Stephanie, I'm wondering if this is Election Saskatchewan saying to the government, maybe we need those electronic tabulators that they didn't want us to have.
Not a single vote counted in Yorkton yet.
Or in Regina Lakeview.
Murray, what could you tell us about why we aren't having machines do the counting for us?
Board of Internal Economy. That's the body that basically decides these things collectively. Government majority, Government House Leader Jeremy Harrison, that you might have heard about, run into a little bit of trouble in the legislature, basically pushed forward this notion that we should modernize elections with electronic votes. And this is the net result we're seeing tonight, which is just far too slow. I think Yorkton has had no results coming in.
Yeah.
I think we've had other ridings. I think Lakeview is.
There's 4 with
ridings,
zero, yeah,
zeros.
including Carla Beck's in Lakeview.
And you know, in the modern age, this shouldn't be tolerable for voters. We should be able to see results coming in very quickly. We've seen them on civic elections and other things, and this is just something that they have to review. But obviously, this is an aside to the bigger story of the night, which is basically a very divided province, urban and rural, significant gains for the opposition, where by the looks of it, if they cannot overtake the government, they're going to be a very substantial opposition that's going to reflect differently than we've seen for the last 16 years.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a very, very big deal in this province in terms of how they're governed. The way it's looking right now, we're going to see a lot of rural MLAs having to drive in to Regina to sit in the legislature to pass whatever legislation that there's going to be tremendous amount of disagreements on because we're looking at for a change, a very capable force as opposition because of its pure size and probably some of the people that they're electing. Very different people that we're electing. A lot of those teachers that Adam was talking about running for the NDP. We're electing a lot of those farmers that we all know are running in rural Saskatchewan, are people very connected to rural communities. So once again, very divided. And that's a part that's familiar to us, that well, whether we're counting ballots by hand or not, that seems to be pretty much the way it's been for a substantial amount of time.
Yeah, that rural-urban split. And I'm wondering, Meralda, what the NDP had to change policy-wise to get here. We know that Carla Beck is driving a big truck. She's going to cut the gas tax, and she opposes the carbon tax just like Scott Moe. How much ground did she have to cede to get into the middle and maybe certainly pick up some seats?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how much more she could have ceded to sort of get that vote. And I'm not sure that that isn't sort of a problem of messaging. And this idea, like you kind of have to overcome this idea that the NDP just cannot represent anyone in rural Saskatchewan, because that's not true. It's also not true that no one in the Saskatchewan Party can represent people in the cities, but you have to get over what is a very big communications hump and then a very big ideological sort of conversation with them and start to kind of shift that narrative overall. That's a really hard thing to do. We talk about it all the time in policy in terms of saying, look at all of the things that you would benefit by coming over to us. These are all of the things that we are willing to do to walk into that middle for you. And it just, there just is, it might not be the policy or the fact that she's not seated in enough ground, but that people just can't hear it and or they're just not ready to believe it.
Well, I'm wondering, Murray, where people who like the carbon tax, if there are any in Saskatchewan, go or care more about the environment than these two parties campaigned on, for instance.
Well, certainly not the Green Party, because we have been talking about them all evening. So, yeah, it's going to be very difficult for those voices to be heard in this legislature because there's other issues that are going to be heard. And I can't believe that after these election results, we're not going to hear more about healthcare and education and social policy. And I'm kind of wondering whether this government might let up a bit on its social policy agenda, knowing full well that they're actually losing some votes in rural seats and certainly losing the cities. This is obviously not the big tent Brad Wall Sask party that we once saw. That basically did lay claim to, you remember the soccer moms and the elections that we covered where they were going after a very suburban vote and were rather successful and built a strong
where
foothold.
they had not been with their previous leader, Elwyn Hermanson, and that was a decided effort to appeal to more suburban voters.
Yeah, tonight it's gone.
Merelda, what do you think that the lesson might be for the Saskatchewan Party in these results? You mentioned earlier that maybe you'd stay in your own lane and let school trustees who will be elected in a couple weeks do their work.
Yeah, and that is a really important point. Sometimes it's hard when you really, I guess, fundamentally believe in something not to kind of step into those other spaces. But the province has some key jobs that it needs to do. One of them is address healthcare. There are a lot of wait lists out there. There are a lot of people who are waiting for procedures. There are a lot of people who are waiting for sort of smaller healthcare problems that, because they wait so long, become bigger healthcare problems. And then you have all of the other people who are living with addictions and other things who then end up in hospitals because they also don't have the right sort of spaces. So you have that big healthcare problem that you really need to sort of be investing in. You have the education space where you really need to be looking at actual resources and human resources and spending less time thinking about all of those other policy pieces. So if you learned anything, it's that when hundreds upon hundreds of people come to your doorstep sort of month over month, you might have to listen to them.
Thanks, you guys. Sam?
All right, let's bring it back to some results and some ridings. We still have 2 seats yet to come. It's 10:30. I just want to point out the polls have been closed for 2.5 hours, and there are still 2 ridings that we don't have any results for. But where are you taking us?
For my friends in the newsroom, bring me up a coffee, please. Por favor. Right now, we have some people headed to the legislature. Terry Brom in Carrot River Valley, commanding margin here over CJ Binkley. This would be a hold for the Saskatchewan Party. Brom steps into the shoes of Fred Bradshaw, who retired. We talked about Jeremy Harrison a moment ago. Jeremy Harrison heading back to the legislature, the Minister of the Economy and Immigration, going back from Meadow Lake over Miles Nockbar, former University of Regina Cougars basketball athletic trainer.
You would know that.
I would. I had to do it. Jeremy Cockrell is going back to the legislature. The education minister, and this is when we talked about, this is the education minister against Tom Krasinski, who was the teacher of the year in the Battlefords area in 2023, I believe.
Best of the best competition.
Fascinating here, and Jeremy Cockrell, so the Jeremys are going back, and another person heading back to the legislature. This is considered one of the safest seats in the province for the NDP in Saskatoon-Nutana, and that's Erica Ritchie, who reclaims her seat, the incumbent in Saskatoon-Nutana, and we are waiting for a couple. I believe that it's Lakeview is one and Yorkton is the other, and if Lakeview is Carla Beck, which we expect, as of the last I checked, the NDP was sweeping in Regina. So some of those are real tight and they can flip, but that's fascinating.
You're going to make that room cheer that's watching us right
If
now.
the sound's on. I don't think the sound's on. Here's our map.
there's
This is
what the map
Regina
looks
Lakeview right here.
They call that a
Oh,
bingo.
man.
Is that a bingo?
We have the best team in the business, eh? They're making it look real smart. Appreciate that, you guys.
And also, in case you're just joining us and you see the stars next to the names and you're wondering why those are there, those are incumbents. No favoritism, no anything there.
Yes.
Just those are people who were there before who may or may not be going back.
We thought about fun emojis, but decided against it.
Emojis would have been great, but probably would have got us in trouble.
Yes.
Okay, speaking of things that are fun, let's go to Ethan Williams, who is at a watch party, as he referenced earlier, where the people are. Ethan, what's the vibe like where you are?
Well, despite the slow results tonight, Sam, people are still hanging around here at Multinational Brewery in Regina. We've heard some cheers from people at times as the results have been coming in tonight. And I'm joined by one of those who has been keeping a close eye on the results. This is Melanie. Melanie, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks.
I just wonder kind of right off the bat here, what do you think of the results so far that you're seeing coming in?
Well, I continue to remain hopeful. I have an imagination, and my imagination wants to see Saskatchewan taking care of its people, taking care of elderly, taking care of our classrooms. So I'm remaining hopeful about the results.
Yeah, and is that kind of what you're hearing from other people in your community and from people here tonight as well?
Yeah, like we all know that it's time for a change, and we need to lead with love and not fear. And I'm really hoping to see we protect our children, we protect trans people, we protect our elderly, our houseless people. We vote for a free Palestine. You know, I'm optimistic. I'm hoping that these results that we see lead to a different Saskatchewan.
Okay, Melanie, thanks so much for your thoughts.
Yeah.
All right, the party continuing down here at Sam. We'll see how long people stick around there. Some of them holding out for a long time tonight down here at Multinational in Regina.
All right, thanks for this, Ethan. If you are paying attention to the bottom of your screen, you will see there are 0 seats left to come. That means we are getting results from all 61 constituencies, and right now it has the Sask Party elected or leading in 34 seats, with the Sask Party's the Sask Party with 34, the NDP with 27, and a lot of those ridings way too close to call at this point. Many fewer than 100 votes in the vote margin. We're bringing in Eric Grenier to look at how things are shaping up. Eric, is there still a path for the NDP tonight?
Well, the reason that we still can't really make a call whether it's going to be a Sask Party majority or an NDP majority is because of how many close ridings there still are. If the Sask Party holds what they're currently leading in, the 34 that they have at the bottom of the screen will be enough to form that majority government. But a lot of these ridings are really close. So let's look at what ridings are really making the difference between the two. We're going to start with Saskatoon-Willow Grove. You can see the lead is 1 vote. 1 vote is not going to hold. I can tell you this right now, that at some point, someone is going to take a much wider lead than that. If we look at the next riding, Prince Albert and Northcote would be the next one on the NDP's target list. They're only behind by 29 votes, and there's still lots to count. If we look next at Moose Jaw, Waccamaw, this is another one. It's the Battle of the Pattersons. There, the lead is a little bit wider at 249 votes for the Sask Party, so it could be a bit tougher for the NDP to take that one. And then if we look at what would be riding number 31 for the NDP, riding number 30 for the Sask Party if they drop that low, you can see in Prince Albert Carleton, it's a lead of 330 votes. 334 votes. There's also another factor that no one is going to be very excited to hear me say because of what it means in terms of how long we have to wait. There are those mail ballots that still have to be counted. Now, we saw in the last election in 2020, the NDP overperformed in the mail ballots. It actually turned the outcome in the riding for Ryan Miley, the leader. And we saw in British Columbia, where there's the mail ballots that have been counted there as well, that the NDP really outperformed the Conservative Party. So a lot of these ridings have anywhere from 300 to as much as 1,000 mail ballots that still have to be counted. If the NDP wins that mail ballot, as they've done in the past, as we saw in British Columbia, a lot of these could end up flipping, not tonight, but maybe in a couple days.
Eric, I did check that specific riding with Ken Cheveldayoff. There's 917 potential mail-in ballots in that riding. So even if it goes within a 300 vote balance, we're really going to be waiting on that final count because those don't get counted until later.
Yeah, so that's why it's really hard to make the call tonight, because for every seat that ticks up for the NDP, the Sask Party goes down one, and it doesn't take a lot to get the NDP up to 31 seats. So still too early to call, even though we're approaching, what, 2.5 hours since the polls closed?
All still in play, which is interesting. I mean, this time 4 years ago, I think we were listening to Scott Moe speak, and we're slowly wrapping up our evening, and we're not even close to that. Adam, let's take a look at Lakeview, Regina Lakeview, because we are now seeing results come in from all 61 constituencies.
Yeah, this is the leader, Carla Beck, who was first elected in 2016. This is her first time leading the party, hoping to become the first female premier in Saskatchewan history. She's the first elected female leader for the NDP. And so far, so good for Carla Beck. And this is really the story tonight in Regina. It's right now a clean sweep for the NDP in Regina. And as Eric talked about, we're looking at Willow Grove with that one seat margin, one vote margin. That is so tight. So you look at Paul Merriman and Hugh Gordon. This is our first
dead tie.
Yeah, it's an exact tie.
Do they rock, paper, scissors for it?
7 of 10 polls reporting, but as Eric mentioned, this could be one where we're waiting on mail-in ballots, and this would be a big upset for the NDP.
Silver Spring? I will check for you.
We have Silver Spring as, this is the incumbent. This is the former health minister, current minister of corrections and policing. So this is something that we will be watching for. Regina Coronation Park, this is the first time we've seen this one on the board tonight. Healthy lead for the incumbent, Noor Burki. This is a rematch of 4 years ago. Riaz Ahmad and Noor Burki, last year in the by-election, where Noor Burki won. Coronation Park, of course, the former seat of Mark Docherty. And in Saskatoon Riversdale, commanding lead here for Kim Breckner. This would be a pickup for the Saskatchewan NDP, an upset win for Bar Friesen.
No Nadine Wilson.
This is Saskatoon Riversdale.
Oh, Saskatoon River. I'm mixing that up with Saskatchewan Rivers. My bad. At least I know my mistake.
I got you. Okay, Saskatoon Riversdale. In Yorkton, our first Yorkton result is David Chan leading by 800 votes over Lenore Pinder. Now, Yorkton is one that this margin would be a lot larger 4 years ago, 8 years ago, but it's a place that both Scott Moe and Carla Beck spent time campaigning in, which signaled to me that it was going to be a little more in question. We're still waiting for a few more polls, but a good start here for the Sask Party, and this would be a hold in Yorkton.
I feel like my brains are starting to turn to mush, so I will leave the
It's all good.
the opining and the
No,
counting to you.
Do what you do.
Because then you get to correct me.
Okay.
Let's go back to our panel. Patrick Dinsdale is the chair of the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce for the province. He lives in Shaunavon. Jackie Wall is an artist that lives in Beanfate. She's the former executive director of the Estevan Chamber of Commerce. We have heard a lot about the carbon tax for quite some time now. We've also heard a lot about the relationship between the government, potential government, and the federal government. Jackie, I want to start with you. You are in energy country. How do these messages around the carbon tax land down there?
Well, they don't land very well at all, actually. Our chamber several years ago, the Canadian Chamber came out with a statement saying that they could be supportive of the carbon tax if certain changes were made, and we wholeheartedly said no. We do not agree with the carbon tax. I believe that there is a lot of research and there's a lot of advances that are happening in the private sector. I think those can be definitely supported by government. However, creating a tax that does not seem to have solved anything, I would challenge the federal government to make a list of what that carbon tax has supported as far as advancements in the areas of research and development as far as our environment. We know in our province, we have very high standards. Oil and gas companies are looked to throughout the world. Our mining is looked to throughout the world, our carbon capture as well. And those are the advances that need to happen, that need to support our economy and further support our environment.
Patrick, what about when it comes to the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce? Where do things stand with your members when it comes to the carbon tax?
Oh, it's a mix depending on who you talk to. There's a lot of engagement in the resource industries amongst the Indigenous community. It generates a lot of revenue for First Nations throughout the province. There's also a very strong sense within the Indigenous community and a lot of our members to focus on greener energies and how we can capitalize on those opportunities. We all recognize that we need to find more efficient ways to do things, that we need to find better solutions, but at the same time, recognizing that if we can look at building efficiencies, that kind of gets us from one place to the other.
Patrick, Jackie, thank you so much for popping back in. We will check in as results continue to be counted. Let's bring this back to studio. And where do you want to go?
We're going to look at some cabinet ministers to how they fared tonight, and this is going to be a disappointment for the Saskatchewan party, and I'm sure it'll be a big cheer at NDP headquarters in Regina. Joan Pratchler knocking off Laura Ross, the longtime MLA for Regina Rochdale and cabinet minister. So this is something that the NDP had targeted. This is a pickup, and this is continuing to be a good night for the NDP in Regina. How about this one? In Saskatoon, a lead for Darcy Warrington, and in Regina, a lead for Brett Blakely. That was Bronwyn Eyre trailing in Saskatoon Stonebridge. This is Christine Tell trailing, although under 150 votes right now with 711 polls reporting to Brent Blakely. Sally Hauser leading a little more comfortably against Jean Mikowski. That's 4 cabinet ministers, 1 already down, and 3 more on the ropes here. And the Saskatchewan party, this is going to send a chill through the room in Saskatoon where Sam Sampson is. Justice Minister, Minister of Social Services, Minister of Culture and Sport, all on this board, all in trouble. We saw Ken Cheveldayoff, who has been in cabinet before. Paul Merriman's in trouble in Saskatoon as well. So just fascinating what the NDP's been able to do in Regina so far and Saskatoon against these cabinet ministers, Sam.
All right, thanks for this, Adam. Let's go to Eric Grenier in Ottawa. Eric, one of the things that's interesting about the cabinet ministers that Adam was just talking about is some of those 2 weeks ago were considered very safe Sask party seats.
Yeah, absolutely. Regina has been a big shift towards the NDP. The NDP knew that they had to sweep or nearly sweep all 12 ridings in the city, and at the moment they're leading and elected in all 12 ridings in the city. Let's look at how the votes have shifted in Regina, the provincial capital, since the last time people in Saskatchewan voted. You can see that the New Democrats are leading in the city with 55% of the vote. That's up about 6 points from where they were last time. Only 39% for the Sask party, down 5 points. You can see that the Greens and the other parties also taking up some of the vote, but a big shift towards the NDP, and it has delivered the seats that they needed in Regina so far. They're up 5 seats. The Sask party is down 5 seats. There's no other seats to swing in this city. The NDP is at the moment sweeping all of Regina. One of the reasons why they're not leading in the seat count overall across the province is that they haven't done the same thing in Saskatoon. There's still a few seats where the Sask party is leading right now. But clearly the goal for the NDP at first step, sweep Regina. They've done that. We'll see what's going to happen in the rest of the province.
All right, thanks, Eric. Adam, let's take a look at some of those races that are just really, really tight.
Yeah, this is, Eric just talked about Saskatoon and the NDP having to run the table there as well. We're going to look at Saskatoon, Westview, April Chief Calf leading by just 23 votes over the incumbent David Buckingham, who was famously knocked off Cam Broughton back in 2016. He's hoping to hold on to his seat for a 3rd straight election, but right now he's trailing with just 5 of 11 polls reporting. Look at Regina Pasqua, another tight one. This is one we talked about off the top of the show. 33 votes. It's historically been one of the tightest races. It's playing out like that tonight. Bujin Brar of the NDP with a rematch against Mohammed Fayez. 6 of 12 polls reporting here. And we talk about this back and forth in Saskatoon Willow Grove. Ken Cheveldayoff clinging to a 35-vote lead over Alana Wakula, thank you. This is one that we'll be watching as well. Sask United Party picking up 30 votes here, but we haven't seen a lot of blue on the board here with the Sask United Party. And again, we go back to Saskatoon Silver Spring. This is the same as our last reporting when we put this up here. Tons of votes counted, but it's a dead heat here, and the Greens maybe playing a bit of a spoiler here. 109 votes, 7 to 10 reporting, and still we have to impress upon people that on Wednesday we'll count the mail-in ballots. Many requested. They're going to check and make sure people haven't voted twice, so you can always request a mail-in ballot. Then if you decide to go to the polls and vote in person, you do that. But the mail-in ballots will wait for Wednesday, so still a lot to be decided, Sam.
Interesting. And you mentioned the term, like nobody, the Greens may be playing spoiler there, but someone that we haven't really seen playing spoiler yet is the Sask United Party. Stephanie, I'm curious what the panel has noticed about that.
What have you noticed about that, panel?
You may go first.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I mean, I think, yeah, you know, we've kind of mentioned this already. There was an idea that there was going to be a much bigger split on the Conservative side. And I think what you're seeing here is that a lot of people, if they wanted the Sask party to stay in power, they stuck with them. They didn't go sort of shopping around for what they thought might work better for them, or maybe this was a little bit more of the message they were looking for. They went for a sure thing.
Marie, we heard that some cabinet ministers in Regina, Christine Tell, Laura Ross, had been out door knocking where maybe in the past they weren't on the doorsteps as often. Saskatoon, we saw Ken Shoveldayoff in a white suit on the boulevards. What do you think they were hearing, that they were out there campaigning possibly more in earnest than?
Probably the same thing we were hearing, that urban Saskatchewan, at least the two major cities, Sask party seems to be holding their own, at least last time in Moose Jaw and PA, but at least in the two urban cities, two largest urban cities, the people were very frustrated over healthcare, over education, over the issues that were brought forward. There was less of an issue in the rural seats, as we saw early on, where there was an explosion of Sask party leads and wins that took us to that incredible total that we saw, where it looked like it was going to be a massive sweep until the city results started to come in. But what they were probably hearing on the doorsteps is the same thing I think that a lot of us have been hearing for a lot of times, and that is frustration with the very issues that Merelda talked about, the meat and potato issues, when they were dealing with other things that maybe were less consequential to people's lives. And health and education are two things that they just have not really focused enough attention on. You know, when the teachers were striking last year, they were dealing with Bill 137 when they should have been finding ways to end the contract. Now, maybe there aren't that many teachers in Saskatchewan, but they all have spouses, they all have neighbors, same with nurses, same with everything, and it tends to spread in that particular way. In rural communities, it's slightly different when you got resource-based issues, and people are legitimately concerned about the carbon tax and how much they're spending to drive from point A to point B and what it's costing them, and the cost of living issues, slightly different. So it does speak to how what their candidates in rural Saskatchewan might have been hearing that was different than what the urban candidates were hearing. But unfortunately, the urban candidates were left with the script the Sask party put forward, you know, that the number one priority was going to be change rooms. A lot of people looked at that and said, well, in the cities, and said, that's not my priority. A lot of people in rural Saskatchewan, I'm guessing, looked at that and said, well, that's not my priority either, but at least you're still talking about the carbon tax, which is important to me.
And we did hear some younger people talking about the Saskatchewan party's been in power since what, the iPhone 1 came out or something. And so but for us who are old, the Saskatchewan party is a relatively new phenomenon. But for people voting for the first time, it's all they've ever known as government, Merelda. And I wonder if some of the boogeyman scare has gone from the Saskatchewan party, talking about the NDP shutting down hospitals and doing things that maybe some voters simply don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, I teach a lot of people who have never known anything but this. And so when they are struggling to find a job, or when they're struggling for supports, and when they're thinking about buying a house and it's just completely out of their reach, or they're talking about affordability, it is a little bit different. They don't see that old NDP party there. And I actually have to say, I don't see that party anymore either. It's been 17 years. That's a really long time. And so when you think about how that plays out for people, they are not sort of looking at that and saying, oh yeah, remember that time there was that hospital outside of the city of Regina? That's been Sask Polytech for a very long time. So that's all they know of that building. So that time of that history, those things have really passed.
Rural Saskatchewan being older, that's what they remember too. Hospitals being closed.
Thanks, you guys. Okay, we are going to go to our first elected guest of the night who has knocked off a cabinet minister. Alexander Kwan is standing by at NDP headquarters with Joan Pratchler.
That is absolutely correct. I'm here with Joan Pratchler, who we just recently projected to be elected for Regina Rochdale. Now, Joan, how are you feeling after hearing that you're being projected to be
I'm excited. I'm honored to be able to represent the people of Rochdale. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Now, obviously, you have now defeated a sitting cabinet minister in Laura Ross. That's obviously a big achievement. How are you feeling about that?
Well, it shows you that if you go out and do the work and talk to people, and better yet, listen to them, they tell you things and you can tell them that you can represent them.
Now, what did you hear on the doorstep? What did you hear from people when you were out campaigning?
They said they wanted somebody credible to represent them. And they hadn't seen their former representative for a long time, and they were glad that I was out there on their doorsteps.
Now, former school principal, currently registered nurse, if I'm correct. Do you think you have that background helped you on the campaign trail?
Well, absolutely. One of the most trusted professions is nursing. And the next one is a principal that helped and loved kids in school and helped them learn. Yes.
Now, when you were out on the campaign, did you hear a lot about education, about healthcare?
Absolutely. Rochdale's filled with teachers, and they're not impressed with what has happened. And they know that I understand because I still am a teacher.
Now, when you're, I guess, heading into having been elected, what are you hoping to see from the NDP as you look into this next step and as an elected politician?
That we're going to make education better for the children because that's the future of our province. And we're going to address what happens in healthcare by listening and acting on what the frontline people are telling us. There's no way I would have asked a grade 1 teacher to implement a new reading program if I didn't sit alongside of her or him and do it with them. You need to understand what's happening on the front lines or you cannot be their leader. Period.
Okay. Well, Joan, the other question I had for you is, your background obviously helped on the campaign trail. Regina is currently being swept by the NDP. That means every riding is going towards the NDP, at least for the moment. Do you think, what do you think made it such a good message for voters, I guess, that they want to support the NDP all of Regina?
Well, I can tell, especially in Rochdale, they care about education because they know children are their future. They care about health care because someone in their family is going to need health care. And so those are two critical places. And in Rochdale, people were telling me, we care about other people. We think you might be able to do that because you have frontline experience. And I have, from bedside to board table, from classroom to boardroom. I understand what the issues are, and now I can stand up for them. And that's what you need in a spicy grandma there.
Well, Joan, thank you very much for talking with me. Thank you. Thank you. I was Joan Pratchler, just recently projected to be the winner for Regina Rochdale. Sam, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Alex. Adam, did she just describe herself as a spicy grandma?
I think she did.
I love it. I want that on a t-shirt for her.
I didn't see that on her campaign flyer, but that might be for next time, 4 years from now.
I love it so much.
We're going to look at Regina, and Alex talked about that sweep, and that is happening right now. And we're projecting Carla Beck to be the winner in Regina. Lakeview, commanding margin here for Carla. Big night for her. We're seeing the board here. A lot of races still too close to call, but the NDP really performing well tonight from what we've seen in the recent past. Carla Beck leading them into the election for the first time here, Sam.
Her language has really changed over the last week too, from we're campaigning on change to we're going to win this thing, and it's not over yet.
It's not over yet, and where the Saskatchewan Party needed to hold on to this election was in the communities outside of Regina and Saskatoon. This is one, Martinsville, Blairmore, Jamie Martin's with a just about a 400 vote lead right now over Tammy Pike, 6 of 10 polls reporting. So they're holding on here in Martinsville, Blairmore. There's a few other places where they're holding on, where the NDP needed to make a breakthrough. Tim McLeod, we can elect and send to the legislature here. And this is one that the NDP they thought they had an outside chance in Moose Jaw North. This wasn't the Moose Jaw race that they were focused on as much.
Spent lots of time there.
But they spent lots of time in the city. This is a mix of urban and rural outside of Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw Waccamaw was the place where they were hoping to pick up, and they're down pretty convincingly right now with 9 of 12 polls reporting. So Moose Jaw is a hold for the Saskatchewan party, it looks like. If Martinsville holds, White City, these other places, that's a good sign for the Saskatchewan party, and they needed to do that. We talk about White City right there, making me look good. Once again, Brad Craswaller will be going to the legislature. This is Don McMorris's old seat. Also Christine Tell representing people in the White City area for the last 4 years, but a convincing victory here. This is one that the NDP thought they had maybe had an outside shot like Martinsville, but that's not the case tonight.
No, not at all. Okay, let's go back to Eric Grenier for some more analysis on how things are playing out tonight. We have all seats reporting. We have 84% of the vote in, but we are still not able to project what's going to happen here, Eric.
Yeah, we're still waiting to make some final calls. Right now, the Sask party is deemed elected in 29 ridings. So they're only right now 2 short of getting to that majority threshold. Adam already highlighted some of those ridings that are really going to be the ones that will decide it, but it's Moose Jaw Waccamaw and it's also Martinsville Blairmore. The issue is that there's still lots of votes to count it. So right now we have about 2,700 votes counted in Martinsville Blairmore and about 3,800 in Moose Jaw Waccamaw. That still probably means we got about 5,000 more votes to count, give or take, in Martinsville based on what the vote count was in the last election, and maybe another 2,500 in Moose Jaw Waccamaw. So still a lot of votes to count. But if the Sask party can win those 2, those would be the easiest ones for them to win right now. That would put them at 31. Whether they get up to 32, 33, 34, we might have to wait longer. But they do have a path right now, and it is the much easier path than the New Democrats. The New Democrats need to flip some ridings where they're trailing by some pretty significant margins. So Sask party is on track, but there's still too many ridings that are too close to call.
Okay, thanks for this, Eric. I would love to go back now to Shellbrook, where Dan Zakreski has been all night long in Scott Moe's home riding. He's at the rec center. I want to know about the vibe in the room, but I also want to know, is there still hockey going on?
Well, Sam, you know, there's nothing quite as forlorn and quiet as a hockey rink that's emptied out. The hockey ended about an hour ago. It feels like yesterday, and things have gotten really quiet here. We're talking 2 solitudes, really, with this room. There's the reporter area out here on the concourse, which, you know, was pretty loud and busy when the hockey families were here, and there were a lot of political types coming and going. There was a wave of Sask party people who came in with a big pile of Scott Moe signs that are sitting over there. But in terms of Mr. Moe and his supporters in the party, they're all locked away in the Rogers above the rink. Or above the, I'm losing my train of thought here. They're in the curling room, and they're behind closed doors. And for the past half hour or so, as the results tightened up, things just got really quiet. You know, there's been a couple of their senior officials who've come out and talked, but it's really they're in that room, we're in this room, we're waiting for the word. We don't even know if Mr. Moe is in the building yet. There's a separate entrance there. So that's kind of where we're at, a bunch of reporters watching you guys put on a fine show.
Well, I will take the compliment, and I appreciate it. And we'll check in with you a little later on once we know that Mr. Moe has maybe arrived and we kind of figure out where this thing is going. From Shellbrook to Regina and the panel, it's not uncommon for leaders to sit and watch the results in peace and quiet before coming out. That's not surprising. But it makes for a much less interesting evening for the people waiting for him.
Well, it's much later that Scott Moe is sitting waiting for results than the last time we were here. We were heading home by this time last time. So as we wait and talk about that, even if the Saskatchewan party is the government, what would it mean, Murray, for the opposition to double in size?
Well, it's tremendous because they have that many more resources, because the resources that they render from the Ledge Assembly office is based on the number of MLAs, And if I look at 27 compared to 14, that's almost a doubling. So they're twice as rich as they used to be. So this should be a very good night for the NDP. It should be a very good night for the Sask Party, because this looks like, at this particular point, and we don't know yet, but if things hold, they're heading to a fifth-term government. It was just too big a hill for the NDP to climb with all those rural seats and those huge leads that they had in rural Saskatchewan. And I think that's a difference. It's kind of unfortunate because it overshadows two really good stories tonight that we should be telling. And the one story is the talk of a government that's on the verge of being a fifth-term government. We don't see that very often. That would only be the third time in the history of Saskatchewan that we have seen that. The story of the NDP coming back from near oblivion 2 years ago when they lost the Athabasca by-election, and they lost their leader, and they looked like they were a total mess. In comes Carla Beck, the leader that nobody kind of really wanted, and revised this party to the point where it's at tonight with 27 seats, short of being government at this particular moment, but a substantial gain from where they were. So those are two tremendous political stories, but yet overshadowing this is this unfortunate divide between rural and urban, and the uncertainty as to where that's going to take us in terms of policy and in terms of other things in the next 4 years if this should hold up. And at this particular point, I guess we'll see. But unfortunately, two really good stories tonight are being overshadowed by an old problem.
Merelda, we heard a feisty grandma's going to the legislature. What else are you seeing in terms of new faces that might make their mark there?
Yeah, it was just, when you look at that and you hear somebody actually use the term feisty grandma, I mean, I hope I can use that term one day. You know, I think you're starting to see a lot of different people, in not only just in those who have, you know, retired from the Sask Party and retired from politics. So you've got a lot of new faces all over the map. So as you start to think about all of these different people coming in, their relationships are going to be a little bit different. It also changes the inner circles of those who surround the leader. And when you start to think about who forms that caucus, who forms those inner circles, who is advising, those things are flipping right now. And that's a really important thing and something that'll be really interesting to watch. How are they going to do that?
Thanks, you guys. Sam? All right, we have 85.2% of the vote in, Adam, but it is still too close to call. But let's take a look at who's been elected.
And I want to just reinforce that 34-27 that you're seeing on your screen or hearing us refer to is leading and elected. So there is 31 for a majority, but those aren't 34 elects for...
No guarantees.
Yeah, they are 34 leading and elected. As Eric mentioned, 29 elected so far for the Saskatchewan Party. So they're close, but not close enough. In Regina, a sweep right now for the Saskatchewan NDP. This is what they wanted. This is part of their game plan. They're not doing enough outside of Regina and Saskatoon, but we can send Nicole Sarr back to the legislature. Dominant result for her tonight. Former interim leader, has been a justice critic, corrections critic for the Saskatchewan NDP. So Nicole will be heading back, as will Lena Young, the incumbent for Regina South Albert. Another dominant margin here. So NDP really sending a message, and that's going to tighten up that vote share province-wide once we count more of these city votes. Another dominant result for Betty Napier-Albright, another incumbent in Saskatoon Centre who will be going back to the legislature for the NDP. That's 3 women elected. We had Joan Pratchler already, Erica Ritchie. You're seeing a pattern here, Carla Beck. So the NDP already had a big female contingent. Here's another one. Kim Breckner, a lawyer in Saskatoon, 1,200-ish vote margin here. This is a pickup in Saskatoon Riversdale, former seat of Mar Friesen. This is welcome news for the NDP. They never wanted to lose the Roy Romano seat in Riversdale. They did 4 years ago. They've got it back, and they're electing a lot of women tonight who will be in the Legislative Assembly in their caucus.
Regardless of your political stripes, Adam, I think it's really, as a woman, I say this, it's cool to see women get elected. It's cool to see women be represented in the legislature. I know that for a long time women were just not part of the Legislative Assembly, and then they start moving into those things. But to see yourself represented as a woman, and potentially even for Carla Beck to do what she's done tonight, for girls to see that there is a path to leadership in that way, I think is really powerful, even if you're not necessarily someone that supports the NDP. That representation matters. So I just wanted to point that out as you talk about the trend.
And I'll just say very quickly, if the results hold in Regina and in Saskatoon, we saw Bronwyn Ayre trailing, there's going to be at least 3 cabinet ministers for the Saskatchewan Party who are women who potentially won't be back in the legislature. One for sure, and Laura Ross, we saw her go down to defeat tonight.
But she lost to a woman.
That's true. But in the government cabinet, that's going to be trickier if Scott Moe can form a majority tonight to find those candidates, and that's going to be another issue for the Saskatchewan Party.
Oh, if it's all dudes. I did not consider that. Thank you, Adam. Speaking of the Saskatchewan Party, let's go back to Sam Sampson, who is at headquarters in Saskatoon. She's joined once again by Donna Harpower.
That's right. Another woman who has spent a lot of time in the legislature, Donna Harpower. Thank you for coming back on CBC. We just checked and made sure. So the Saskatchewan Party is holding on to your old riding of Humboldt Watrous. What's your message to the incoming MLA there?
You know, congratulations to Raquel. I think she will do a great job, and I'm quite excited for her.
So let's talk about those really tight races and the losses for the Saskatchewan Party at this moment. We know for sure, as Adam just mentioned in our show, Regina Rochdale has flipped to the NDP. We also saw a Saskatoon riding flip back to the NDP after the Saskatchewan Party gained it 4 years ago. I mean, what is going through your mind at this point as you're seeing these changes?
You know, I would be foolish if I wouldn't say it was disappointing. However, realistically, it is very, very difficult for any party to form government for 5 terms. So it's unprecedented for us to be able to form government for the 5th time, but also concerning, and I've seen it throughout my political career, of the urban-rural divide. And I think this election is going to show that divide is fairly wide yet again. It has been in the past, and it's going to be on the new government to kind of bridge that gap again and bring the urban and rural back together. Ultimately, in this province of Saskatchewan, we're very center. And in order to keep, both urban and rural supporting you and supporting the initiatives that you put forward, you've got to always keep to the center. And the new government needs to be mindful of that.
Is there a concern that the Saskatchewan Party drifted away from the center at all for you?
There isn't for myself personally. I mean, I just brought forward a budget that was heavily weighted in funding for education and healthcare, which should be considered very center. But perception. I think there was a perception building, and it started with COVID, and COVID just divided our province in a lot of ways, and people came out of it kind of grumpy. And again, it goes back to that time for change. We're not sure why, but we're kind of grumpy, and it's time for change. That is definitely in play in this election. But perception becomes reality if you don't do something about it.
What concerns you specifically about that urban-rural divide that you were mentioning earlier?
Specifically, it's going to be policies and future initiatives, quite frankly, that's going to address it. All you can do as a government is the best within your means. And although that we have put a lot of resources into the urban centers, such as healthcare facilities and schools, maybe we need to do better in messaging what we're doing in the urban centers.
Let's talk about the leader of the Saskatchewan Party. He has been re-elected, Scott Moe, in his own riding. But what kind of conversations happen, if these numbers hold 34-27, sure, the Saskatchewan Party forms government, but what happens to the leader now? What kind of conversations happen tomorrow?
I won't be having those conversations, quite frankly. That is entirely his decision as to what he thinks his future holds. Obviously, he has the confidence in this election to lead us again, and I've been very proud to serve under him.
What would you're not part of those conversations, of course, because you are leaving politics, and congratulations again on a career. But you've got to admit it's a tough position to be in after the Saskatchewan Party is in power for 17 years, and now a leader has to deal with those repercussions. So where do you even go from here?
But is there repercussions? Like I said, is this unusual? I think that, quite frankly, we're in an envious spot across the nation because no other province has been able to hold government for 5 terms. So is it repercussions or is it a success?
It's an interesting way to look at it. Thank you very much. And what you were referencing there, of course, is should the Saskatchewan Party win tonight, they will form a majority government for a 5th consecutive term. Hasn't been seen since the days of Tommy Douglas.
You know, I don't know the history on that, and I know a lot do, but it's been a very long time since that's been seen.
Very much so. Well, thank you so much for your insight. Really appreciate it during a very competitive night. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you so much.
That is Donna Harpower. She's the former finance minister, and she is retiring from politics. She's been an MLA in the Humboldt-Watrous area since 1999, giving us a bit of insight into some of the conversations that might be happening and some of the perspective shifts that she's seen over the past few years within Saskatchewan that maybe led to some of these very competitive races that we're seeing right now, Sam.
All right. Thank you, Sam. I want to bring it back to Adam here. We're going to look at some more results. I will say we have 87.6% of the ballots counted, which tells you just how close this is, that we're not able to make a call.
Yeah, it's nail-biting time. Get the Tums out, hit the coffee. You know, people are nervous about what's happening. Not me, but the people
that's
watching
a weird
this.
combination.
Well, you know, do you, I suppose. So we're going to look at Regina Northeast here. Jocelyn Roy with a 161 vote lead over Rahul Singh. This would be a pickup for the NDP if it holds, and this is one they were targeting. This is part of their mission Sweep Regina, which they are completing at the moment, Sam.
All right, thanks, Adam. Let's go to NDP headquarters, where Alexander Kwan is standing by with Jocelyn Roy.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Sam. I'm here with Jocelyn Roy. Now, Jocelyn, how are you feeling about today's results? How are you feeling about today in general?
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Yes, yeah.
Now, as a teacher, what have you been hearing on the doorstep? Have you been hearing a lot about education?
Absolutely, and I guess that's one of my reasons for running in the first place is sort of a lack of consultation with frontline workers and some other issues going on in my particular riding. It comes up a lot on the doorstep. Great concern about the future, not only for kids and of our province, but also for the staff that's feeling very stressed and overwhelmed right now. Yeah.
Now, obviously, you're not the only one who's projected to be winning in Regina for the NDP. It looks like a full sweep for the NDP so far. What do you think that says about the priorities for people living in the cities? Is it concern over healthcare, concern over education, or both?
I think it's both. Definitely people are concerned about healthcare, they are concerned about education, and they're also concerned about affordability. So we see a lot of different things going on in my riding. I represent people from lower income and higher income groups, but across the board, everybody is concerned about health and education, and I think that made a really big difference here.
How did you feel about campaigning? What did you feel like going to those doors, talking to people? How was it for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I suppose in 2018 and 2020, under one of our former MLAs, Jens Peterson, I was greatly involved with his campaign, did a lot of door knocking, so actually knew quite a bit about the riding from back then. So getting back out there was wonderful. It is one of my favorite things to be on the doorstep, listening to people, because that is what is important, is accountability and transparency with those that you represent.
Now, is it different going from a door knocker, a volunteer with a campaign, to being a candidate?
Absolutely. I see that's Brent. It's a big difference. Yes, absolutely is. Yeah. What can I say? Sorry, I'm just...
Not a problem. It's obviously a very exciting night for everybody here at the NDP headquarters.
Yes.
For you in particular, what are the emotions you're feeling right now?
I guess a lot of pride, a lot of happiness. Some of it feels surreal. I've been working quite hard since the May Long weekend of last year to see some change in this community that I care deeply about. So I'm just very happy and very, very grateful to the residents of Regina Northeast for giving us a chance here, and to, quite frankly, everybody across Saskatchewan for giving us and Carla Beck a chance too. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sam, I'll throw back to you in the studio. That was Jacqueline Roy from Regina Rochdale, projecting to win there. Sam, back to you.
All right, thanks, Alex. 34 projected or elected or leading for the Saskatchewan Party, 27 for the NDP. There is one riding that we are all watching very carefully. Eric Grenier is coming back to talk about it because there is one seat that would be the Sask Party's path to victory sooner than later.
Yeah, well, that's what we've been talking about all night is the 31 seat mark. The Sask Party is above it in the leading and elected, but in terms of the elected, if we look at where the numbers stand right now, the Sask Party is just on the cusp of being in that position to win a majority government. They are now leading or elected in 34, but they're elected in 30. They're missing one riding, and that one riding likely to be Moose Jaw Waccamaw that has the biggest margin right now for the Sask Party. Megan Patterson is ahead by 740 votes. There is only one more box to count. That box likely is a big one, probably has over 1,000 votes based on how many votes are left to count. But if the Sask Party can hold the margin in Moose Jaw Waccamaw that they've had throughout the night, the count has been pretty steady in that riding. We haven't seen a lot of fluctuations. Then that would be their 31st seat, and that would be a majority government. If they get a couple more, would be helpful for electing a speaker and having a legislature that might survive for a full 4 terms. But the Sask Party does seem to be in a very strong position. And for the NDP, I think that was really where it might come down to being unable to flip Moose Jaw Waccamaw. That was supposed to be one of the ridings that was on their target list, but it looks like the Sask Party is on track for holding it. And if they do that, then Scott Moe will have 4 more years in the Premier's office.
And I did look, Eric, at the mail-in ballots for potential mail-in ballots as it is, because we know not everybody mails them in. There's only 419 for Moose Jaw Waccamaw, so even with the current lead, it wouldn't change anything.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a number of ridings that we are going to be watching for that mail ballot count that could end up flipping. So the final count could be a bit different from what we're looking at right now, just based on how that count will go over the next few days. But we are taking that into account to decide whether we can call these ridings. And a riding like Moose Jaw Waccamaw will be decided tonight.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Adam, let's take a look at some more results, shall we?
And I wanted to take a look at, we were talked about at the top of the show,
Hours
third
ago.
parties. That was many hours ago.
Many hours ago.
And John Remick is the leader of the Saskatchewan United Party. He took over for Nadine Wilson. He's finished 3rd here in Lumsden Morris. As it stands, we still have 10 more polls to report, but if this holds, this will be a disappointing result for the Saskatchewan United Party. They're hoping to make a breakthrough. A lot of advertising, a lot of John Remick doing media rounds, and so far it hasn't made much of an impact. Another 3rd place right now for the Saskatchewan United Party in Sask Rivers. This is the former leader, Nadine Wilson. This is their first member in the legislature. 6 more polls to report here, but a distant 3rd for Nadine Wilson. So that's a disappointment for them. Not on the board in Esteban Big Muddy at all. They did have a candidate here. Phil Zajac is the leader of the Buffalo Party. Reminder, they finished 2nd in 4 different constituencies 4 years ago. But the Buffalo Party and the Sask United Party haven't finished 2nd anywhere. So not much of a factor at all for these 2 parties tonight. They, of course, took votes. They had many candidates running, but not making much of an impact on the results here.
Over to the political panel. I think it's interesting. You guys talked about this a little earlier in the fact that Scott Moe was really talking to those further right voters in the hopes that they wouldn't split the vote, and we're not even seeing them come in 2nd place.
Yeah, and I wonder, Marie, if this is the end of the Saskatchewan United Party and the Buffalo Party in terms of wagging the dog on policy, as you wrote not too long ago.
That, yeah. I don't know, because they still maintain a significant influence when it comes to Saskatchewan government policy. So why would you give that up by basically dismantling as a party?
Because you lost a bunch of seats.
Well, because you lost a seat. If that was your end goal to win seats, perhaps. But if it's your end goal to have influence in the party, it's hard to argue that they're not having influence. I guess it'll see if Scott Moe's #1 priority is still change rooms, because that's certainly Mr. Remick's #1 priority. He cheered that policy. So that is going to make things rather difficult for Scott Moe if that perceived threat that obviously doesn't.
But hasn't he learned tonight that that threat is not as real as the one from the middle in the cities from the NDP?
One would think, one would definitely think that should be the message tonight. But I watched this government for a considerable amount of time under Scott Moe, and I don't see him getting the message. This wasn't the first time on an issue like this that this was told. It was told on COVID. It was told on this. And it seems to have worked in rural Saskatchewan, because what does seem to have happened in rural Saskatchewan is all those votes that he feared would go to Sask United didn't go to Sask United. They went to his party by basically moving further right. So that would be their argument right now tonight. So I'm very interested to see what lessons are learned. One would think, okay, yeah, they see the NDP come up and significantly come up in urban Saskatchewan, but specifically in the two big cities, and not even in Moose Jaw and PA. So there is a bit of a mixed message here.
Yeah. Marilda, is this a rebuke of the Saskatchewan Party? Or as the former finance minister, Donna Harpower, said, is this a victory? 5 wins in a row for a government is very difficult.
I think both of those things can be true. I don't think either one of them is sort of not part of this narrative. I think it is a victory for them. They if it tracks the way it is tracking right now, they will form government. I think, though, they also have to do some real soul searching. And I think those that are left, those who are coming in, the new people who are coming in, I think have to ask themselves, all of those people who got up in front of reporters and at press conferences and rallies and said, this party has left me, I didn't leave them. That message, I think, resounded with a lot of people, and they will have to think through how they work that.
What do you think the Saskatchewan Party could do to win those people back? I mean, if it has to elect a speaker, how does it even deal with that after what happened with the last one?
Well, that's a good question. They're not in bad shape, and everybody likes that job because it pays a bit of coin, and it's they'll find someone, to run for it.
But will they text that person 700 times to make the rulings they want?
You'd think they learned that lesson, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe only 600. I honestly don't know, but there are going to be tremendous difficulties. Both managing caucus and managing this party. Like, what do you do with the caucus where you really don't have the same depth that or the equivalent depth to what you've lost? And if you think about the Gord Wyants and the Don Morgans and the Dustin Duncans and the Donna Harpowers, they've lost a considerable amount of talent. I didn't see a lot of similar talent coming in. Now, in fairness, some people come in, they just prove themselves. Mm-hmm. They were kind of hoping that of Jeremy Cockrell, and they were kind of hoping that of other people. And sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't work out in terms of a government election. You get who you get elected. So there's going to be those challenges. They still have a lot of people in that caucus that come from the resources, agriculture, industry, solid economic background, solid economic basis, but they're going to struggle to find people that are going to be capable of addressing the needs that they have. I think perhaps the biggest loss, if it's official right now, is Gene Mikowski, because he was thought to be a very likable, former football player.
They swept Regina.
They swept Regina, yeah. It's an unfortunate thing for the Sask Party when they lose someone that they can, and they've already lost Derek Myers. They already lost Mark Doherty, people that they can sort of relate to. They need to take that into account, and those are very much the middle road people that Marilda has been talking about all night. They need to be grounded in a way that they have, and maybe that's up to the newer people to come in and step forward.
What do you think the Saskatchewan Party would need to do to regain some of the people that it's lost?
I think it's going to have to look at some of the things that it put forward here and start to say, is the Marshal Service the right way to go? Did that really win us any votes? Because I don't know that it did. Is, all of these other policies that we talked about, change rooms and other things, maybe we need to start refocusing on a few other things. I think when most conservative parties sort of start to soul search and look back, they go back to things like affordability. They go back to things like, how do we sort of make the most of the resources that we have? How do we invest them in ways that people really need? And there are a few sort of typical plays that you can sort of start with, but for them, I think they really have sort of that, and also part of an image problem right now in the cities. Obviously, since you can see
the perception problem that Donna Harpower mentioned. She's saying, hey, I presented a middle of the road budget.
Right.
But people don't perceive us as
And
middle
when you
of the road anymore.
Yeah, and when, as Marie says, people like Jean Makowski, who are actually very likable, can't even work through that, then you have to ask yourself, okay, how do we present ourselves as somebody who does have those needs in mind and can be part of that?
I don't think the budget was the government's message. I truly don't. I think the message you heard.
I don't think the finance minister thought her budget was the message either. Yeah.
We heard what the number one priority was halfway through the campaign.
Yeah.
And it didn't work too well, or as well as it should have.
Sam?
Thanks, guys. Let's take a look, Adam, at Regina University, which is what they were just talking about with Jean Makowski running against Sally Hauser. And Sally worked on some pretty successful campaigns before running in this riding. She worked with Rachel Notley's campaign, and she worked with, we're not going to talk about that yet.
We will talk about it, so you can hold your horses on that. We'll get to that one.
I'll let you do the fun fact checking. I will stop.
No, this is one we were watching, and this is one Eric had talked about as well as Moose Jaw Wakama, Martensville, Blairmore. If those pick up for the Saskatchewan party, they get to their 31. 387 vote lead here in Martensville, Blairmore. 6 of 10 polls reporting here. This is one that the Scott Moe went to campaign, and that kind of raised some eyebrows. Why is he in Martensville? And this is why. It's a tight enough margin here. We look at Moose Jaw Wakama, that's the other one I mentioned, Sam. 740 vote margin here for Megan Patterson over Melissa Patterson. One poll left to go. Eric mentioned that as well. We're expecting about 1,000 votes left. That could flip. Prince Albert Northcote, tight race here. One more poll to go. NDP could still flip this. It's under 100 votes, but 71 vote lead for Alana Ross. This is the path the Sask Party needed to go on, and they did. We're going to look at a couple elects here. This is Vicky Mowat here in Saskatoon Fairview, going back to the legislature. This is a hold for the NDP. So that's another woman elected for the NDP, as we talked about. Nathaniel Teed going back to the legislature, an incumbent who won in Meewasin a couple of years ago in the by-election after Ryan Miley stepped down. Another comfortable victory for the NDP there. And we can send Tejinder Grewal to the legislature. This is one that the NDP is holding. It's kind of a hybrid. Saskatoon University Sutherland was Silver Spring Sutherland. Saskatoon University was Jennifer Bowe's seat. This is one that they held on to. So not quite a sweep in Saskatoon yet. They're close. They got one in Regina at the moment. But we showed Martensville, Moose Jaw Wakama, Prince Albert Northcote. The NDP needed those 3 seats. They're down 4 to make a majority. Right now, the Sask Party leading elected Sam in 34.
Okay, thank you. We are not going to talk about Sally Hauser. I was all primed up to go.
You're ready.
But we're going to talk about somebody else. But it's not going to be you and me. It's going to be Alex Kwan, who is at NDP headquarters, and he is joined by a projected elected NDP candidate.
Yes, that's correct, Sam. Yeah, I'm joined by Brent Blakely. He is the projected winner and projected elected for Regina Wascana Plains. Brent, how are you feeling tonight?
Just grateful. I'm just grateful for the people of Wascana Plains that voted me in, but grateful for all the help that I received in the campaign. It doesn't happen alone. We had so many great volunteers and campaign managers and everybody that worked behind the scenes, and I'm just grateful for all their help. So,
now you defeated a sitting minister, Christine Tell. How do you feel about that?
I just think, like we have always said, that it was time for a change, and I think the people of Wascana Plains thought it was time for a change, and I just think they want better representation. I'm ready to give them that. So.
Now, you and I actually met and spoke while you were out campaigning, door knocking. What did you hear on the doorsteps while you were out doing that?
Just lots of positive stuff. I was anticipating this might happen just from all the things that I heard, and it was such positive energy on the doorsteps, and which kind of energized me to keep going. So, yeah.
So what kind of things did you hear while you were out door knocking?
Just that people wanted to change, and of course the big things that they wanted to see improvements to were healthcare, education. Those were the 2 big things that people want to see improved.
Okay. Now, Brent, how are you feeling after obviously winning this? But what do you feel when you see that the NDP are sweeping Regina, taking all of the seats there as well?
Well, I think again it's just a point that we're going to have a if we manage to be the opposition, we'll have just a stronger opposition to just keep things running smoothly.
And holding the government to account. Do you think that you're better able to do that if you have a larger opposition?
We'll see that, yeah. We'll see that happen, I'm sure.
Brent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Now that was Brent Blakely. He just won, or is projected to be the winner for Regina Wascana Plains. Sam, back to you.
Okay, Alex, this is where I have to be the spoiler. Brent has not won Regina Wascana Plains. He is leading in Wascana Plains. This is the point in the evening where my brain starts to go to mush because it's 11:30 p.m. And there are 1,100 mail-in ballots potentially in that riding. So a 300-ish lead means not much, unfortunately, at this point in the evening, or maybe when it's over. Let's go to Eric Grenier to take a look. We are still waiting on that riding, among others. How are things looking as you analyze all of this data as it's coming in?
Yeah, we're just waiting on more of those votes to come in before we can make that final call. But we wanted to take a look at where things have been shifting in Saskatoon, because we'd already looked at how Regina went hard for the NDP. The NDP swept the city. Saskatoon, the NDP is also doing very well. They're up about 11 points since the last election. They're at 56% of the vote. The Sask Party is down 11 points to 40%, actually outperforming a little bit some of the polls. Some of the polls had them below 40% in Saskatoon, and that's probably why, and we'll look at the seat shifts since the last election, it isn't a complete sweep right now for the NDP. They're up 7 seats in Saskatoon. The Sask Party is down 7 seats. The only seat that the Sask Party right now is leading in is Saskatoon Willow Grove. This was almost the exact playbook that the NDP had. They wanted to sweep Regina, try to sweep Saskatoon. Maybe Saskatoon Willow Grove would be out of reach, but we've seen, as Adam was showing some of those results in Moose Jaw and Prince Albert, those smaller cities are what is going to end up deciding this election, I think, if it goes in the Sask Party favor. But Saskatoon and Regina have swung hard for the NDP, and you can see the NDP made all the gains that were reasonable to make in Saskatoon, but the Sask Party was able to hold them off, at least so far, in the rest of the province, and that's why the Sask Party is at 34 seats and elected in 30. We're waiting on that 31st before we can make that final call.
The drama continues. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks.
Okay, Adam, let's take a look at some of these races.
And you mentioned Sally Hauser a few minutes ago, which is called a tee-up, foreshadowing. It's a literary device.
Or just jumping the gun.
And you nailed it, because we are going to talk about, we have the Saskatoon map up now. Eric talked about that with Willow Grove, that green chunk. And we're looking at Saskatoon Stonebridge, Darcy Warrington continuing to lead. Bronwyn Eyre, the Justice Minister, 700 vote lead. We still have 3 polls left. That's why there's no check mark there yet. This would be an upset. The Justice Minister being defeated if it plays out this way.
Only 792 potential mail-in ballots in that riding.
And so we have Ken Cheveldayoff, who's increased his lead in Willow Grove. He's the lone Saskatoon member right now for the Saskatchewan Party. If this holds, still a very small margin. 3 polls yet to report, but this is another positive sign for the NDP, because that was one that the Saskatchewan Party is a stranglehold. Speaking of that.
But that one has 1,000 mail-in ballots.
And you love these mail-in ballots. But
because it's so close at this point, and then it explains why we're waiting.
This is 10 of 10 polls reporting Hugh Gordon is leading by 258 votes over Paul Merriman. This would be another upset, another cabinet minister going down. We've already seen Laura Ross defeated in Regina. Christine Tell's on the ropes. Jean Mikowski's on the ropes. And Bronwyn Eyre is on the ropes as well.
Do you want the mail-in ballots for this one?
No, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And look at this. Jean Mikowski, as I just mentioned, on the ropes, and he's officially, we've projected that Sally Hauser is the winner in Regina University, a 463 vote margin with 10 of 10 polls reporting. This is one that the Sask Party was desperately trying to hold on to even today. But Sally Hauser has pulled it off for the NDP, and yet another woman heading to the legislature for the New Democrats.
And they cannot blame the vote splitting on this one, because even with the votes that came in from the PCs and the Greens, it does not even close to be enough for what Sally has with the lead. Let's go to NDP headquarters, where Alexander Kwan is standing by with Sally Hauser. Alex?
That is absolutely correct. I'm here with Sally Hauser, so I will pity. Oh, and you can actually hear them chanting her name right now in the background. So, Sally, you have just been projected to win your riding. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, it's an amazing feeling, to be honest, but what I feel with it is all the people who have been behind me this entire campaign. Volunteers, members, but also new members of the community that hadn't met before, but just decided that they wanted to come out and help on the campaign because they thought it was time for change.
Now, obviously, you've been in and around NDP campaigns for a while. Is it different when you're a candidate?
It is indeed, but you know what? I've grown to really like it. I mean, it's kind of like the campaign metrics of walking 20,000 steps a day, but still not losing any weight because you're just eating pizza and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, getting to talk to hundreds of people, thousands and thousands really over the course of this campaign. I've been out knocking on doors since April when I was first nominated, and so it's just been a marvelous experience. And people, whether they're voting for you or not, have been really very pleasant. Most people out there, Sask Party, NDP, or any other party, have that level of respect for people who kind of put their name forward and are going to do the work. But I also just want to say a real shout out to Gene Mikowski, my competitor opponent tonight, who's really given a lot to his life to serving Saskatchewan, either in politics or on the football field. They ran a really good campaign, but ultimately I'm honored to take that mantle from him for Regina University and represent the people of that constituency going forward.
And speaking of Gene Mikowski, obviously a very familiar name for people here in Saskatchewan, former Rough Rider, sitting minister in this Saskatchewan Party government. What does it mean to defeat him to take this seat for the NDP?
Well, I think it shows that no political party owns the vote of the people of Saskatchewan. Right? You have to connect, you have to serve, you have to listen. And I think ultimately that's what people felt wasn't happening with the Sask Party. Still lots of votes to be counted, but either way, you've seen this massive growth from the NDP here tonight. I think it's probably the largest percentage of the popular vote that the NDP has seen in several generations here. So a big shift in Saskatchewan politics, however it shakes out here this evening.
And speaking of that big shift, obviously, there's been a lot of projected pickups in Regina, in Saskatoon for the NDP. Do you think that sends a message to the Sask Party?
I think any time any political party has a massive shift in the popular vote as they've seen, it's time to do some more listening. I imagine that they were probably thinking about that perhaps a little too late over the course of the campaign. But when you represent Saskatchewan, you have to represent all of Saskatchewan. And that's something that certainly the NDP has been bringing to the voters, that we're here for everybody in this province.
Awesome, Sally. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, Alex.
Awesome. You too. That was Sally Hauser, who just won Regina University. Back to you, Sam.
All right. Thanks, Alex. CBC's Decision Desk has seen enough, yes, at 11:39 p.m., and we are ready to make a projection. CBC News projects Scott Moe and the Saskatchewan Party will form a majority government. A historic win, 5 consecutive Saskatchewan Party victories. Moe promised a strong economy, a bright future with a campaign that was based on affordability and tax cuts, and Saskatchewan voters took him up on those promises. Forming a 5th term, they've done something not seen since Tommy Douglas's Cooperative Commonwealth Federation or the CCF. Adam, it is a big night for Scott Moe, and they had to work for it tonight.
Yeah, Scott Moe sweating it out more than they had in the past, but this will be a very exciting night for Scott Moe and the Saskatchewan Party because, as we talked about 4 years ago, he was speaking to supporters in an empty room. It was COVID. It was a much different campaign. Be really interested to hear what Scott Moe has to say in Shelbrook, in his hometown. We look at a quiet room right now, but it'll fill up with supporters and with Scott Moe's family and friends a little bit later. I'm sure a huge sigh of relief for Scott Moe tonight as they waited that out. They'll be excited. You see some hugs there on the screen, and that'll be a similar story, I think, in Saskatoon at their headquarters. But they had to work for it tonight. The NDP put up a fight, but the Sask Party held its base, They held rural Saskatchewan, and most importantly, they held the NDP off in places like Martinsville, Moose Jaw, and Prince Albert. Sam.
There is 32 they're elected in now, leading in 2. So there are still seats to come. The numbers you're seeing on the bottom of your screen or that you're wondering about as you listen on the radio, 34 leading or elected for the Saskatchewan Party, 27 for the NDP, and we are projecting a Saskatchewan Party majority government. It's 20-12.
It's exciting.
Let's look at the share of the vote, and it is different from 4 years ago.
Yeah, this was 60-30 4 years ago, and it has been like that even more in the past. And we didn't see much of an impact from the other parties or the Saskatchewan United Party, as the panel mentioned. But the NDP is really had an efficient vote tonight because they only got about 40% of the vote at this point, but they're going to have more than half of the seats in the House. Sorry, they're going to have less than half, 45% of the seats, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
So they're doing really well. The magic number at the start of the night, the NDP needed, say it with me, 17. They got 13. The Saskatchewan Party could stand to lose 16. They were at this point, it's 13. So the NDP is close but no cigar. And close doesn't count in elections. You have to get over that. They had to get to 17. Didn't work tonight for them. Big night for the Saskatchewan Party. That 5th consecutive majority, pretty incredible.
And a second election for Scott Moe as leader as well, which I think is important to acknowledge for him as well. An MLA elected before, going through that leadership race, going through the election in 2020, and again tonight here. I'm just so curious how the rest of these seats are going to play out, because there are still so many that are too close to call. But let's go to Sam Sampson in Saskatoon at the Sask Party headquarters. We did do a look at that room just a few minutes ago. It is still pretty quiet there, but Sam, a lot of the candidates are not necessarily in Saskatoon tonight.
That's correct, yeah, because, well, it's a big province. They, I guess, have decided to spread out a lot of their candidates. So some of them are actually in their more rural ridings. Some of them are here. They've come, they've gone. I was speaking with some of them earlier. Some of them are not showing up until their ridings are decided, which, as you and Adam just clearly laid out, that is might be taking a while. And I think that's really what's driving this emotion, actually. There was a bit of time where it was pretty tense here, but when this crowd understood that there was a projected majority government for the Saskatchewan Party, there was quite a bit of cheering. So it is a celebration here, and congratulations to those Saskatchewan Party candidates who did win their riding, but we are still waiting to hear about the 2 cabinet ministers here in Saskatoon, Paul Merriman and Bronwyn Eyre. It's just too close to call. Ken Shovel-Dayoff, long-term MLA, former cabinet minister, also too close to call. So what does that mean when, yes, you want a majority government, but not by that landslide that you were hoping for? I was speaking with former finance minister Donna Harpower a few minutes ago, as well as I had a conversation with Don Morgan, MLA who's also retiring from politics. He had to leave, but I asked both of them, what are those conversations now, particularly with the party? The message there was, we've got to get more united. There are different views and different ideas of different topics. Education, for example, was one that Don Morgan gave me. So now there needs to be a reset, was the word that he used. The other question I asked, okay, the leader, what happens now? Scott Moe, yes, now the Premier of Saskatchewan once again for another term. But this was not, again, the blowout win that they were hoping for. So what conversations happen in terms of who will continue to be the leader of the Saskatchewan Party? Donna Harpower telling me, you know what, full confidence, and it's his decision of what he wants to do. And I asked about repercussions of tonight because of that 50-50 moments there that we experienced, and she said, well, is this a celebration, or should there even be repercussions? Because as you mentioned, 5 majority governments in a row is a feat in itself, has not happened since the days of Tommy Douglas. So it's all about perspective here, I think, tonight at the Saskatchewan Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Again, still waiting for those ridings that are just too close to call, which, yeah, celebration, but man, there's some anxiety in this room as well.
All right, thanks so much for this, Sam. We are at 94.5% of the vote counted at this point in the evening. I would love to go over to the panel and get some thoughts on, we're going to go to the panel in a minute. We're going to talk about the ridings that matter, and then we're going to go to the panel because I want their thoughts on a majority government for Scott Moe.
Yeah, the roadmap for the Saskatchewan party was pretty simple. Hold rural Saskatchewan, win Prince Albert and Moose Jaw, and you don't really have to worry about the cities, and they've done that. Jamie Martins is going to the legislature, Martinsville, Blairmore. This is something that we talked about early in the show that the NDP was hinting at. It didn't come close, and that's why this map north of Saskatoon is green. Megan Patterson defeating Melissa Patterson, again, one that the NDP had targeted. Sask Party campaigning really hard there throughout the campaign, both sides campaigning hard there. Megan Patterson pulls this one out. That's why Moose Jaw down here is green.
Look
Tim
at how
McLeod
good you are
already
with
win.
the map.
You know, I'm starting to learn it. So it's been a night. We have Prince Albert Carleton, Kevin Kassoon.
Oh, wow.
This is one that the NDP had also targeted. 474 vote margin here, so much tighter.
Yes.
But this is also a sweep in Prince Albert because Northcote has stayed with Alana Ross at this point. So the Saskatchewan party
did what they needed to do.
yeah, the sweep in the cities in Regina and Saskatoon is still on for the NDP, and they got the north seats. But the math doesn't work, as we say, and we said from the start, and I've said on the morning show, Stephanie, the math isn't mathing. And right now, the Sask party did what they needed to do. They got the seats they needed to get. It's slim, but a win is a win.
And it is a much more significant opposition going into the legislature. But let's talk about majority government for Scott Moe, Steph.
Murray, what does this government look like to you?
Well, it's not quite historic because the first Walter Scott government, the one I covered, from won 6 seats, but this is still reasonably amazing. And it's weird that it's almost a story lost tonight. The mood in the Sask party headquarters in Saskatoon doesn't seem to be the vibe of a party that just won something that was major, 5 terms, 20 years, 21 years in government by the time they're ready to for the next election in 2028. This is an amazing thing, an amazing feat. Also a rather amazing feat, of course, with Carla Beck at the NDP getting 27 seats from oblivion 2 years ago after losing the Athabasca by-election and not knowing where this party was going. So, as I think I said earlier, kind of a bit of a victory for both parties, but there are some significant questions to be asked in terms of that we've been talking about all night about what is the nature of this government? How do you bring the province together? We have the former finance minister asking that very question about how do we bridge the rural-urban divide? Significant challenges ahead for the Sask party right now. Also, there is a real interesting divide because it's kind of even getting wider. I don't even know if we can lump Prince Albert and Moose Jaw in with the major cities as we seem to have always done out of habit from historical past about them just being part of urban seats. They clearly aren't anymore. There's a real new defining of what Saskatchewan is. It's basically Regina, it's Saskatoon. We've seen this elsewhere, by the way, in Calgary, Edmonton, in Alberta. We've seen it in Winnipeg and the rest of the province. I think this is sort of a national trend in terms of urban voters, city voters, big city voters, voting very differently than people in other parts of the province do. And this is going to be a huge challenge for any government, and a huge challenge here where we are so dependent on rural Saskatchewan for our economy, for our economic base, and just providing certain services.
What do you see in these results, Merelda?
Well, I see some smaller cities that have big city problems and don't have the resources. And so it makes sense in a lot of ways to vote with the party that you think is going to be in power and hopefully get some of those resources to you. That has worked well for places like Meadow Lake, like Yorkton. When you vote with the party you think might win, you tend to pull some resources your way. So that's something that I see sort of playing out in those spaces. I mean, overall, I think it is, like Marie said, kind of sad that there's kind of this really exciting election
And it has this, feel of like one party's winning a fifth term, another party has come back from the brink. And because there's no big landslide win, nobody feels good about it. But it's like, this is going to make for some really interesting times going forward in the legislature.
And I did get an email, Sam, from Stony Rapids just asking about voter turnout, which is something Merelda was watching for, 4 hours ago. Right now, it's just crawled over 50%. And of course, we know that not all of the votes have been counted, so it will go a little bit higher. Whether it will break our last vote numbers of 53-ish, 52 point something, 52. We'll have to see.
We won't have a final count on that for a couple of days. Let's go back to Eric Grenier. Now that we know we have that Sask Party majority government, we can stop staring at the ratings that we were so carefully watching for. And how do things play out with the data with you?
Well, we saw that the Sask Party, as Adam said, really was able to win the places where they needed to win. And we can take a look at how this vote broke down across the province. And it does tell the story of the election. The Sask Party is right now at 53% of the vote. It's likely going to keep ticking down. We've seen that happen as more of the votes in the cities has been counted. But based on where things are tonight versus the last time people in Saskatchewan voted, you can see that it is down across the board for the Sask Party, but they're only down 4 points in southern Saskatchewan. That's including Moose Jaw. They're only down 5.5 points in northern Saskatchewan. That includes Prince Albert. Those are really the two cities that helped ensure that Scott Moe remains in office, because they dropped 11 points in Saskatoon and nearly 7 points in Regina. So you can see that the Sask Party has taken a step back, that there has been a message that's been given to Scott Moe and the Sask Party by Saskatchewan voters. Not a message that they don't want them in office anymore, maybe a message of a little more humility going forward, but a big win nevertheless for the Sask Party. We should point out that, as it's been said, this is 5 consecutive victories for the Saskatchewan Party in the province. To still get over 50% of the vote, if that's where things end up at the end of the count after this much time in office, is still a testament to the performance of the Sask Party, Scott Moe and Brad Wall, and how they've really transformed the province. So it's still a big win, a bit of a setback certainly for the Sask Party, but a win's a win. And if you can still get 50% of the vote after 17 years in office, it is a message as well that voters in Saskatchewan are happy enough with the performance of Scott Moe and the Sask Party.
Eric, we are just waiting to hear from NDP leader Carla Beck, but as we wait for that, I wanted to ask you about voter turnout, because we saw record numbers in early voting. 253,000 people casting ballots before today as election day. How has those early voting translated into more or less voter turnout in other elections across the country?
Yeah, we've seen this pattern actually pretty consistently, that as electoral bodies make more opportunities open for voters to cast a ballot, as we've seen with Election Saskatchewan having this voting week before Election Day, more people take advantage of that convenience. It is not always a sign that there is increased enthusiasm or interest in an election. There's enthusiasm and interest in getting the vote out of the way. So I think that is probably what we're going to see here when all the votes are counted, that turnout might not be all that much higher than last time. Even if it was higher in the advanced polls, more of a reflection of people taking advantage of that extra convenience, and also maybe a sign that for a lot of voters, minds are made up pretty early in a campaign, and voting a few days ahead of Election Day, not a problem for them.
All right, thanks for this, Eric. As we await Carla Beck speaking tonight, Stephanie, I don't know that this leaves a lot of questions, this result, about her future as the leader.
Oh, she'll definitely keep her job. I'm wondering what you two, as I watch to see when she walks in, will be listening for from her tonight, given the rural-urban split that we've seen. Merelda?
I think we want to sort of listen to see how she's going to develop that message of, we want to represent everyone. We want Team Saskatchewan. We want...
Not orange or green.
Yeah, not orange or green, Team Saskatchewan. We want to present a united front, you know, when we go forward and deal with our federal counterparts or work with our municipalities. We want to be on the same team. So I wonder how she will put that message forward now, given that it's just so very clear what the divide is.
And what do you think, Murray, that she would need to do to help with some of the very stark rural-urban divide that we're seeing?
I think it goes beyond tonight. will be what kind of opposition she chooses to lead, because one of the problems, even going into this election, is this felt like a very urban party. Feels more like a very urban party with a couple northern seats right now. And I don't know if rural Saskatchewan relates to Sask NDP MLAs in the way that voters in Regina and Saskatoon obviously did tonight. So that's all part of the vibe right now. There has to be somebody like Carla Beck saying, here's where I'm from, I can relate to you too. That was all part of her campaign, by the way. And the fact that it was only effective to a certain extent may just be a reflection of how large a hill she had to climb. To be quite frank, I'm more interested in what Scott Moe has to say tonight, and because he suffered the way bigger loss. And will this be humbling? Will this be interesting? Interested in both.
Thanks. All right. We are still waiting for Carla Beck to come in. I see them shaking signs. This tells me that she may be coming in any second now. Let's go back to Eric Grenier. Eric, when it comes to leaders and seats won and lost, can you draw any threads from the other elections that we've seen over the last couple weeks?
Well, we've definitely seen for the New Democrats that this has been a good performance for them relative to the history of the party. We've seen that, as we talked about at the beginning of the night, it's been a tough time for incumbents. Doesn't always mean, though, that the incumbent is defeated. As we've seen in British Columbia, the incumbent government lost a lot of seats but held on to power. Looking at the same thing for the Sask party tonight. And if we look at how the NDP's vote has really broken down across the province, we can see that they have made gains. There are wins here for the NDP compared to where they were in last elections. They're right now at 39.4% of the vote. Again, they're probably going to crest over 40% once the mail-in ballots and more votes are counted. They've been trending upwards throughout the night. You can see a big gain in Saskatoon. This is why they've been able to make so much progress, almost sweep the city. 11 points, they at 56% in Saskatoon, 56% in Regina. The two cities are almost identical when it comes to each party's support, but they weren't able to make enough gains in northern Saskatchewan, only up 3 points. They weren't able to make enough gains in southern Saskatchewan, only up 5 points. This urban-rural divide, it's probably as stark as you can get when you look at these kinds of numbers. 56% in the two biggest cities, anywhere from 25 to 38% in the rural parts of the province. So progress made for the Saskatchewan NDP. They can look at this map. They can probably find the ridings they can target for 2028, but clearly it wasn't going to happen tonight. Though this is a big result for the NDP, their best result since they formed government.
Okay, let's listen in. Carla Beck has entered the room at NDP headquarters in Regina, making her way through a very happy and excited room. Of course, Carla keeping her seat. She will lead the opposition. And let's listen in to what they have to say and the cheers for her as they make their way through. Adam, we're seeing some familiar candidates there as well.
Yeah, she's giving hugs to a bunch of winners tonight in Regina. Feeling good by the sheepdogs. Local music content, Saskatoon's own. So that gives you a bit of a sense that she's hugging Trent Wotherspoon there, one of her closest confidants in caucus, her biggest supporters. There's Carla Beck.
Late. Friends, what an incredible journey this has been that we've been on together. Standing here tonight, looking out at all of you, I'm filled with a deep, deep sense of gratitude. So much pride. Friends, we came so close. You know, when we started this campaign, many people didn't give us much of a chance, but we believed. And because of the hard work and determination of all of you in this room and right across this province, we gave people a reason to hope again. And that's not nothing. In fact, that's a victory in its own right. Now, we might not have crossed the finish line first tonight, but my friends, we have changed the landscape in this province. To our entire team, to my family, to every volunteer who poured their heart into this campaign, and we had a lot of fun while we did it. I want to say thank you for every phone call, every door you knocked, every conversation. You made a difference. You truly did. And tonight, I'm incredibly proud of what we accomplished together. To all those who believed, who supported us, I know you're feeling disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I know this isn't the result that we had hoped for. But let me tell you, tonight is not the end. This election has proven that Saskatchewan wants positive change. Across this province, people are feeling tired of being left behind, seeing the healthcare system crumble, struggling as costs grow faster than their paychecks. The close result tonight is a message that the people of Saskatchewan want and deserve a government that puts them first, and we are not going to stop until that vision is a reality. Now, I do want to take a moment to congratulate Scott Moe and the Sask Party, but to his new government, I also say this. Tens of thousands of Saskatchewan people have sent you a message that they want better for their province, and we'll be there to hold you accountable every step of the way. Tonight, I say to every person in this province who allowed themselves to hope, who left everything on the field, who believed in this campaign, and who showed up for that change, I promise you, I promise every one of you, this is not over. We've built something incredible. We've built something lasting. We have awakened hope in this province, and we're only going to grow it from here. Because we know that change is a process. It doesn't happen in a single night or a single election. As much as we tried to make that happen, you know, I'm pretty stubborn. But lasting change happens through the commitment of people like you who believe that Saskatchewan can be better, that we deserve better. So tonight, let's celebrate how far we've come, and tomorrow we're going to get up and we're going to continue the work. We're going to keep fighting for health care that is there for people when they need it, so that they don't have to drive out of province or pay out of pocket to get it. We're going to fight for our kids so that they get that good education that we all want for our kids and our grandkids, for jobs that pay the bills, and for a Saskatchewan economy that allows every region and every family to get ahead. This campaign, truly, this campaign has shown me more than ever the spirit and the strength of this beautiful province. From cities to small towns, from the north to the south, people have shown their desire for a brighter future. And you know, I've had the privilege of traveling all over this province. And I have fallen even more deeply and completely in love with the people and this province from corner to corner. And that's been really a joy. Together, we're going to keep pushing forward until that brighter future is in reach. So tonight, I ask you to keep the faith. And please, hold your heads incredibly high. We have so much to be proud of. We are stronger than ever because we did this together. And I have a message for those newly elected MLAs tonight. It wasn't so long ago that I don't remember that feeling. Never forget how incredibly special it is for your neighbors to select you to be their representative. And this, I'd like to say also a huge thank you to everyone who put their name on a ballot in this election. We thank all of you. To the team in caucus, in the party office, all those who came in to work on this campaign, all those who showed up endless hours, I want to say thank you so incredibly much. You know, we had a lot of fun along the way, and I hope we ignited a spark in all of you to show up and keep showing up, because we know that Saskatchewan is looking to us to deliver that better change. If you'll indulge me a quick word to my family, my husband, Guy, my son, Guy, my rock, thank you for your unwavering support. To our kids, Maya, Nolan, Hannah, Chloe, who's with us here, please know that you are my reason why. And despite the outcome tonight, how lucky am I to have such a beautiful and caring, supportive family. My parents, Judy and Ray, are up here with us tonight. You raised us to be people of character and integrity, and you showed us a hell of an example. I love you and thank you. Friends, from tonight, from the lessons learned on this campaign, we will grow, we will learn, and together we will continue this journey towards a Saskatchewan that works for everyone. To all of you, to all of Saskatchewan, I say thank you. This is only the beginning. Let's continue to fight for the future that we believe in. Let's continue to fight for a Saskatchewan that truly is stronger together. Thank you all.
Carla Beck speaking to her supporters at NDP headquarters in Regina, taking some moments to hug her family members who were up there on the stage with her. Her oldest daughter voting for the first time today. I don't want to have to say I wonder who she voted for. But a really special moment for their family too, right? In an election where mom is running not only as an MLA, but as leader of the party. And while it was a concession speech, to me, Adam, that sounded more like a promise of what's to come.
And I'm sure her kids didn't see her for the last 22 days, 27 days
Right.
from the start of the campaign, because she's been everywhere, multiple places a day, crisscrossing the province in that pickup truck. I saw her driving to the Rough Rider game the other day in her truck, and she went into the game out of jersey on and talking to people. So yeah, it's a way different. I've been in the room when the NDP has been decimated. I've been there when they've chosen a new leader a couple of times, this is a different vibe. This is a different NDP. And this is an NDP that's hopeful, that they have, they're sending 26, 27-ish potentially members to the legislature. And that is, that's a success for Carla Beck. I know her supporters there, Sam, were cheering her on when she said, wait, I'm disappointed. So I think that's the message that she's trying to tell people. You know, this isn't good enough.
Right.
That we're close, but we didn't win, and we were trying to win. And you mentioned earlier in the show that that message has flipped over the last little bit from
Campaigning for change to
time for change.
we're going to win this.
We're going to win this, and they were close.
And they got that taste, right?
Yes.
Of getting so close. We could get into the sports analogies of coming into the end.
And here comes Scott Moe and his wife Krista. Sam is
late night. That's would be my first takeaway. It's late evening.
Okay, let's listen in as Dan Zakreski managed to get a microphone in there as Scott Moe was walking with his wife Krista to the podium.
Randall, you're in the way.
A fifth consecutive Saskatchewan Party majority government. It is a big night for Scott Moe and the Sask Party. Let's listen in to what the leader has to say.
I was going to say good evening, but I think I'll actually say good morning. What a great day to be in Saskatchewan. And I want to begin by saying thank you to a number of people here. First of all, to all the people of Saskatchewan, all who went out and exercised their democratic right to vote and voted for a strong economy and a bright future in our province. Thank you once again, Saskatchewan, for placing your trust in our party, in the Saskatchewan Party. And thank you for electing a majority Saskatchewan Party government. I want to say a quick thank you to a number of friends, community members, voter supporters that have stuck it out. A number have left as we're late evening and there's school tomorrow and work tomorrow and everything else. But I want to say thank you to all of the voters across Roster and Shelburne for re-electing myself as your MLA, sending me back to Regina to the Legislative Assembly as your voice within the provincial government. The support that you provide myself, my family, and the honor that I have in representing each and every one of you each and every day that I have had the opportunity to do that. I appreciate that more than words could ever express. And so I want to say thank you to the community, all of the voters of Roster and Shelburne. And of course, and I say this often when we're in Regina, but no one serves in public office by themselves. They only do so with the love and support of their families. So I want to say thank you to my children, but most importantly, thank you to my wife of now 31 years. Never do it without you. No, you. Thank you as well to our Roster and Shelburne campaign team that is delinquent, one MLA throughout the campaign as we travel the province. Thank you to Patrick Bundrock and all of the Saskatchewan Party team that is at headquarters. And thank you to the small group of folks that traveled across the province with me in what is now affectionately known as the truck. I want to say a thank you as well to all the candidates from all the parties that ran in this election. Whether you were successful or not, thank you for putting your name on a ballot. It's no small thing to put your name on that ballot, your name on a line sign, and to put yourself out in the public arena. To stand up and say you want to represent your community, you want to represent your neighbors, and you want to represent your friends. And so I would say to each and every candidate that put their name on a ballot this election, I appreciate the fact that you did that, and I thank you for doing that. And I also appreciate the family that you have that supported you in doing that. And I want to say as well that I would say thank you to each of the party leaders for what they have done, not just over the course of the past month, but for the course of their time as a leader. And I want to single out Carla Beck for the very strong campaign that she ran. And I want to thank not only her, but thank her family as well that supports her in the work that she has done each and every day as opposition leader, but also the work that she does as leader of the NDP party. She ran a strong campaign, and credit to Carla Beck. Specifically as well, I would like to thank all of the Saskatchewan Party candidates. And through them, their teams, their supporters, the volunteers, the door knockers, we achieved this campaign a level of volunteer participation that I have never seen before. And so to each volunteer on a Saskatchewan Party campaign, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. We knew when we started this campaign that it was going to be a challenging campaign. Recent history has not been kind to incumbent majority governing parties in this nation or around the world. We saw what had happened in British Columbia, New Brunswick, and Manitoba a short while ago. But we also believed that we had a message and we had a record that we could be proud of. And we knew that we had an outstanding slate of candidates that would work hard to bring that message and that record to the doorsteps across this province. And each of the candidates that ran for the Saskatchewan Party, they did that in an incredible way. And I thank each of them, and I thank the families that supported them behind them. This was a much closer election than what we have seen in quite some time in this province. Just over roughly half of the voters voted for the Saskatchewan Party, and there's another half of the voters that voted for someone else. And I would say this, that I've heard the message that was delivered here this evening. And the Saskatchewan Party will be a government that works for all of the people of Saskatchewan. And now some may allude to tonight's results as means that we are divided in this province, and I would disagree with that. Because I know, regardless of who you voted for in this election, you did so because you wanted what was best for the province that we know, love, and live in. And in this, I would say each of us is united. So tonight, I want to say a couple of words to each and every Saskatchewan resident that voted in this election. First, to the thousands of Saskatchewan voters that supported and re-elected the Saskatchewan Party. Thank you for your ongoing support. 17 years ago, you elected a new government in our province, and tonight, 17 years later, you voted to re-elect that very same Saskatchewan Party to govern. Because you know and believe, as do I, that Saskatchewan's best days are still ahead of us, and you believe that the Saskatchewan Party is the best choice to lead Saskatchewan to that brighter future. So I thank each of you. Now to the thousands of voters that may have supported another party in this election. With the commemoration of 80 years since D-Day this past summer, a place where our forefathers fought and so many made the ultimate sacrifice to defend our democracy and to defend the very right that we have in this province and in this nation to vote, and thereby collectively elect a government. I say thank you to each of you that voted in this election and took part in that great democracy and showed honor to those folks that fought those battles. And I thank those that supported or voted for another party this election for the message that was delivered tonight. I've heard that message, and our team has heard that message, and we must do better, and we most certainly will. When you look at the results tonight, there are many people who voted for the Saskatchewan Party in the past, but chose not to in this election. We have lost your support, whether it be due to management of health care or education or the cost of living pressures that we're all feeling in this province and across this nation. All of us in government, and it starts with myself, we're going to take a little bit of time, we're going to reflect on the message that was sent here this evening, to reflect on just what exactly that means. And you have my word that we are going to do that. And we will strive to earn back your support. We have heard on the doorsteps and in our communities that your expectations of a government is of a government that will do better when it comes to accessing health care services. Your expectations is to have a government that will do better in supporting our children in their education. a government that will do better in representing you. Tomorrow, we're going to go back to work. We're going to do just that. And I would provide an example. In 2007, for those of us that can remember, we had in this province the longest surgical wait times in the nation of Canada. By investing as a government and by focusing on the results, by 2014, we had the shortest wait times in the nation of Canada. Well, what we need to do is bring that type of focus to all that we do on behalf of you, the people of this province. And in that focus, we are going to ensure that people in Saskatchewan will be able to find a family doctor. People in Saskatchewan will not have to wait too long for their surgery. We will ensure that the people in Saskatchewan will be able to access mental health and all too often subsequent addictions supports, recovery supports. And we will ensure that families feel safe wherever they choose to live in this province. And we'll also get to work on delivering on the election platform that we had put before the people of Saskatchewan, keeping the promises that we made to each and every person in this province in the election campaign that we had just came through, and working more broadly to achieving the targets that we had set out in our Saskatchewan Plan for Growth. We will keep Saskatchewan's economy growing, and we will continue to focus on creating new jobs and opportunities so that our children can stay here. And so that we can have the resources to ensure that we can make those investments right back into those classrooms and into our healthcare operations. So on this evening, in a very challenging time for incumbent majority parties across Canada and around the world, it's not lost on me, or it is not lost on your Saskatchewan Party team, that you have provided us with the honor to form a government in this great province for a 5th consecutive time. That hasn't happened very many times in Saskatchewan. In fact, it has happened 3 times, and it hasn't happened since 1960. It's also not lost on me the message that has been sent this evening to our government, to this 5th-term government. There is a message that has been sent, and I'd say that that message has been received. We are the Saskatchewan Party, and thanks to the voters of this province, we are still the Saskatchewan government. And our pledge to you this evening is that we will always work and focus on what matters to you and what matters to the people that we represent across this province. And tomorrow, we're going to get back to work, building a strong economy and a bright future for everyone that lives here. So thank you very much to everyone that has joined us this evening. Thank you to the people of Saskatchewan, and God bless our great province of Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Scott Moe with his victory speech in his home constituency of Shellbrook. You can't tell from where they are, but they are at a hockey rink this hour, and the hockey was over hours ago. The counting took a little bit of time tonight, but the Sask Party, maybe not with the victory they wanted, but a victory nonetheless, Adam.
Yeah, and Scott Moe really harping on the 5th majority. He wants people to get that message that, hey, we did this again. It may not be what we're used to seeing as Saskatchewan Party and Saskatchewan Party supporters, but we got it over the finish line, saying we've heard people thanking Carla Beck for the campaign she ran. Be interesting to see, Sam, what Scott Moe does now as the results hold right now. He only has 2 MLAs potentially, still lots of votes to be counted, mail-in ballots, things like that, in Saskatoon, none in Regina. And so creating a cabinet, picking up the pieces of this, and a lot of incumbents and cabinet ministers going down to defeat tonight. So a lot of work to be done. He said, we got to get back to work tomorrow, and I believe him.
99.1% of the vote is in. 7 ridings are still too close to call. Let's go to Eric Grenier to talk about that, because things are close. Elected and leading in 35 to 26 for the Sask Party.
Absolutely. It was a close election in the end, but the Sask Party was able to hold on. I think that the way that Scott Moe termed it in his speech was pretty accurate, that this was a victory for the Saskatchewan Party, pretty historic one to win 5 in a row, but also a message that came from voters to do a little bit better. And I think you heard that from Scott Moe, that he heard that message loud and clear. The urban-rural divide in the province is still very, very stark. It's perhaps starker than it's ever been. And it suggests to me that elections in Saskatchewan are probably not going to be as lopsided as they've been in the past. So maybe this is a new beginning in politics in Saskatchewan.
We will see how it all plays out. Eric, thanks for everything tonight.
Thank you.
And as we get closer to wrapping up this crazy election, over to the panel for final thoughts.
Thanks, Sam. You can just roll me into the corner until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning when I start my other job. Merelda, what do you make of this historic night?
Well, I think it really just shows that there are 2 teams out there now that have a lot of work to do to get where they want to be. Some have been, told that the direction they went was not the direction that was wanted, and others have been given an opportunity that they really can't afford to squander.
What did you hear in those 2 speeches?
2 really humbled leaders, particularly a premier, because he has not been able to play the humble card all that well this term. And I think he hit on an awful lot of right notes: health, education. We heard you. We heard what the message of those, I think, who voted NDP, because obviously that would be the majority of people that didn't vote for him. And I think that's an important message for the Premier to deliver and to hold for the next 4 years. It's going to be interesting to see where it was, because you know how it gets in the legislature, how competitive it is. But it isn't just the rural divide, it's the social issue divide. It's the divide of education needs and healthcare needs versus other government spending versus other things. It's a province right now that somebody has to step up and find a way to bring us together. And I hope I heard the right things tonight that will move us towards that. I guess we'll see in the next 4 years.
I guess we'll see, Sam.
I guess we'll see, Adam. There's no one for you to say that to. What are your final thoughts tonight as we get closer to also getting to go to bed?
I think, as someone who covers the legislature with Murray, I'm fascinated to see how the quorum is going to be.
Yeah.
The quorum wasn't great with a 48-13, 47-14, and a speaker who is allegedly being bullied. It's going to be interesting we still have a few outstanding results. We're going to wait on those mail-in ballots. People can check in on Wednesday for, maybe a final count. There'll still be one more count from there. But I think, what Scott Moe had to say there is they have work to do. And I think, I'll take him at his word. In Regina and Saskatoon right now, it's a near sweep for the NDP, which is what they wanted, what they'd hoped for, but no one expected that 4 weeks ago. And so familiar names are going down to defeat for the Saskatchewan Party, new faces, a lot of new women elected for both the Saskatchewan Party and the NDP, a lot of first-time MLAs. So how all that shakes out, Sam, over the next few months is going to be really interesting, and I'm excited to see what these 2 leaders have in store. Carla Beck, she says she's not going anywhere. She says that their job isn't done, and Scott Moe had a similar message. It's very interesting, Sam.
Yes, I think it's going to be a really interesting see in 4 years. We do this again in 4 years?
Well, 4 years ago I had hair and I was clean shaven. So what I'll be looking like in 4 years, we'll never know.
Politics really takes it out of you, huh? Murray's got a full head of hair over there.
Murray looks great.
Well, thank you all for your input tonight. That is it for us tonight. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. For more numbers, context, and analysis, you can always go to our website, cbc.ca/sask. You can find me and our team on the CBC Saskatchewan News at 6 tomorrow. And you can find Adam and Murray and Stephanie on the morning edition tomorrow morning. From all of us here at CBC Saskatchewan, have a great night.